Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Late October. A cold current from the eastern region swept in, and snowflakes began to drift over Yomi City. Ah, that hurts. On the training ground, Hisana couldn't help but touch her forehead, feeling a large bump there, as if the spot had gone numb. Didn't I tell you not to close your eyes casually when facing an enemy? If I were an enemy, you would have died 276 times by now. Kicho, standing in front of Hisana, pulled back the middle finger she had just used to flick Hisana's smooth forehead hard, feeling incredibly conflicted about Hisana's abysmal combat ability. Several days ago, she had started providing practical guidance to Hisana, aiming to help her master the combat skills a ninja must possess as quickly as possible. The results, well, one couldn't say there was zero progress, at least there was some, just not much. Fear of pain and injury was one reason, but what frustrated Kicho the most was that when facing a surprise attack, Hisana would always panic, not knowing how to respond, and then close her eyes as if in resignation. It was as if doing so would simply make the opponent's attack ineffective. This ostrich-like behavior made Kicho both angry and amused. Have I died that many times already? Hisana had wanted to complain and call off today's practical training, but upon hearing the number of deaths Kicho had recorded, she couldn't help but be shocked. Otherwise, just today alone, you've died nearly 90 times. Not only have you not improved, but you've started to regress. With your physical fitness, you should have been able to dodge this level of surprise attack easily. Kicho pointed out the shortcomings in the other party. In terms of basic physical fitness, Hisana was no worse than her, and in terms of chakra reserves, she was even the superior party. Coupled with a series of unconventional ninjutsu like sealing jutsu, barrier ninjutsu, and sensory ninjutsu, it should have been her who was having a headache dealing with the situation, but the facts were exactly the opposite. She didn't even need to activate her Byakugan, nor did she need to use Gentle Fist, she simply used basic taijutsu to take Hisana down. There's no helping it, Kichone, your speed is a bit scary, and I've never fought anyone before. Hisana had wanted to take out some snacks to chew on, but seeing Kicho's gaze sweep over, she immediately pulled her hand back, feeling somewhat at a loss in her embarrassment. At first, she thought that practical training wouldn't be too harsh, but she hadn't expected Kicho to be so strict in this regard, making her quite unaccustomed to it. Even though she was usually a very gentle person who pampered and took care of her. Especially in actual combat, she wasn't allowed to eat snacks, and even less allowed to scream from the pain of bleeding. She was being trained seriously according to ninja standards. That's right. Although it was training and not real combat, in Kicho's training, she would genuinely bleed and get hurt. Several sets of her clothes had already been beaten to shreds. The pain from the flick on her forehead just now was also very intense, and it hadn't faded even now. This was a result deliberately caused by Kicho, to make her get used to pain and bleeding. However, I don't cry from pain and bleeding anymore, so that should be a big improvement, right? Hisana had a somewhat proud tone, as if she felt that overcoming such a thing was some kind of remarkable progress. Overcoming the act of crying from pain and bleeding, shouldn't that be a ninja skill mastered at the age of 4 or 5? Kicho didn't know where to start refuting this. Everything Hisana said was a point of criticism for a normal ninja. She had lived this long and had never seen a ninja with such weak basic combat skills. Did you never conduct practical drills back in the Uzumaki clan? I remember that for things like sealing jutsu, to master them proficiently, you should also have had targets to refer to, right? Kicho was puzzled about how Hisana had mastered sealing jutsu. Hisana thought about it and replied, that kind of thing never happened. As for the reference targets for sealing jutsu, practicing on stones that don't move is fine. Kicho was speechless, she didn't know whether to be jealous or envious. The environment this girl lived in was completely a place surrounded by kindness toward her, far away from the smoke of war. At the same time, she realized why, in these few days of practical practice, the sealing jutsu Hisana used in combat was always so unsightly and the techniques so clumsy. It was entirely because she was used to hitting non-moving targets in the past, and now that she was hitting moving targets, she didn't know how to make a move. At first, she was still wary of Hisana's sealing jutsu. After all, once hit, it was no different from being directly struck in the meridian system by Gentle Fist. It was a very dangerous technique. In short, through these few days of exploration, I have fully grasped your situation, Hisana. For the remaining time, let's drop everything else and focus on practicing taijutsu. Targeting a rookie like Hisana who knew nothing, Kicho felt it necessary to impose restrictions and, through the most basic taijutsu combat, gradually upgrade and let Hisana slowly master her own abilities. Ah, do we still have to practice today? Hisana opened her mouth, really wanting to end this painful training time. Of course. Actually, I can do it by myself. Kichone must have her own things to do, right? My strength won't have any qualitative improvement in the short term, so I have plenty of time to guide you. Most importantly, Hisana, you need to be whipped from behind constantly to have any self-awareness. In other words, if she practiced alone, she would definitely slack off 100%. Also, if you don't practice taijutsu well for one day, you cannot use Lord Husband for one day. I have already discussed this proposal with Lord Husband. The look in Hisana's eyes as she looked at Kicho was suddenly filled with horror, as if looking at a demon. Don't look at me with those eyes. If you don't want that kind of thing to happen, then grit your teeth and chase after me with all your might. You don't want Lord Husband to be used by me alone, right? Kicho seemed to think it wasn't enough and further forced Hisana to become talented. A ninja like Hisana who possessed excellent qualities had a high probability of becoming a top-tier ninja in the ninja world. Leaving her in the inner quarters to eat, drink, and play all day was truly a waste of resources. Although the situation in various countries was stable now, war, in Kicho's many years of life realization, was either in the initiation stage or the preparation stage. Sooner or later, it would inevitably break out again. And with the arrival of the one country, one village era, the ninja wars that would break out then would make even Kicho's heart race. That would no longer be a confrontation between clans, but a more tragic slaughter between villages and countries. By then, the Land of Night might have to go head-to-head with major powers, and before that, sufficient combat power must be prepared. Seeing Hisana finally get serious, Kicho couldn't help but feel relieved. Very good, that's the spirit. Although the reason for the other party's seriousness made Kicho not know what to say, as long as she took it seriously, it was a good thing. In this way, in a few years, besides her, the Land of Night might be able to add another high-end combat force. In fact, if Hisana had her combat experience and could integrate all her own advantages, she could immediately ascend to the ranks of top-tier ninjas. Even suppressing a tailed beast alone, it shouldn't be a difficult task. It could be said that apart from the stats, Hisana was a blank slate in everything else. While Kicho was vigorously training Hisana, Yayoi was not idle either, receiving a guest from Konoha village, Senju Tobarama. It had been 3 months since they last met. Yayoi was a bit surprised why Tobarama would choose this time to visit him. It couldn't be to exchange research data. His research on Hashirama cells was progressing slowly, and he believed the situation on Tobarama's side was about the same. If Tobarama had really achieved results quickly, Konoha would have already seen a second would-release ninja. You aren't staying in Konoha village assisting Lord Hashirama in handling village affairs, so why do you have the free time to come here? Or is it that Konoha has some new diplomatic strategy recently? In the reception room, Yayoi and Tobarama sat face to face. Irori served tea for the two of them and then retreated behind Yayoi, also feeling puzzled about Tobarama's arrival. According to the intelligence gathered by the Land of Night, there shouldn't be anything major happening in Konoha recently. Even the internal problems caused by Uchiha Madara had been resolved quietly under Tobarama's subtle strategies. Diplomacy is out of the question, but there is indeed something. Konoha hopes that the Land of Night can provide some help. Tobarama nodded, indicating that coming to the Land of Night at this time was indeed to ask for something. Between the lines, he was representing the will of Konoha. Obviously, the matter Tobarama was going to bring up was not a private matter, but a decision concerning Konoha as a whole. Interesting, tell me about it. I want to know what your Konoha's next move is. Yayoi looked like he was all ears, curious about Konoha's subsequent actions. Since the Madara attack incident, Konoha had been like an iron bucket, and the information available to the outside world was extremely scarce. From these scattered pieces of news alone, Yayoi could not predict what Konoha was planning recently. Tobarama's expression softened slightly. Don't worry, it's not a particularly difficult thing for you, Oda. My big brother hopes to convene a second Kage summit, and hopes that the Land of Night can provide a platform for the leaders of the ninja villages of various countries to hold talks. After hearing this, Yayoi did not respond immediately, but felt confused about the talks mentioned in Tobarama's words. It's possible, this is not a difficult thing for the Land of Night. However, there is one point I am very curious about. What does your Konoha intend to do with this summit? After pondering for a moment, Yayoi, who really couldn't figure out Konoha's purpose, stared at Tobarama with suspicious eyes, hoping to get some inside information from him. Tobarama didn't have any preamble and blurted out directly. It's not a big deal. My big brother hopes to use this summit to distribute the tailed beasts, in order to balance the military power between countries and maintain the basic order of the ninja world. Puffed. Yayoi spat out the tea he had just drunk and coughed violently. Although Tobarama said it lightly, as if it were a trivial matter not worth mentioning, Yayoi's inner emotions were surging intensely, unable to calm down for a long time. Because the things Tobarama revealed, although the amount of information was not large, it was enough to scare people to death. Yayoi suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly opened his mouth. Tobarama, are you saying that your Konoha has already captured all the tailed beasts? After all, to distribute tailed beasts, one must first capture all the tailed beasts before they can be distributed. Tobarama's subtext was self-evident. During this period, Konoha was not only handling internal affairs but also silently accomplished an earth-shattering event that was enough to shock the ninja world. Well, except for the Ichibi and the Seven Tails, the remaining tailed beasts are now in the hands of our Konoha. After all, as long as you know the whereabouts of the tailed beasts, capturing them is easy, right? Looking at the smile on Tobarama's face that he couldn't quite suppress, Yayoi's mouth twitched. This guy was definitely showing off. Because he had extensive experience in battling and interacting with tailed beasts, Yayoi knew one thing clearly: capturing tailed beasts, especially 7 of them, was not as simple as just catching them. If it were any other great nation ninja village, let alone lacking the ability to capture so many tailed beasts, even if they succeeded, one slip-up could easily cause all 7 tailed beasts to go berserk, sending their own village to heaven on the spot. For top-tier ninja, the hardest part about tailed beasts has never been the capture, but rather how to manage them afterward. At the end of the day, the management costs and risk costs of tailed beasts are too high. Even for ninja villages with improved risk resistance, handling tailed beasts requires careful consideration. Konoha, however, does not need to worry about such problems. The most direct way to solve the issue of 7 tailed beasts is to suppress them with absolute power. Coincidentally, Konoha is the only ninja village in the current ninja world that possesses such absolute power. However, distributing tailed beasts to balance the military power of various nations and maintain order, this doesn't seem like your style, Tobarama. This must be the work of Lord Hashirama. Yayoi thought for a moment and knew that Tobarama was just a messenger. The person truly leading this matter was still that god of ninja. Although he knew that Tobarama was involved in many major events in Konoha and had spearheaded many policies, the person who ultimately made the final decision to execute them was still Hashirama himself. Tobarama knew he couldn't hide this from a clever person like Yayoi. Anyone familiar with his style of doing things knew that distributing tailed beasts to various nations didn't fit his approach. It was probably the shock of Uchiha Madara's death. My older brother wants to promote the establishment of order in the ninja world in his own way. Tobarama frowned and sighed. I see. Honestly, this isn't a terrible approach, but it's not exactly a brilliant one either. Thinking of the tailed beasts held by the ninja villages of the 5 great nations in the original story, Yayoi finally understood how those tailed beasts were acquired. At first, he had assumed that these tailed beasts had been slowly captured by the ninja villages of these great nations themselves. He hadn't expected them to be distributed uniformly through a conference convened by Konoha. Whether the specific consequences are good or bad will require time to prove. Tobarama nodded. Although he felt Hashirama's approach was a bit questionable, upon careful reflection, it wasn't impossible to implement. After all, if Konoha didn't capture them, the ninja villages of other great nations would sooner or later realize the importance of tailed beasts, which might lead to unnecessary conflicts between nations due to the power of the tailed beasts. As far as he knew, the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning was already secretly plotting to obtain the power of tailed beasts. With this example appearing, it was only a matter of time before other great nation ninja villages prioritized and captured tailed beasts. Before that happened, Konoha taking the lead to control the tailed beasts and distributing them uniformly not only demonstrated Konoha's power to other nations but also cemented Konoha's transcendent, era-leading status. At the same time, it avoided conflicts between nations and aligned with Hashirama's desire to maintain order in the ninja world, which could be said to kill several birds with one stone. As for keeping all 7 tailed beasts for Konoha to enjoy alone, even Konoha couldn't manage that, unless Hashirama did nothing all day but stare at these tailed beasts. Turning them into Jinchuriki was equally troublesome. 1 or 2 would be fine, but turning so many tailed beasts into Jinchuriki made Tobarama's scalp tingle just thinking about it, fearing that one day he would wake up and Konoha would suddenly be gone. Therefore, Hashirama's plan to distribute the tailed beasts contained both idealistic aspirations and practical considerations. There are too many beautiful visions in this world, but it is precisely these beautiful visions that drag people into hell. Just take it as my personal opinion, but it's best not to hold too much hope for things like peace. Yayoi held a very pessimistic attitude toward the practice of distributing tailed beasts. Starting from the point that distributing tailed beasts would bring huge benefits for Konoha's rapid development, this plan was not inappropriate. However, pinning the vision of order on the balance of tailed beast power seemed overly naive. I thought you, Oda, would flatter me a little to get priority in the distribution of tailed beasts from me. Tobarama smiled, not expecting Yayoi to be so frank, directly rejecting his older brother Hashirama's idea of maintaining order. Generally speaking, in such a situation, one should go with the flow and use previously accumulated favors to get priority in the distribution of tailed beasts, thereby strengthening one's own national military power. I've disappointed you then. I have no interest in flattering others, even if the person is Lord Hashirama. Then, do you want priority to be given a tailed beast? I remember you already hold the 7 tails. With 2 tailed beasts, perhaps it would allow the Land of Night to occupy more of a voice internationally. Tobarama hoped Yayoi would accept a tailed beast for free. Hashirama sent him not only to use the Land of Night as a platform to host the conference but also to gift a tailed beast to the Land of Night, repaying the various favors Konoha owed. No, I have no interest in obtaining a second tailed beast. That would be too high profile and would make other great nations wary of the power of the Land of Night, which is not conducive to development. Yayoi shook his head and refused Tobarama's proposal. Then, what do you want to obtain from Konoha? Although Tobarama was a bit surprised, his expression remained calm as he asked what Yayoi needed. Yayoi was also not polite, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, and he looked directly into Tobarama's eyes, stating what he had always wanted: let the tailed beasts go to other countries. I want to trade with you, Konoha, for Inyang release. Compared to tailed beasts, Inyang release was what he had always wanted. Tobarama was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting Yayoi to make such a request. The Senju clan naturally had the corresponding legacy for techniques like Inyang release. Apart from the Uchiha clan, he believed no other ninja clan could be more complete in their collection of Inyang release than the Senju clan. It was an ancient secret technique that derived all things from nothingness, and it was said to touch upon the root of the energy known as chakra. However, ninja who could understand and master this technique were simply too scarce. Subsequently, he glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Irori behind Yayoi, had a moment of realization, and then looked deeply at Yayoi. So that's it. I understand your purpose for wanting Inyang release. No wonder you look down on the tailed beasts. You have a powerful force on your side that can be passed down more stably than tailed beasts. As expected, you not only understand Inyang release but have also mastered the mystery of Inyang release to create life. On the day of his interaction with Yayoi, Tobarama had no intention of staying and returned directly to Konoha. 2 days later, Konoha sent letters simultaneously to the leaders of the other great nation and small nation ninja villages, inviting them to participate in a conference. The meeting time was set for 1 week later, and the location was selected as the Land of Night. Thus, the ninja world, which had been calm and tranquil, became turbulent once again because of Konoha's actions. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. Magnificent buildings were nestled among the mountains, appearing and disappearing within the ethereal white mist. At this moment, the Raikage building, constructed with a massive mountain wall as its foundation, was holding an internal high-level meeting. Outrageous. We were clearly the ones who set our sights on the tailed beasts first. What right does Konoha have to distribute tailed beasts? A sturdy high-ranking official of Kimogakure slammed his fist, smashing the solid wood conference table in front of him, and let out an unwilling, angry roar. Ha 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 ha, that's really unsightly. Something you couldn't catch yourself was easily obtained by others. Besides being weak, your brain is also exceptionally useless. Don't you think so, Ginkaku? Kinkaku, who had horns and disheveled yellow hair, couldn't help but cross his arms and laugh mockingly. That's right. People who don't know better would think this is a pity party. Sit down and stop making a fool of yourself here. The man with long silver hair and horns, with 6 whisker-like markings on his cheeks, was none other than Kinkaku's younger brother, Ginkaku. Like his older brother Kinkaku, he crossed his arms and swept a cold gaze over the high-ranking village official who had let out the roar of frustration. If it weren't for you brothers constantly ignoring orders, we would have already obtained more tailed beasts, and the situation wouldn't be so passive. The words of this high-ranking Kimogakure official resonated with many other high-level personnel. As the representatives of the top martial faction in the village, the forces of Kinkaku and Ginkaku were too massive, arguably the largest armed force outside the Raikage faction. However, this armed force was not completely subordinate to the Hidden Cloud Village but belonged entirely to the private troops of these two brothers. This also caused the brothers to often ignore orders, making them the biggest thorns in the side of the Hidden Cloud Village. It's laughable. We brothers contributed the most when capturing the 9-tailed. Furthermore, the other tailed beasts were not within our brothers' targets, those were your quotas, right? Kinkaku snorted coldly, undoubtedly revealing that the power of the other tailed beasts was not worth the effort for him and his brother Ginkaku to obtain. Regardless, we are currently in the same village. Wait, old man, don't talk nonsense. Who is your companion? Kinkaku and Ginkaku interrupted coldly, their attitudes disdainful. Many high-ranking Kimogakure officials blushed, which said more than anything else. All right, all of you quiet down. The not-so-loud voice caused the two sides, who were at daggers drawn, to quiet down simultaneously. The person speaking was a middle-aged man with dark skin, in his 40s, with slightly messy black hair and a black upper lip, which made him look not very imposing, but rather possessed a gentle temperament. This man was none other than the first Raikage, of the Hidden Cloud Village. Before the Hidden Cloud Village was established, he was already a renowned lightning release ninja in the Land of Lightning. Honestly, you are always arguing over such trivial matters. Ginkaku, you too, don't say things that hurt your colleagues' feelings. Exhaled, his gaze directed at Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who had started the provocation, telling them to behave and be quiet. Every meeting, this pair of brothers was the most restless provocateur. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's mouths twitched, but they did not provoke A as they had provoked others before, giving him some face. Regardless of what Konoha is planning, Kumogakure cannot afford to go without tailed beasts, which can be used as weapons. Therefore, I have decided to participate in this conference. A announced his decision in an extremely calm tone. But, Lord Raikage. The high-ranking official who was speaking hadn't finished when he saw A's calm gaze sweeping over him, and he immediately broke into a cold sweat, sat back down, and shut his mouth. Although A looked easy to talk to and his attitude was very gentle, once he made a decision, he didn't like people going against him. The first Kage of the ninja villages of the 5 great nations ostensibly came to power through democratic elections by various clans, but in reality, before receiving the democratic recommendation of the various clans, they had relied on their own martial strength to forcefully subdue all the ninja in their respective nations. I do not oppose Lord Raikage's decision, but what if an incident where the delegation is attacked happens again? Another high-ranking official worried that Konoha would repeat its old tricks. That is why Konoha does not intend to host this conference in its own village. It is estimated that, considering the failure of the last conference, they are using another country's territory to host it this time. A answered calmly. Although he had been taught a harsh lesson by Uchiha Madara last time, thanks to his strong psychological resilience, he had successfully moved on from the shadow. Moreover, if he didn't dare to step out of the country because he feared Konoha's power, it would instead damage the reputation of the Hidden Cloud village and make people think that he, the Raikage, was a sore loser and narrow-minded. The Land of Night. There are rumors that they and the Land of Fire and Konoha are in bed together. Could it be a trap? Yes, this country seems to have some tricks up its sleeve. In that heaven-shaking battle before, I heard they even worked with Konoha ninja to suppress the Nine-Tailed, which was being controlled by Uchiha Madara. Their relationship with Konoha is truly ambiguous. Listening to the increasingly skewed opinions of the crowd, I was also a bit helpless. When a village gets big, this is the downside, one always has to go through tedious meetings to decide on a matter. Even as the Raikage, he couldn't strongly oppose it. After all, using only force without soft policies and not letting them express their opinions would lead to a decrease in their sense of belonging to the village. In this way, sooner or later, it would bury huge hidden dangers for the village. Listening as much as possible to the reasonable voices and petitions of the ninja below was also his important responsibility as Raikage. He couldn't blindly engage in high-pressure, dictatorial policies in the village. Rest assured, I will also contact the Kage of each village in advance to ensure that similar accidents do not happen. If it were just a simple conference, A would attend, but he wouldn't go in person. However, the bait Konoha threw out this time was simply too tempting. The power of the tailed beasts was worth him personally traveling to the Land of Night to participate in this conference. Hearing that A's attitude remained so resolute, everyone knew they couldn't dissuade him. In that case, Lord Raikage, please bring more guards with you. The team must also be equipped with strong sensory ninja and medical ninja. As soon as something goes wrong, please retreat immediately, Lord Raikage. We will also dispatch a unit to infiltrate the Land of Rice Fields to be ready for support. Considering the ambiguous relationship between the Land of Night and Konoha, the high-level officials were really worried that there might be some trap. After all, distributing tailed beasts to various countries sounded unreliable. Perhaps this was just a gimmick Konoha created to successfully hold the conference. They couldn't possibly really distribute the tailed beasts, right? Land of Earth, Iwagakure. This ninja village is situated in the hinterland of the Land of Earth, amidst rolling mountains, with tall stone peaks surrounding it to form a natural barrier. The round tower and bunker-style houses are built entirely from gray boulders. While they lack ornate beauty, they maximize the quality of sturdiness. A few waterfalls and rivers pass through the village, serving as rare and precious supply points where Iwagakure can stably obtain water. The tallest round tower building in the village, constructed from gray boulders, is the iconic building of Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage building, where the Tsuchikage works and holds high-level meetings for the village. Mu arrived before the office door with a straight face. Before he could push the door open, a short boy with a big nose walked out from inside. Damn old man, what wool of stone, he always tells cold jokes that aren't funny at all, and in the end, isn't it just a broken rock? It made me wipe it for so long that even my time to cultivate was wasted. Judging from the boy's complaining attitude, it was clear he had accumulated quite a bit of resentment here. Anoki, he is the Tsuchikage, after all, and your grandfather. Just accommodate him a little. Although he is indeed an elderly old man. Hearing the complaints of the short boy with the big nose, Mu knew he must have been tricked into doing chores by his superior, first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, again. Teacher Mu, you really think so too, right? As if he had found a confidant to vent his heart to, Anoki couldn't help but speak his mind. Mu nodded. He had followed behind Ishikawa for longer than Anoki had been alive, so he naturally knew what kind of person Ishikawa was. Because he had also been tricked by the other party in the past, he and Anoki could be considered to be in the same boat. How is your training in chakra nature transformation going lately? Mu asked about Anoki's training progress. As his personal disciple, he could not be a weak ninja in the future. He needed to let him enter the contact stage of dust release training as soon as possible. I have already mastered the nature transformation of earth release and wind release. Next, as long as I finish the training for fire release chakra nature transformation, I can formally learn dust release from you, right, Teacher Mu? Inoki clenched his fists tightly. Although he was not tall, the aura on his body was incomparable to the past, and his face was full of confidence. No, mastering the 3 nature transformations of earth, wind, and fire is only the most basic prerequisite for learning dust release. If you want to master dust release, the road ahead is still very long. Mu shook his head. Although Inoki had high talent, there were too many talented ninjas in the ninja world, and Mu dared not be 100% certain whether Inoki could learn his dust release. After all, dust release is the fusion of 3 attributes, surpassing the bloodline limit. I will definitely master it. Determination shone in Inoki's eyes. Then I will wait and see. Mu nodded. This aura was worth acknowledging. By the way, Teacher Mu, are you here to see the old men because of the upcoming meeting held by Konoha? Inoki's expression suddenly became tense. Whenever Konoha was mentioned, some unpleasant memories could not help but surface in his mind. Although the men who created those painful memories had passed away a few months ago, that memory of powerlessness and pain was deeply engraved in Inoki's mind and could not be forgotten. Have you heard about it too? Yes, many jonin in the village are discussing this matter, and many people are unwilling for the old men to attend the meeting. Inoki stated the part he knew. Fear of something too powerful is human instinct. Only by making up one's mind to cross it can a person grow again, otherwise, one will only stay in place forever. Inoki, you must never become a ninja who loses courage and will. Seeing that Inoki was also one of the opponents, Mu patted Inoki on the shoulder, stopped speaking, and pushed the door to enter the office. The space inside was spacious. The decor could not be called simple, but it was not filled with luxury, revealing a low-key, pragmatic, and introverted style. An old man wearing a white haori, about the same height as Inoki, with neatly groomed gray-white hair and beard, was hovering with his feet off the ground in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, taking in the entire view of Iwagakure. It was none other than the founder of Iwagakure, first Tsuchikage Ishikawa. Lord Tsuchikage. Mu spoke to Ishikawa at the floor-to-ceiling window. You're here, Mu. I've troubled you with Inoki's affairs. That child is at an age where he is impetuous in his actions, unwilling to even do ordinary little things. Ishikawa turned slightly, his gaze sweeping over. He seemed to have a headache regarding the education of his grandson, Inoki. Isn't it because you always use strange rhetoric to trick him into doing all kinds of work? It could have been communicated directly. Haha, is that what you think, Mu? It seems that we have a disagreement on the education of children. My original intention was to let him value the details of things by starting from small things, but it has backfired a bit. Ishikawa laughed heartily, his words still full of expectations for Inoki. This is also inevitable. After all, he is your grandson. The reason people in the village acknowledge him is because of your existence. He has always wanted to become stronger to change the perception people in the village have of him. As Inoki's teacher, Mu knew very well what his disciple was thinking in his heart. Unfortunately, identity is something determined from birth. It is not so easy for him to get rid of my influence. Let's not talk about this. I have made my decision to attend the 5 Kage Summit initiated by Konoha. Speaking to the end, Ishikawa's expression was solemn. I understand. I will handle the escort work. Mu did not seem surprised by this and replied calmly. Then I will leave it to you. By the way, you should have communicated with General Oda of the Land of Night, right? How is it? He shouldn't be colluding with Konoha on his side, should he? You really have no talent for telling cold jokes. His reply is here, and like your cold jokes, it is full of unclear meaning. Mu took out a letter, sighed helplessly, and looked down. The letter Yayoi returned to him had only one short sentence: divide the tailed beasts, prepare money, come quickly. He didn't know where to start complaining. Is this some kind of store opening event for a tailed beast clearance sale? Or is it saying the tailed beasts are to be sold by the pound? Doesn't this guy think he has a sense of humor by replying like this? Originally, he thought this would be a very serious and high-class summit between the leaders of ninjas from various countries. Suddenly, it became vulgar and worldly. Land of Night, East. In front of Yayoi stood 3 strangely shaped mountain cliffs. Sharp, giant ice shards hung down from the tops of the cliffs, like 3 giant wolves bearing their fangs, looking exceptionally ferocious. The height of this mountain far exceeded the surrounding mountain ranges. The ice and snow forests surrounding it were as small as roadside weeds in front of it. Looking from afar, it gave one a strong sense of terrifying oppression. Above the mountain, snowflakes fell continuously, completely covering this area, creating a pale frozen world. This place was called Sanlang Mountain. The rugged snow peaks and biting ice and snow around it formed a natural barrier, which was once the premier military stronghold of the Land of Iron. However, with the destruction of the Land of Iron, it naturally became the territory of the Land of Night. Due to its critical geographical location and natural protective barrier, after the establishment of the Land of Night, Yayoi carried out several drastic renovations and upgrades on the existing foundation of Sanlang Mountain, building it into a more perfect military stronghold. Today, Sanlang Mountain is the core military hub of the eastern part of the Land of Night, shouldering the most important national defense responsibilities in the eastern region. The number of ninjas permanently stationed at Sanlang Mountain exceeds 200, and there are thousands of samurai. In the foreseeable future, more ninjas and samurai would be added here. In other words, is the 5 Kage summit going to be held in this place next? Kakuzu, who followed Yayoi to Sanlang Mountain, was looking at the 3 Wolfmouth snow cliffs in front of him with a rather nostalgic look. When Yayoi launched the surprise attack on Sanlang Mountain, he was one of the participants. That battle was extremely dangerous. At that time, his strength was far from as powerful as it is now, and under the heavy encirclement of the samurai of the Land of Iron, he almost lost his life here. That's right. After all, if the meeting is held in Yomi City, if someone has a conflict at the meeting, things will become very troublesome. It is much easier to handle by choosing Sanlang Mountain as the meeting location. Besides, it is hidden enough, and the terrain is strong enough, isn't it? Yayoi looked at the peculiar terrain of Sanlang Mountain with satisfaction. Placing the 5 Kage summit here was a decision he made after careful consideration. The Kages and ninja leaders gathered from various ninja villages might have some hot-tempered people, or there might be old grudges, leading to the possibility of armed conflict during the meeting. Not to mention those first Kages full of martial virtue, the ninja leaders who could open a ninja village in a small country in this era were by no means ordinary ninjas. Therefore, Yayoi felt that it was more reassuring to place the meeting location in a place like Sanlang Mountain. But doing this will leak the intelligence of this place, right? Kakuzu was worried that such a thing would happen. Don't worry about this. Anyway, after this place also needs to be renovated. The current Sanlang Mountain cannot reach my psychological expectations, it is just a premature semi-finished product. Yayoi observed the complex and rugged terrain of Sanlang Mountain, considering where he could start directly when upgrading in the future to make the best use of the surrounding terrain. Lord Yayoi, the venue for the 5 Kage and other ninja village leaders to meet, as well as the lounges for receiving personnel from various villages, have all been set up. A 30-something samurai holding a black-hilted katana walked towards Yayoi and Kakuzu, reporting the setup of the 5 Kage Summit venue to Yayoi. It was Kurobi. His aura was introverted. If it were not for those who knew him well, they would likely mistake him for an ordinary samurai. This meant that Kurobi had not become weaker, but rather stronger. While Kakuzu was practicing hard, this veteran samurai had also not fallen behind in his training. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, Lord Yayoi, just a moment ago, the leaders of Frost Village and Hot Springs Village arrived. I have already had people entertain them. Kurobi spoke again, mentioning that the leaders of 2 ninja villages had already arrived. They are really impatient. Clearly, there are still 2 days until the official meeting. Is it because they are close by? No wonder I felt some strange chakra appearing near Sanlang Mountain just now. Yayoi was slightly surprised by this, nodded slightly, and expressed his understanding. Since learning sensory ninjutsu from his Anna, Yayoi could formally practice and apply it. Although he could only cover the surrounding 6 or 7 kilometer area centered on himself and could not pinpoint it accurately, as long as there was strange chakra approaching, it would still be detected by his sensory ninjutsu. He believed that after mastering it, his perception range and accuracy would also improve accordingly. The top sensory ninjas in the ninja world could even locate targets hundreds of kilometers away. Just then, Yayoi's expression changed slightly. Follow me. Yes. Kakuzu and Kurobi hurriedly followed Yayoi to the entrance and exit where Sanlang Mountain connects to the outside world. That was an area flanked by surrounding snow-capped mountains, with only one main road covered in accumulated snow for entry and exit. At this time, at the entrance and exit, a group of people was being intercepted by patrolling samurai. All right, let me handle it. Yayoi arrived there, asked the guarding samurai to step back, and looked at the group of visitors in front of him, fixing his gaze on the leader of this group. The leader had long black hair and was wearing red layered armor. It was none other than the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency Hokage. Thank you for your hard work coming from afar. You too, Your Excellency General. I am very grateful for the opportunity to hold the 5 Kage Summit in your country this time. The two shook hands, which counted as a formal greeting. Just as Hashirama was about to say something, he heard footsteps coming from behind. It was Tobarama walking over. Hey, instead of talking here, you two should settle these big guys first. Pushing them all the way here was really a pain in the ass. Tobarama pointed to the large flatbed carts pushed forward by dozens of Konoha ninjas behind him. On each large flatbed cart, a giant beast was unconscious. For example, a two-tailed cat, a three-tailed turtle, a four-tailed gorilla, a five-tailed pure white animal similar to a combination of a horse and a dolphin, a six-tailed giant slug, and finally, the ox-headed octopus with 8 tails. These 6 bizarre-looking giant creatures were naturally the many-tailed beasts captured by Konoha. Except for the 9-tailed sealed inside Uzumaki Mito, they were all gathered here now. Judging from the size the tailed beasts should have, these 6-tailed beasts seem to have had a large amount of chakra extracted, making them smaller than the 7-tailed, which had recovered 40 to 50% of its chakra at this time. They were also wrapped in wooden strips pasted with talismanic incantation, which could effectively suppress their chakra, a combination of would-release ninjutsu and sealing jutsu. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yayoi's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Although he knew early on that Konoha controlled more than half of the tailed beasts, this was the first time in his life he had seen so many tailed beasts gathered together. And they were even transported by flatbed carts. Did they think they were selling vegetables? Wood release, wood dragon technique. On the open ground of the courtyard of the giant castle, which was covered in snow, the 6-tailed beasts that had just been unloaded from the large cart had barely woken up when they heard a terrifying sound that made their bodies shudder uncontrollably. The tailed beasts let out angry roars of unknown meaning one after another. Although Yayoi did not know exactly what they were cursing, he imagined it must have been very foul. However, before the tailed beasts could continue their cursing, thick wood dragons burst out from the ground, each entangling a tailed beast, restricting their physical movements while simultaneously suppressing and absorbing their chakra. Finally, Hashirama clapped his hands together again. Wood release, wood clone technique. 6 wooden shapes quickly protruded from his back, forming 6 wood clones, which scattered in front of each tailed beast. Coordinating with the wood dragons, they monitored the state of the tailed beasts at all times. Although the wood dragons wrapped around the tailed beasts were far inferior to the ones summoned during the battle between Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, 4 tailed beasts that were not in their prime, this level of wood dragons and wood clones, combined with wood release and sealing chains, was already enough to perfectly suppress them. Feeling the power of the wood release technique at close range for the first time, Yayoi marveled inwardly. Before this, he had never imagined that controlling and suppressing tailed beasts could be so simple. Just as Tobarama had said, suppressing tailed beasts was truly something anyone could do. However, in the ninja world, only this person can easily accomplish this. He is so strong that he is on a completely different dimension from everyone else. Yayoi glanced at the calm and composed Hashirama, and couldn't help but think of Yamato from the Konoha Umbu in the original story, who was also a wood release user. Well, one could only say that he was indeed a good candidate for construction and landscaping. Although they aren't as powerful as the 9-tailed, they are worthy of being called tailed beasts. The chakra of each one is truly astonishing. Hashirama let out a breath, sighing at the power of the tailed beast's chakra after finishing suppressing them. Yayoi. Tobarama. Kakuzu and Kurobi also looked at each other, not expecting this god of shinobi to be quite humorous and witty. However, this joke made everyone unable to laugh. Even Tobarama felt that Hashirama's words were a bit hurtful, directly leaving everyone speechless and not knowing how to respond. Big brother, please talk less. Tobarama sighed and rubbed his temples. Ah. What's wrong? Hashirama turned his head and looked at Tobarama, confused. Except for you, no one else can suppress tailed beasts so easily. But the chakra of the tailed beasts is really very powerful. Hashirama blinked innocently. He really wasn't lying. If he didn't possess wood release, dealing with tailed beasts wouldn't be so easy and comfortable for him. Moreover, compared to Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, the methods of wood release to control tailed beasts were still much more troublesome. Also, I remember Your Excellency the General has also subdued tailed beasts before, right? Hashirama's gaze swept toward Yayoi. That is completely different. Yayoi shook his head and changed the subject. Anyway, let's go inside and have a cup of hot tea to warm up. It just so happens that the leaders of the Frost Village and the Hot Springs Village have also arrived. Perhaps you can exchange some ideas with each other. So someone has already arrived. Hashirama and Tobarama were surprised, having thought that they from Konoha would be the first to arrive. They followed Yayoi away from the courtyard and entered the interior of the giant ice castle. Speaking of which, Your Excellency the General. At this moment, Hashirama quietly stepped forward, lowering his voice mysteriously, as if he were about to say something very important. Is there something, Your Excellency Hokage? Is there a hot spring in this castle? I heard from Tobarama that the hot springs in the Land of Night are not inferior to those in the Land of Hot Springs. Yes, I will have someone take you there later. Looking at Hashirama's expectant eyes, Yayoi was speechless, then nodded. He arranged for the personnel from Konoha, the Frost Village, and the Hot Springs Village to dine in the dining area. The 3 parties got along quite well and did not cause any trouble. After the meal, Hashirama directly dragged the leaders of the Frost Village and the Hot Springs Village to the Hot Springs, presumably to discuss something. Some of the accompanying personnel also went to the hot springs, while others returned to their rooms to rest. Yayoi did not join in the fun and returned to his room. It was a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room suite. He hadn't even taken off his trench coat in the living room when he heard a knock on the door. Yayoi walked over to open it and saw Tobarama standing outside. "Come in." Leading Tobarama inside, Yayoi closed the door. "Would you like something to drink?" "Some hot tea will do." "Sorry, there is only plain cold water here." "Then why did you ask so much?" Tobarama, who had just sat down on the sofa in the living room, looked at Yayoi speechlessly. Yayoi shrugged, ignoring Tobarama's sarcasm, poured him a glass of plain cold water, and then sat on the opposite sofa, separated from Tobarama by only a glass tea table. He had just sat down when Tobarama took out 3 scrolls from his ninja pouch and placed them on the tea table. "This is the yin-yang release you wanted. Although my intention was to ask you to pay a bit more, my big brother decided to give it to you for free. And here I thought we were friends, you want money for this? You, who sent the bill to Konoha, don't seem to have the qualifications to say that to me, do you?" Tobarama was so angry he laughed. He remembered that because of the time the Uchiha clan was sent to the Land of Night, he had taken a huge fall after returning to Konoha. "That's because you were ripping me off, and didn't I give you a discount in the end?" At the end of the day, the value of yin-yang release exceeds that of a tailed beast, especially in the hands of a ninja like you. Tobarama tapped his fingers on the tea table and changed the subject. "It seems you didn't come to find me just to deliver something. What do you want to say?" Yayoi took the 3 scrolls on the tea table, his heart burning slightly, but knowing it was not the time to read them, and sensing that Tobarama had something more to say, he looked up at him. "I am very interested in your data on developing artificial life. How about it, are you interested in making a new trade?" Tobarama's gaze was burning. If it weren't for Yayoi requesting yin-yang release, he wouldn't have noticed that the artificial life forms created by Yayoi were far more valuable than tailed beasts due to their excellence and stability. Although he had also dabbled in yin-yang release, and some of the forbidden techniques he developed applied some concepts of yin-yang release, but creating life, to be honest, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that a ninja of Yayoi's level could accomplish such an incredible feat in ancient myths. Only the legendary Six-Path Sage, the ancestor of ninjas, could do this. But the legend of the sage was too distant, and Tobarama did not know if it was real or a character fabricated by the ancients. Not to mention the distant past, for now, he felt that the artificial life created by Yayoi was more suitable as the ultimate guarantee for Konoha to be passed down. "Is that the new trade? So you had your eye on this?" "Although I don't want to say it too harshly, even if I give you all the data, the failure rate will still be 100%. Yayoi pondered for a moment, not agreeing immediately, but offered this advice to Tobarama. Tobarama frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable, as if he had been looked down upon. He had never tried it, so how could he conclude that he would fail 100%? Tobarama never felt that he, who had developed various secret techniques and forbidden techniques, would be inferior to Yayoi in creation. As long as he got the research data in Yayoi's hands, combined with his own intelligence and the help of yin-yang release, he believed that conquering artificial life would not be a difficult task. In this way, even if he and his older brother Hashirama passed away in the future, they could leave behind a stable and powerful force sufficient to protect the village. "It seems you don't believe my words, Tobarama." Seeing Tobarama frown, Yayoi knew he had other plans. "No, I know you don't like to lie, I just trust my own abilities more. For researchers, having their abilities questioned is quite uncomfortable." Tobarama's tone was full of seriousness. "That's true, but I don't intend to take back what I said." Yayoi knew the stubbornness of researchers, but he still stood by his opinion. "So, are we going to make this trade?" "It's possible, but I've already obtained the yin-yang release. Since that's the case, I want the complete training method for Sage Mode." Yayoi thought for a while and stated his conditions. After all, the research data for creating Irori and Yaya was only theoretical and did not include the supporting life embryos, active chakra, and formations, so its value was not as high as imagined. As for asking for Sage Mode, although the Tsuchigumo, with whom he had signed a summoning contract, also had a legacy of Sage Mode, it was incomplete, and he did not know when it could be perfected. Rather than that, it would be better to take the ready-made Sage Mode and conduct research. "You really are not polite." Tobarama clicked his tongue. He knew Yayoi would definitely ask for a huge price, but he didn't expect the target to be locked onto Sage Mode this time. In Konoha, the only ninja who could use Sage Mode was his older brother Hashirama, and he was a perfect Sage Mode user, capable of entering Sage Mode instantly to fight. It could be said that among the generations of Sage Mode users, Hashirama's mastery and research of Sage Mode were definitely among the best. Tobarama did not agree immediately, but prepared to discuss it with Hashirama first before deciding. Yayoi expressed understanding and saw Tobarama out of the room. After Tobarama left, Yayoi closed the door, returned to the bedroom, sat at the desk, took out the 3 scrolls recording the Yin-Yang release, and began to study them. After quickly browsing through them, Yayoi made a judgment. Although some content is missing, the completeness should be over 90%, which is negligible. In the past, the Yin-Yang release he had collected, including what he got from the Hyuga clan, added up to less than 20%. The Yin-Yang release he had obtained now was over 90% complete, far exceeding his expectations. After all, the legacy of Yin-Yang release was too ancient, and the content was profound and obscure, so most ninjas could not understand it at all, nor did they understand what power learning this technique actually had. This led many ancient ninja clans to hold a take-it-or-leave-it attitude toward the legacy of Yin-Yang release, and the inheritance was fragmented. With this, the performance of Irori and Yaya might be improved again. My chakra might also undergo a qualitative change. Yayoi's pitch-black pupils became deep, revealing a meaningful color. From the very beginning, he felt that something like Yin-Yang release was too similar to his own active chakra. In the ninja world, it could be said that there was no technique more compatible with him than Yin-Yang release. Moreover, many people had a major misunderstanding about his creation, including Tobarama. That was thinking that he had used Yin-Yang release to accomplish the feat of creating life. But this order was actually wrong. Long before he obtained the fragments of Yin-Yang release, he had already tried to create Irori's earliest life embryo using active chakra. Yin-Yang release had strengthened his active chakra, allowing Irori's performance to achieve a leap in improvement. Yayoi looked down at his palm, where blue materialized chakra began to flow to the surface, wriggling and breathing like a living organism. Living creatures, the power of Yin-Yang release that has not yet formed the concept of a technique, is the true face of this kind of chakra. Having finally obtained the Yin-Yang release he had long desired, Yayoi's inner joy was far from as calm and indifferent as it appeared on the surface. The deeper he delved into the contents of Yin-Yang release, the more he possessed an inexplicable intuition that this was the true great Tao he was meant to walk. However, elevating active chakra to a new domain requires slow experimentation. I cannot act with undue haste. But for Irori and Yaya's bodies, I can first try using Yin-Yang release to make them more perfect. Yayoi had always known that Irori and Yaya were not as flawless as Tobarama believed. They possessed fatal weaknesses. That was the chakra core located in their left chests. If it were to suffer damage, their bodily functions might cease. It was just that their bodies were sufficiently sturdy that ordinary attacks could not break them, but as long as this weakness remained, the risk would always be present. The abilities of ninjas in the ninja world are strange and varied, perhaps a special existence that counters Irori and Yaya might appear. For example, ninjas like Kicho who specialize in striking the internal parts of a target's body. Ninjas capable of internal body attacks are not limited to the Hyuga clan in the ninja world, it is just that in this domain, the Hyuga clan has the greatest reputation, making them widely known. Ah, I didn't think father would be thinking of me and sister Irori so much. In that case, let Yaya properly repay father tonight. A girl's sweet laughter suddenly came from behind, though within the sweet voice was a hint of lewdness and indecency. But before the girl behind him could succeed in her sneak attack, Yayoi lightly lifted a finger resting on the desk, and a ninjutsu already preset behind him immediately activated. A golden light orb with a shimmering surface vibrated and expanded in the air, completing the target capture within an instant. Yayoi stood up from his chair and turned to look at the black-haired girl enveloped by the golden sealing orb. It was Yaya, who had come along this time to serve as his guard. Unlike Irori, who could handle all sorts of matters to perfection, Yaya would passionately pounce the moment she caught a gap and launch an attack without hesitation. It was hard to say she was fulfilling her guard duties. I thought you had run off somewhere to play, Yaya. However, I believe I said not to enter my bedroom casually. Though he spoke thus, Yayoi still withdrew the golden sealing orb enveloping Yaya. Under Hizana's guidance, the sealing jutsu inscribed on the sealing orb had already achieved a relatively perfect fusion with the golden chakra orb. The current power of this technique was incomparable to the past. Once it hit, even Irori and Yaya would find it impossible to break free immediately on their own. In a duel between top-tier ninjas, the key to victory or defeat often lies in a split second. Honestly, father, you really are prone to shyness, even though you stole Yaya's first kiss not long ago. Yaya puffed out her cheeks slightly, naturally speaking words that twisted the truth, leaving Yayoi expressionless. After all, no matter what came out of this girl's mouth, he didn't feel anything was amiss anymore. All right, it's getting late. I need to rest. You should return to your own bedroom too. Yayoi waved his hand, telling Yaya to go back to her room to rest. However, Yaya remained stubbornly in place and spoke with a straight face. No, Yaya wants to protect father closely. Coming from your mouth, those words really have no persuasiveness whatsoever. When there was no danger, Yaya was the greatest danger. This girl truly had no sense of boundaries with him, and didn't even have a sense of shame. Fine then. Since that's the case, you can stay, but you're not allowed to lean in. Unable to overcome Yaya's persistence, Yayoi had no choice but to let her stay the night. However, just in case, he made the declaration in advance. He had many important guests to receive tomorrow and needed to ensure adequate sleep and rest these few days. He couldn't keep messing around with Yaya. Yaya will be a good girl. Yaya nodded with a beaming smile. First it was kissing, now they could sleep together. She couldn't even imagine what she could do after waiting a bit longer. Sorry, Sister Irori, Yaya is going to become an adult one step ahead. A trace of guilt towards Irori arose in Yaya's heart. But the guilt toward her sister Irori soon turned into a bed that warmed her body and soul, and that guilt was quickly tossed to the back of Yaya's mind. The next day, the heads of several small country ninja villages arrived at Three Wolves Mountain and, under Kurobiai's guidance, were brought inside the castle to be settled in. To be honest, if Konoha hadn't convened this meeting, Yayoi really wouldn't have known that so many ninja villages had popped up in the ninja world. There were some ninja villages he hadn't even heard of. Because the countries where they established their ninja villages were simply too small and had no presence in the ninja world. On the map, their national territory could only be found as an inconspicuous black dot, perhaps not even as large as a single forest in the Land of Night. Are there enough rooms? Yayoi asked Kurobiai. The accommodation of the meeting participants was his responsibility. As for the guard work, it was handled by Yaya and Kakuzu. There are plenty for now, but I really didn't expect so many ninja villages to jump out all at once. Kurobiai was also secretly clicking his tongue. Fortunately, he had the foresight to prepare many rooms for rest in advance. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to handle the occasional arrival of a small village delegation. The most crucial point was that some ninja villages were not on Konoha's invitation list. They seemed to have popped up out of nowhere and came on their own initiative without an invitation. Adopting the mindset that a guest from afar is still a guest, and not wanting to make things awkward, Yayoi still had people receive them. Clearly, not only had the Land of Night failed to grasp intelligence on all ninja villages in the ninja world, but Konoha's intelligence in this regard was also lacking. After all, no one expected that in some unheard-of corners, people had established ninja villages there, and the names of the ninja villages were each stranger than the last. That's fine then. If it really comes down to it, just clear out some more empty rooms and set them up a bit. Yes. By the way, have any conflicts broken out between these ninja villages? Yayoi was quite concerned about this issue. He knew that in the early days of the one country, one village era, many petty grievances occurred between small countries, with secret and open struggles between them, leading to mutual hostility among the ninjas as well. Some countries' ninja villages were even established by ninja clans that had fled their homelands after defeat. They had irreconcilable conflicts with the ninjas of their original countries. None of that has happened. Although many ninjas from different villages don't like the look of each other, it has only reached the level of sarcasm and hasn't come to direct blows. Kurobiai shook his head, indicating that the ninjas from the villages coming here were still quite restrained. It seems they still have some self-awareness. Yayoi nodded with satisfaction. He knew the reason for this. On one hand, it was because the ninjas of these villages feared the strength of the Land of Night, and on the other hand, seeing the six-tailed beasts in the courtyard snow, guarded jointly by Konoha ninjas and Land of Night samurai, probably extinguished any thoughts of starting a fight. Just then, Yayoi sensed something and looked up toward the distance, where an entrance to Three Wolves Mountain was located. Faint vibrations could be heard coming from there, along with an incredibly intense chakra fluctuation. I will go stop them. Although he lacked sensory abilities, Kurobiai keenly perceived this abnormal disturbance. He immediately gripped the hilt of his blade, intending to go over and check the situation. No need. I will go over personally. Seemingly knowing who was fighting, Yayoi told Kurobiai to stay behind, then took Yaya and Kakuzu and headed quickly toward the location where the battle had erupted. Uneven craters appeared on the ground, and the intense, continuously exploding air currents blew away the surrounding snowflakes. Mustache, are you looking for death? Mu stared expressionlessly at the browless man opposite him. It was evident that, having been provoked, he seemed quite angry. Oh my apologies. I didn't notice just now, I thought you were an enemy. So it's actually a mummy from the land of Earth. The speaker had long yellow hair and wore a high-collared striped trench coat over his dark green ninja attire. The handlebar mustache under his nose gave his face a somewhat comical, entertainer-like appearance. It was Hozuki Genjetsu of the Hozuki clan from the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water. At this moment, things resembling foam spheres surrounded him, their surfaces flowing with an iridescent luster. They looked light and airy, seemingly lacking any powerful offensive capability. He scratched his head, putting on an embarrassed and apologetic expression. However, judging by the smug smile on his punchable face, it didn't look like he was apologizing at all. He then looked at Mu's body and suddenly realized. I was wondering what was wrong. So you aren't wearing your bandages, I almost didn't recognize you. See? I really didn't do it on purpose. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? That's hard to say. After all, my ninjutsu subconsciously reacts whenever it encounters you. As he spoke, the iridescent foam spheres around him immediately shot toward Mu. The foam spheres, which looked light enough to be blown away by a breeze, seemed to possess immense mass, their speed so fast that the naked eye could barely track them. Without hesitation, Mu immediately slammed one hand onto the ground. A solid earth wall several meters thick was raised from the snowy ground by him. Boom, boom, boom. The foam spheres struck the earth wall, immediately triggering a series of intense explosions that instantly disintegrated the several-meter-thick wall. Even the snowy ground behind it was blasted into shocking craters, caught in the dense bombardment zone. The power of the foam spheres somewhat exceeded Mu's expectations. He flew into the air, escaping the bombardment range of the foam spheres. Facing this kind of explosive attack that gave one almost no time to breathe, he could only dodge, avoiding contact with the opponent's ninjutsu. This damn mustache's strength has increased again. Who would have thought that a simple water release, water ball technique could become so troublesome? Mu felt heavy-hearted. In the past, the opponent's water ball technique didn't have this level of explosive power, it had actually shattered the sturdy earth wall he created in an instant. It seemed that not only him, but the opponent hadn't been wasting time in the Hidden Mist Village these past few years either, but had also been diligently training his ninjutsu. My apologies. You saw it yourself, my ninjutsu is always like this. It's not that I want to attack you, it's just that the ninjutsu isn't very obedient, it suddenly loses control whenever it touches you. You're okay, right? Looking at Genjetsu's punchable expression below, Mu merely narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger flashing within them. No, this is a common occurrence with ninjutsu, it's not a big deal. Because my dust release is the same, it's always uncontrollable and takes the liberty of attacking people with mustaches like you. Mu spread his hands, aiming at Genjetsu below, and his figure slowly vanished from the air. Humph, this time I'll make you a truly dead mummy. Upon seeing this, Genjetsu was not flustered at all, instead, his blood boiled, and a strong will to fight shone in his eyes. He bit his finger, drawing blood, and halfway through weaving hand signs, he suddenly sensed something. His body plunged downward. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. A low voice permeated the air. The ground for dozens of meters around instantly turned into a swamp, swallowing half of Genjetsu's body and interrupting the summoning technique he was about to perform. Wood release, thorn killing technique. Wooden vines, dancing like long snakes, precisely coiled around the invisible Mu in the air, binding his body and hands to prevent him from activating his ninjutsu. Arriving along with Yayoi and the other two were Hashirama and Tobarama. Clearly, the two of them had also sensed the commotion of the battle and had come to prevent it from escalating. You two, this is not your country. I think it's best not to fight casually. How about you give me some face? Hashirama retracted the wooden vines that were binding Mu, and the latter exited his invisible state, floating in midair. No longer his usual cheerful and gentle self, Hashirama's expression was somewhat serious at this moment. As the initiator of the summit, he did not want to see anyone causing trouble in this place. Otherwise, that would make them enemies of him and Konoha. Mu and Genjetsu exchanged a glance, although the coldness in their eyes had not faded, their will to fight had vanished. With so many people here, this battle could not possibly continue. Moreover, the Hokage's face still needed to be respected. Thus, the two nodded at each other, indicating they would no longer fight. Yayoi signaled to Kakuzu, who was behind and to the side, and Kakuzu released the earth release, swamp of the underworld technique. Guests from afar, please come in and rest first. What do you think, Your Excellency Tsuchikage and Your Excellency Mizukage? Yayoi's gaze swept toward the two old men not far away who had been watching the battle unfold without ever intervening. They were none other than the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Ishikawa, and the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Byakuren. Like Ishikawa, the Mizukage Byakuren was also very old, sporting long, pale hair and a beard. His left eye appeared to have suffered a severe injury and lacked luster. A shocking scar ran from his forehead, through his left eye, and extended down to his cheek. Combined with a mouth full of sharp teeth, it gave him the image of an elder who was not to be trifled with. Then we shall trouble you. Ishikawa took the initiative to speak, breaking the cold atmosphere. Mu flew down and landed behind Ishikawa, standing still, with several high-level Iwagakure ninjas beside him. Genjetsu also came to stand behind Byakuren with the other Hidden Mist ninjas. However, Genjetsu's position was clearly a step ahead of the others, proving that his status in the Hidden Mist Village was equivalent to Mu's. Both were candidates for the Kage. During this period, the ninja villages of the five great nations seemed to have determined the candidates for the next Kage very early on. It wasn't just about magnanimity and delegation of power. Regarding the future development of the village, every first Kage had a detailed plan. The successor established in advance would be the best person to carry on their will. A spirit of striving and progress was embodied without reservation in the leaders of the five great ninja villages. You must have seen it just now, your subordinate was constantly dodging. There is no doubt that Genjutsu had the upper hand in the battle. As Ishikawa and Byakuren walked side by side, Byakuren suddenly spoke up, as if arbitrating who the winner of the battle just now was. No, although your subordinate's ninjutsu is sharp, Mu dodged everything. Moreover, Mu's dust release hasn't even been used yet, your subordinate could not possibly be Mu's opponent. Ishikawa hovered with his feet off the ground, placing him at a higher position than Byakuren. He did not show the slightest intention of backing down in the face of Byakuren's subtle provocation. It's fine to say things like that, but no matter how powerful dust release is, it's meaningless if it doesn't hit anyone. Once Genjutsu's secret technique is unleashed, your subordinate will be finished immediately. You idiot one-eyed old man, it's your subordinate who will be finished immediately. You damn dwarf, you haven't grown in height all these years, but your temper has grown quite a bit. Are you looking for a fight, one-eyed dragon? Ishikawa and Byakuren argued to the end, pressing their foreheads against each other and spewing trash talk. At such an advanced age, their tempers are still so fiery. Their spirit and vitality are truly excellent. Yayoi marveled at how the two Kages, despite their advanced age, could still possess such a competitive mindset, just like young people. It seems that even time cannot take everything away. Fortunately, the two old men were only trading trash talk and spit, not actually fighting, so everyone turned a blind eye. Ninjas of great nations, after all, naturally possess magnanimity. Chapter 112, The Five Kage Summit begins. Ishikawa and Byakuren, who had been arguing all the way, stopped their bickering only when they passed the snowy courtyard and saw the six-tailed beasts being guarded by ninjas and samurai. The two men wore dazed expressions, feeling as if they had been hit by some powerful genjutsu, their feet were welded to the ground, and their bodies remained motionless. As old men who had walked through the Sengoku era, they were a generation older than the other first Kage, making them the most knowledgeable and experienced ninjas around. But honestly, they had never in their lives seen a scene where six-tailed beasts were gathered together like this, and suppressed at that. At this moment, Ishikawa and Byakuren finally confirmed that the Hokage was actually serious. Watching the scene, Yayoi nodded secretly. If anyone else caused trouble, as long as they were dragged over to look at the six-tailed beasts, it was estimated that no one would have the heart to make a move anymore. Especially Mu and Hozuki Genjutsu, in the face of the great power that suppressed the six-tailed beasts, they unanimously felt that they had become clowns. After arranging for the Iwagakure and Hidden Mist personnel to settle in, a few more ninja leaders from small countries arrived shortly after. Among them, the ninja leader from the Land of Snow caught Yayoi's attention. The Land of Snow, like the eastern part of the Land of Night, was a country with a cold climate and barren agriculture, but it had made significant achievements in heavy industry. It also possessed special technology for crafting chakra armor, which was said to significantly enhance a ninja's combat capability. Yayoi knew this rumor was not false, but the technology for crafting chakra armor might not be mature. After all, while enhancing a ninja's ability was certainly good, the safety issue was something that needed a question mark. Since the distances from various countries to the Land of Night were not consistent, the Kage or leaders of the ninja villages from various countries departed and arrived in the Land of Night at different times. However, fortunately, before the summit began, all the invited ninja villages had sent delegations. Even those not on the list came out of admiration, hoping to gain some attention at this summit. Following Konoha, Iwagakure, and Hidden Mist, the Sunagakure ninjas from the Land of Wind and the Kimogakure ninjas from the Land of Lightning also officially arrived at Three Wolves Mountain the day before the Five Kage Summit. First Kazekage Reto looked young, but he was already a middle-aged man over 40. He wore a neat hairstyle and a thick coat, which could resist both wind and snow, as well as the sandstorms of the desert. Given that most of the Land of Wind's territory was desert, his thick attire was not surprising. As for the first Reikage, Yayoi was a little surprised. Although he had dark skin and a tall body like most people from the Land of Lightning, his speech was very polite, and his temper was quite gentle. One must know that before this, Yayoi's impression of Kimogakure ninjas was extremely poor. Not to mention the sneaky behavior of Kimogakure towards the Hyuga clan in the original work. Even the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku made him unable to develop any good feelings for the Kimogakure ninjas. The seemingly brash Kimogakure ninjas were actually incomparably cunning and deceitful in essence, and were very good at conspiracies and schemes. It was just unclear whether this first Reikage possessed true grace, or if this grace and politeness were actually just an external disguise. However, Yayoi did not care about this, he was providing a venue, and the initiator of the actual summit was the Hokage of Konoha. If anyone caused trouble here, there would be no need for the Land of Night to intervene, Konoha would take the initiative to interfere. Just like when Hashirama stopped the fight between Mu and Hozuki Genjutsu earlier, causing trouble here was simply showing no respect to the Hokage of Konoha. Therefore, the dozens of elite Konoha ninjas who had followed Hashirama and Tobarama also managed the order of the venue together with the personnel of the Land of Night in the castle. At the end of October, the day of the Five Kage Summit, snowflakes danced, and the castle was provided with sufficient heating, making it as warm as spring. If one were to have a few drinks in the warm castle at this time, accompanied by some exquisite side dishes, while watching the snow scene outside, it would surely be a wonderful life experience. It was just that the ninjas who came here had no such thoughts. Especially on the day the summit began, the air in the castle was filled with an unfathomable sense of oppression. There were no cumbersome introductory rituals. On that morning, after everyone woke up and finished a hearty breakfast, the formal summit began at around 9 o'clock. The summit was divided into two venues. One was specially prepared for the 5 Kage, and the other was for the leaders of the small country ninja villages to gather and communicate. Only after the 5 Kage finished their mutual discussions would it be time for the 5 Kage to interact and talk with these small country ninja leaders. Since the 5 great nations dominated the major landscape of the ninja world, the ninja villages and their leaders, the Kage, established within the 5 great nations naturally occupied the leading position among ninjas. The formal name of this summit was naturally named the 5 Kage Summit, which was the most important part of the summit. 9:30 in the morning. The 5 Kage gathered in a conference room with a huge round table. On the east side of the round table, from left to right, were the 5, Mizukage Byakuren, Kazekage Redo, Hokage Hashirama, Tsuchikage Ishikawa, and Reikage. Among them, Hozuki Genjutsu stood behind Byakuren, Tobarama stood behind Hashirama, and Mu stood behind Ishikawa, serving as guards and advisors, and also having the qualification to speak during the summit. Behind Kazekage Redo followed a bald man with strange tattoos of an azure dragon and a black dragon claw carved on his forehead and right eye, wearing a gray ninja outfit covered by a sand-yellow cloak. His name was Shaman, a high-level official of Sunagakure, and his status in Sunagakure was equivalent to Tobarama in Konoha, Mu in Iwagakure, and Hozuki Genjutsu in Hidden Mist. As for behind Reikage, there was a man with a rougher appearance and dark skin, wearing a pitch-black outfit. His expression was not as peaceful as A's, but full of seriousness and calmness. What was more interesting was that his name was also called A. This seemed to be a tradition in Kimogakure since its establishment. The leader, the Reikage, was called A, and the Reikage candidate was also named A. Here, A is the Reikage, and A is the Reikage candidate. To avoid confusion, quotation marks are used to distinguish them. On the west side of the conference table was the seat of Yayoi, who was hosting this 5 Kage summit, with Yaya and Kakuzu standing behind him on his left and right. Not far from Yayoi, in a secret corner blocked by curtains, 2 other Land of Night ninjas sat there with papers spread out before them and pens in their hands. They were stenographers specially designated to record the content of this 5 Kage summit. At the request of the Hokage, the 5 Kage summit is convened here. I am General Oda Yayoi of the Land of Night, and it is a great honor to be the host of this summit. If you all have no other matters, let us officially begin the 5 Kage summit. Yayoi opened the atmosphere with a standardized opening statement, then yielded the stage to the 5 Kage opposite, acting as a transparent person on the scene. His requirements for this summit were very low: just don't fight. As soon as Yayoi's words landed, Hashirama took over the conversation, speaking with great excitement. Today, to have the Kage of each village gathered together, I am truly, very grateful to everyone for being able to come. Bang. Hashirama's forehead hitting the conference table really startled everyone, leaving them dumbfounded and looking at each other. They seemed to be looking for who exactly had used a genjutsu on the Hokage. After all, in high-level summits between countries, one had heard of cursing to gain the upper hand, or starting a fight directly, but kneeling and kowtowing right from the start, that was something they had truly never heard of or seen before. Didn't those who attended the Konoha Hokage inauguration ceremony say that the Hokage was a stern person who didn't smile? Was the Hokage swapped? Or did the people who went to Konoha to visit the Hokage's inauguration ceremony lie collectively after returning? Ah, Hokage, I know you are very excited, but as the leader of a country's ninjas, you shouldn't bow your head to others so easily. Reikage advised tactfully. Before figuring out the other party's purpose, he could only try to probe as much as possible. Hokage, please look up quickly. By doing this, it is we who will be in a difficult position instead. Ishikawa also had a headache. Although he knew the general content of this summit through the letters between Mu and Yayoi, but this kowtow from Hashirama made him start to be suspicious. Being too humble makes it hard not to suspect if there is a conspiracy involved. Showing emotions in front of other countries is not a good thing. At this summit, we are all here for the tailed beasts, it is just a transaction. These were the words of Mizukage Byakuren and Kazekage Redo respectively. They did not know what Hashirama's purpose was, but seeds of doubt were planted in their hearts. Moreover, they made up their minds not to follow the Hokage's rhythm and must return to the main topic of distributing the tailed beasts. That's right, for these tailed beasts, we in Konoha have already decided on the price. We will allocate them reasonably according to the strength of each village. But this is not free, you need to exchange them with money or resources. Tobarama exhaled deeply, knowing that only he could save the situation at this time. He knew that something like this would definitely happen at the summit. Fortunately, he had prepared a draft, and his rhythm was not disrupted by Hashirama's recklessness. I think free is also. Shut up. Before Hashirama could finish speaking, Tobirama couldn't help but curse and interrupt. However, the Kage of each village were still shaken in their convictions because of Hashirama's words. It was not because of the free that Hashirama mentioned, but because they felt that there were too many strange and unreasonable things about this summit. Kowtowing, planning to give away tailed beasts for free, the thoughts of this Hokage, Hashirama, were too unfathomable, always making people feel like he was hiding something. And the summit location was also within the territory of the Land of Night, a country with close ties to Konoha. The four Kage, including Ishikawa, couldn't help but scan the surroundings vigilantly to see if there were any suspicious mechanisms or traps. Finally, they fixed their gaze on Yayoi, the host, with deep suspicion and distrust in their eyes, causing the corners of Yayoi's mouth to twitch slightly. This was entirely Konoha's own idea, it had nothing to do with him, the host. Just as it began, the five Kage summit fell into a silent stalemate. Originally, the one following Mizukage Byakuren was the third Mizukage, but here it is changed to Hozuki Genjutsu. After all, the third Mizukage had too few scenes, not even a name or codename. Yayoi observed the slightly guarded expressions of the four Kage. They all seemed to suspect that Konoha and the Land of Night were secretly plotting something unspeakable. This was understandable. Putting himself in their shoes, if he were in the position of the four Kage, he too would inevitably suspect Hashirama's concessions, as they certainly did not seem like the actions of a competent leader. Ever since Hashirama's concessions began, the four Kage falling into a brainstorming session was a perfectly normal human reaction. The only one behaving abnormally here was, in fact, Hashirama, the initiator of this summit. Lord Hokage, please set aside such direct emotional expressions for now. The way you are acting will make it impossible for the summit to proceed smoothly. Furthermore, you are currently representing Konoha and the Land of Fire. Yayoi had no choice but to speak up and urge Hashirama, mentioning Konoha and the Land of Fire at the same time to ensure Hashirama paid a little attention to the international impact in this setting. My apologies. Seeing all the five Kage gathered here together, I am just too happy right now. If there is anything improper, I ask for your understanding. Hashirama was still somewhat unable to contain his emotions. Perhaps it was because the current venue was just like the scene he had dreamed of, leaving him so excited that he was at a loss for what to do. Good grief. If possible, could you avoid starting with such high-pressure methods next time? Kazekage Reto exhaled slightly and rubbed his brow in distress. However, he felt slightly more relaxed inside. It seemed this Hokage of Konoha was truly expressing his genuine feelings, rather than plotting some conspiracy with the Land of Night. Leaders who always act on their preferences and reveal their true feelings, while rare, were not entirely non-existent. Since that is the case, let us skip the unnecessary pleasantries and get straight to the point. Lord Hokage, we were invited to participate in this five Kage summit because it concerns the distribution of the tailed beast, is that correct? Although Tobirama had mentioned it earlier, Reto felt it necessary to confirm it once more. After all, words coming directly from the Hokage carried more weight here. Yes, I intend to distribute the tailed beast to each nation, and I have brought them all with me. Does the Kazekage have any advice? Hashirama blinked. I have seen that much. It seems your strength, Lord Hokage, is even more admirable than the legend suggests. Reto's tone was calm, but only he knew if he was truly as calm on the inside as he appeared on the outside. If it is just a simple distribution of the tailed beast, then things are a bit too simple. Lord Hokage, do you not have any other additional terms? Mizukage Byakuren spoke up, hitting the nail on the head. Hashirama did not answer. Beside him, Tobirama produced the pre-prepared agreement documents and distributed them to Hashirama and the other four Kage. Regarding that, I have already mentioned it before. We in Konoha intend to use the distribution of the tailed beast to balance the strength of the major powers, thereby constructing a stable order suitable for the current development of the ninja world, effectively eliminating unnecessary disputes between nations. This is the agreement. If there are no issues, I hope you will all sign it. Tobirama gave a formulaic explanation, then stood behind and to the side of Hashirama, quietly waiting for the response from the other four Kage. The four Kage did not answer immediately, instead, they picked up the agreement documents in front of them and began to read them unhurriedly. Some wore contemplative expressions, while others frowned slightly, but the expressions they revealed gave away very little information. In terms of emotional control, all four Kage performed exceptionally well. The agreement document contained a great deal of content, and there were many terms that needed to be agreed upon. Some satisfied them, while others left them feeling somewhat resistant or dissatisfied. The things written here are quite thoughtful. Although some parts seem overly idealistic, if the nations can set aside their prejudices, it is not impossible to achieve. Reikage gave his assessment. Overall, he was one of the parties who approved of it. Setting aside overly utopian slogans like peace, a stable environment was actually more beneficial for the development of the major powers right now. Several years ago, the ninja world was filled with wars of all sizes. As long as one was a ninja, even children of 4 or 5 years old had to learn to pick up a kunai and fight to the death. That tragic state of affairs had continued for many years during the Sengoku era, and it was only after the ninja village system appeared that the situation slowly began to ease. In fact, if not for the incident where Uchiha Madara attacked the delegation, communication between the nations would have come much earlier. After all, within these few years, the anti-war population within the major powers was the true mainstream. Having experienced the cruel era of war, most ninjas had begun to loathe the endless slaughter. The two elders, first Tsuchikage Ishikawa and Mizukage Byakuren, merely stroked their beards and nodded slightly, without directly expressing their thoughts. The last one to finish reading was Kazekage Reto. He was the only one whose brow was furrowed tightly, and he extended a single finger. I have 2 questions. First, the terms in the agreement are very good, but the national conditions of the Land of Wind are quite special, and some conditions might place a heavy burden on us. Regarding Reto's statement, Hashirama responded quickly, regarding this, Kazekage, you need not worry. This is just a template, the specific details can be altered after discussion. Reto nodded slowly, then extended a second finger. The second point is that our Land of Wind, like the Land of Night, already possesses a tailed beast. That is the Ichibi Shikaku, sealed within a temple by generations of high monks. Therefore, the distribution of the tailed beast is of no benefit to our Land of Wind. We do not need a tailed beast, we need something else. Is that acceptable? What do you want, Kazekage? A portion of the fertile land of the Land of Fire, and I require 30% of the funds each nation pays to Konoha for purchasing the tailed beast. Reto made an exorbitant demand. Not only Yayoi, but the other Kage were also shocked by Reto's words, especially the 3 Kage other than Hashirama, who stared with wide eyes. Although when making demands, one usually puts forward a difficult condition first and then sits down to slowly bargain, the condition Reto proposed was not intended for negotiation at all, it was an attempt to flip the table. Stop talking nonsense here, Kazekage. There must be a limit to such recklessness. With this attitude, you have absolutely no sincerity for negotiation. As for the reprimands from the 3 Kage, Reto simply acted as if he had not heard them. As long as you agree to these terms, I will sign this. Most of the territory of our Land of Wind is desert that cannot produce anything. As compensation for not wanting a tailed beast, you must cede something to our Land of Wind. Facing Reto's excessive greed, Mizukage Byakuren was the first to lose his patience. In that case, it would be effortless for us to join forces and wipe out your Land of Wind and Sunagake first. Be careful not to bite your tongue, Mizukage. Are you trying to test whether my wind release is sharp? Humph. My water release is not to be trifled with either. Boom. The instant chakra erupted from the two of them, the hard floor beneath their feet immediately emitted a cracking sound, unable to bear the weight, and shattered inch by inch. The chakra on their bodies had already spread from within them, visible to the naked eye. An intensely concentrated killing intent collided fiercely in midair, making the air murky and heavy, as if filled with lead. Just as their bodies were tense to the limit and the great battle was about to break out at any moment, a loud bang echoed, causing the killing intent that had condensed in the air to pause. Lord Hokage, you. The eyes of the 4 Kage converged. Even Mizukage Byakuren and Kazekage Reto, who were at each other's throats, watched Hashirama, who had slammed his head heavily onto the table, and remained silent for a long time. In the past, in order to protect our respective fellow countrymen and families, there were indeed many conflicts and helpless actions. To be honest, even if we sign this agreement today, I cannot guarantee how long such an order can last. However, one day, ninjas will be able to disregard national borders, support each other, assist each other, and form a single whole. That is the brand new world I hope for. I sincerely hope that all of you can, starting from today, take the first step toward peace. Please, I beg of you. Hearing Hashirama's earnest words, which were reflected in his actions, the faces of the 4 Kage could not help but show astonishment. They were surprised that a person as unbelievably powerful as Hashirama would lower his head without hesitation to express his ideal of order and peace to them. If it were any one of them who had said such things, they would have felt it was just hypocrisy and deliberate posturing. However, Hashirama was different. Starting from the fact that he had easily suppressed the tailed beasts, no proof was needed, he was the undisputed strongest ninja in the ninja world right now. If it were any of the 4 Kage, it would be impossible for them to possess the power to easily suppress several tailed beasts alone. Hashirama's expression of true feelings, speaking up for the weak, and lowering his status, if it were them, they could not possibly lower themselves to those of equal or lesser standing, purely to contribute selflessly to the order of the ninja world. The expressions on the faces of the 4 Kage could not help but become moved and silent. The fact that their previous attitudes were sometimes ambiguous and sometimes tough was the best proof of this. The suspicion and distrust of the past were between clans, and now it had gradually evolved into open strife and secret struggles between nations and between villages. They viewed each other as powerful rivals and enemies, not as friends working hand in hand. Sigh, anyway, lift your head up first, Lord Hokage. First Tsuchikage Ishikawa was the first to break the silence. To be honest, I do not quite understand the thoughts of the young people today, but the pain brought by war has indeed caused all nations to silently lick their wounds. Whether it is the citizens or the ninjas in the villages, the anti-war sentiment is very high. First Tsuchikage Ishikawa's words left the other Kage in silence. Being anti-war and yearning for stability was indeed a common mindset among citizens and ninjas. Having experienced the incredibly cruel chaotic times before, even they felt numb and repulsed by the endless fighting. As the oldest, first Tsuchikage Ishikawa and Mizukage Byakuren felt this even more deeply. The ninja village model was a trial-and-error approach, and now it seemed that this model indeed had some results, alleviating the heavy pain brought about by the chaotic Sengoku era. Previously, because of the matter with Uchiha Madara, our relationship with Konoha and the Land of Fire was very tense, and war could have broken out at any time. If you, Lord Hokage, are willing to break this deadlock and take the lead here, I can represent Kimogakure and the Land of Lightning in supporting your decision, Lord Hokage. Reikage stroked his chin and followed up in agreement. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning generally had a relatively high will to fight, and this was even more so after the establishment of Kimogakure. But that was just an illusion built up by a few high-level officials. It was fine to let them engage in petty squabbles in daily life, but if a real war were to break out, it was estimated that if you asked them, not a single one would make a peep. Mizukage Byakuren and Kazekage Reto snorted coldly at each other. Although they did not express it in words, the words of first Tsuchikage Ishikawa and Reikage had pierced through their essence of being fierce of face but faint of heart. But let us be clear first, our Land of Wind must receive a certain amount of support before I can sign. Kazekage Reto's ill-timed voice came again. Kazekage, do you still want to fight? You idiot one-eyed old man, I did not say I wanted to take your things for nothing. Although the Land of Wind is barren, it also has quite a few other resources. Kazekage Reto and Mizukage Byakuren, although they did not like each other, this time there was no longer the tense, sword-drawn atmosphere from before. Chapter 114, The Five Kage Summit ends. It seems the situation is better than expected. As the atmosphere eased, the summit was temporarily suspended. In a quiet room, Yayoi and Tobarama stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at a world draped in silver, with snowflakes dancing in the air. Yayoi's voice broke the silence in the room. Tobarama took a deep breath, clearly understanding what Yayoi was referring to. Indeed. Every nation yearns for stability now, it is the trend of the times. As Konoha's strategist, Tobarama could naturally see that it wasn't just Konoha and the Land of Fire, the other great nations and their ninja villages were fundamentally unwilling to engage in conflict. Hashirama's pursuit of order might look like a personal whim, but in reality, he was fanning the flames, leveraging this trend to voice what the other Kage most desired in their hearts. Furthermore, by adopting a humble stance, he offered the Kage and their nations a way out, a step that would provide them with a sense of security. Uchiha Madara's past attacks on the delegations had worsened relations between the nations, nearly plunging them back into the chaotic Sengoku era. At this moment, nothing was more important than a sense of security. After all, the constant warfare and slaughter of the Sengoku era would leave even an Ironman feeling weary and exhausted. Most ninjas supported the one country, one village system precisely because they saw the hope of ending the chaos of war. If anyone were to go against this trend, they would inevitably find themselves abandoned by everyone. Uchiha Madara was the perfect example. His extreme, hegemonic behavior had deviated from the overall trend that, after long wars, people yearn for peace. The one country, one village era had emerged due to the alliance between Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and between the Senju and Uchiha. Once this system and trend emerged, it formed a torrent that swept through the ninja world, no longer something that Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, the Senju, or the Uchiha could control. What the future would eventually look like could only be left to time to test. It's just that Lord Hashirama's stance is a bit too low. Given his intellect, the intelligence Konoha possesses, and your reminders, he should have realized this. Yayoi was puzzled by this. Even if Hashirama were naive to that extent, he didn't believe Tobarama would have failed to offer any warnings before the summit. In fact, from Yayoi's perspective, reaching a peace agreement among the five great nations for this summit was quite simple. By grasping the primary need of every nation to stabilize, and focusing on that, the goal could be achieved smoothly. There was no need to make it so complicated or to lower one's stance. I spoke with my brother last night, but he remained steadfast in his approach because he didn't want to turn the Five Kage Summit into a session of mutual probing with ulterior motives. Stability among nations is the major trend, but before that, probing and sacrifices would be inevitable. My brother doesn't want to see innocent lives sacrificed for such things. So that's how it is. Yayoi nodded, understanding the reason for Hashirama's low posture. Indeed, stability was the major trend in the ninja world now, and unless it was a last resort, no one wanted to go against it. But putting aside prejudices to cooperate was extremely difficult. There would inevitably be covert struggles, followed by mutual contention and adjustment during the probing phase, before eventually tending toward stability. But in doing so, there would certainly be victims who lost their lives. Hashirama had skipped the meaningless probing process between the nations. Since stability was the major trend, he would simply be the one to break the rigid deadlock, skipping the probing and jumping straight to the cooperation phase. The other four great nations lacked this capability, and the only ones capable of doing it were Konoha and the Land of Fire, who had a tainted history. Hashirama's low posture stemmed from both his apologies to the various nations and his own compassionate nature. There had been too many sacrifices in the Sengoku era. Those who had struggled so hard to survive should not become meaningless victims in the nation's probing and struggles. Regardless, I believe the subsequent summit will be very smooth. Tobirama agreed with the prediction Yayoi had made. Regardless, the matter of Konoha being the leader had finally been settled. Although his brother was naive and sometimes acted very childishly, once the bottom line of a matter was officially set, he would not allow anyone to test the boundaries again. If anyone mistook his low posture for weakness, they would be making a huge mistake. He could eliminate his own friend for the sake of Konoha. He could equally mercilessly eliminate those ambitious schemers who incited war for the sake of peace. At 2 p.m., after everyone had finished lunch, the second half of the 5 Kage summit began. With Hashirama taking the lead, the atmosphere was much better than the morning session. Even Kazekage Reto no longer used an arrogant tone to make exorbitant demands or act to test the reactions of other nations. This made Yayoi feel much more at ease, but he also knew this was to Hashirama's credit. Without Hashirama proactively breaking the deadlock, the four Kage might have spent a long time just probing each other and engaging in covert struggles, which might have eventually escalated into real combat. In fact, thinking about it, it was quite normal. Since they were there representing the interests of their nations and villages, probing the opponent's cards was the mainstream approach. Hashirama, by playing with his cards face up, seemed incredibly unconventional at the summit. Regarding the conditions in the agreement, the four Kage also made some changes. They did not follow the template Hashirama provided, but they were generally within the expectations of Konoha and the Land of Fire. Among them, Kazekage Reto made the most changes. After all, the environment of the Land of Wind was indeed quite special. Conditions suitable for other nations could be a burden for the Land of Wind. Kazekage, do you really not want a tailed beast? Finally, it was the turn of the tailed beast distribution issue. Ishikawa looked at Reto, asking once again about Reto's view on the tailed beasts. Reto shook his head very firmly, as if he found them repulsive. One tailed beast is enough. These things revive after being killed, and turning them into a Jinchuriki might lead to a rampage every now and then. They are just a huge hassle. I really don't know why you treat them like treasures. The trouble he referred to clearly wasn't the strength of the tailed beasts, but the high cost of controlling them, with benefits that weren't necessarily good. Most importantly, as for tailed beasts, as long as they didn't come in groups, he, as the Kazekage, could easily suppress any single one, except for the nine-tailed, with his own hands. In the hidden sand village, he wasn't the only one capable of fighting a tailed beast head-on. His guard behind him, Shaman, was one of them. Compared to tailed beasts, he hoped more for additional aid from other nations for the living conditions of the Land of Wind, to improve the lives of his citizens. But their chakra is extremely powerful. When necessary, they can be used as energy to develop the village. A said this. Reto sneered at A's statement. He had never heard of tailed beasts actively cooperating. Even Hashirama and Uchiha Madara used other means to control the tailed beasts. On the contrary, he had witnessed many tragedies caused by tailed beast rampages with his own eyes. Whether it was sealing jutsu or creating a Jinchuriki, in his view, it was all playing with fire. If it weren't for the fact that the Ichibi Shikaku bastard always liked to hole up in the deserts of the Land of Wind and refused to leave, he would have dragged Shikaku out to sell for a good price. Thinking of that troublesome guy Shikaku, Reto's eyes suddenly lit up. In that case, how about I sell Shikaku to you in Kimogakure? A's mouth twitched. If Reto didn't want a tailed beast, it meant the 6 tailed beasts from Konoha could be divided among Kimogakure, Hidden Mist, and Iwagakure, with each getting 2. If another one came. Not to mention whether Kimogakure could handle it, even if they could, the control cost would reach an unimaginable level. By then, Kimogakure would feel like they could do nothing else but consider how to suppress the tailed beasts. In his eyes, 1 or 2 were fine, a third one would be a burden, not an asset, for the current Kimogakure. Most importantly, if everyone else only took 2 and they took 3, wasn't that putting him on a grill to be roasted? Couldn't this Kazekage bastard negotiate privately? Kazekage, Reikage, don't mess around. We will be watching you. Ishikawa and Byakuren were instantly alert, looking at Reto and A with warning gazes. Rest assured, you two, I'm not that unwise. A asked Ishikawa and Byakuren to calm down, indicating he didn't have that intention. Reto didn't ask if Konoha wanted a tailed beast because, except for the Ichibi and the seven tails, Konoha was the organizer distributing the tailed beasts. If they needed a second tailed beast, they could just take it out and sell the 5 tailed beasts. Next, Reto stopped talking about selling Shikaku and continued the meeting. The second meeting finalized more details. Although the conditions in the agreement document were revised again and again, they never jumped outside the framework established by Hashirama. Overall, the Kage all got what they wanted. Regarding the distribution of tailed beasts, Hidden Mist, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure each received 2. Among them, Hidden Mist received the 3 tails and 6 tails, Iwagakure received the 4 tails and 5 tails, and Kimogakure obtained the 2 tails and 8 tails. Of course, this was not free, they each needed to provide large amounts of money, technology, or resources to exchange. The only ones who didn't need a tailed beast, the Land of Wind and the Hidden Sand Village, received concessions from the other nations and villages. However, this concession was not given to the Land of Wind and the Hidden Sand Village for free, they needed to trade things for it. At the same time, Konoha also took some of the profits gained from selling the tailed beasts to support the Land of Wind and the Hidden Sand Village. However, this support was also not free, it was just making concessions within a reasonable range to the Land of Wind and the Hidden Sand Village, allowing Reto's side to earn a bit more, and Konoha and the Land of Fire to earn a bit less. Thus, the 5 Kage summit could be considered successfully concluded. Although it only lasted a single day, all 5 Kage were decisive people, and with Hashirama breaking the ice first, the summit proceeded incredibly smoothly. So, Kage, there are no more objections, right? Finally, Yayoi, as the moderator, stood up and looked at the 5 Kage who had also stood up. In front of them lay the prepared agreement documents. At the bottom of the documents, every Kage signed their name. They represented not just their villages, but also the nations behind them, and they also represented the will of their daimyos. The 5 Kage, led by Hashirama, all nodded, indicating that there were no longer any objections. The development of the situation was smoother than everyone had expected. In that case, in the name of the General of the Land of Night, I announce that this agreement is officially effective. Yayoi announced the effectiveness of the agreement with a solemn expression. The one country, one village era, at this moment, completely dismantled the remnants of the Sengoku era, entering a brand new era where nations cooperated with one another. Perhaps in the future, such peace would give rise to new disputes and contradictions as the situation changed. But at this moment, this agreement document undoubtedly concerned the lives and blood and tears of countless people in the various nations, and it had appeared amidst the prayers and blessings of countless people, it carried more weight than anything else in the world. Chapter 115, Tailed Beast Drug. After the 5 Kage formally reached an agreement, it meant that the era of cooperation between the 5 great nations had arrived. With the 5 great nations taking the lead, the smaller nations would naturally follow this trend. Therefore, the subsequent developments regarding the smaller nations were passed unanimously with almost no resistance. For one, it was very difficult to oppose decisions made by the 5 great nations, a slight misstep could lead to disaster. On the other hand, the agreements formulated among the 5 great nations also offered visible benefits to the smaller nations. An environment with stable order was exactly what the smaller nations craved. As long as this result was achieved, the trip was worth it. The summit lasted for 3 days, after which the various nations left 3 Wolves Mountain one after another. Hidden Mist, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure returned with 2 tailed beasts each, essentially taking the goods first and paying later. Because these were tailed beasts in a weakened state, even with 2 of them, the ninjas from the 3 villages could easily suppress them. Moreover, among the ninjas they brought, there were experts in sealing jutsu. Iwagakure, in particular, was the most prepared. They even brought a significant amount of money, paying nearly half of the amount due to Konoha, with the remainder to be raised after returning to Iwagakure. Finally, only Konoha remained at 3 Wolves Mountain, planning to set off a day later. It seems you Konoha are going to make a huge profit this time. In a small private meeting room, Yayoi and Tobarama sat face to face. Yayoi saying this wasn't to tease Tobarama, the funds paid by the various nations to Konoha for the tailed beasts were indeed staggering. The payments included not just money, but also a significant amount of ninjutsu data and resources, which even made Yayoi feel tempted. It is what it is. To turn these things into nutrients for Konoha's growth, the subsequent development needs to keep up. Tobarama's mouth curled slightly, he was clearly in a good mood. This much money and resources were enough for him to handle many things. As for the lost tailed beasts, Tobarama didn't take it to heart. With so many tailed beasts, from any perspective, it wasn't suitable to keep them all together. Konoha possessed the strongest 9-tailed, that was enough. Compared to that, how did the discussion with Lord Hashirama go? Yayoi was referring to the Sage Jutsu trade brought up that day, exchanging Sage Jutsu for the artificial life research data in his hands. Tobarama sighed. I thought it was exchangeable, but my older brother refused. He believes Sage Jutsu is too dangerous and shouldn't be casually taught to people. This didn't exceed Yayoi's expectations. Since Tobirama hadn't come to talk to him about the trade for several consecutive days, he knew the deal had mostly failed. However, the reason for the refusal was very much in line with Hashirama's style. Sage Jutsu cultivation was more treacherous than forbidden jutsu, and there was no room for compromise. Either you learn it, or you die. The probability of living or dying was 50-50. With Hashirama's benevolent nature, it was only natural for him to consider this. Most importantly, Yayoi's identity was sensitive. If an accident occurred while practicing Sage Jutsu, it could lead to unfavorable changes, which was something Hashirama was most unwilling to see. Regarding Tobirama's regret, Yayoi couldn't empathize. His demand for Sage Jutsu hadn't reached the point of being absolutely necessary. At worst, there was still the path of the Tsuchigumo clan, although the Sage Jutsu of this clan still needed to be perfected. Then, Yayoi and Tobirama skipped this topic and began discussing other cooperation matters. The Land of Fire possessed the richest and most comprehensive resources in the ninja world, while the Land of Night possessed the premier technology in the ninja world, especially in the smelting of chakra metal, which was unrivaled across the entire ninja world. The quality of chakra metal produced from the Land of Night exceeded that of other nations. This had been certified by many countries. The next day, Hashirama and Tobirama took the Konoha ninjas back to the Land of Fire. The 5 Kage summit officially concluded successfully, but the end of the summit was precisely the beginning of cooperation between the nations. With Konoha taking the lead, the ninja world could finally be quiet for a while, without worrying about anyone causing trouble. At least while Hashirama was alive, this agreement for peaceful development would have strong binding force. As for after Hashirama died, well, that kind of problem would have to be left for future people to solve. If a problem couldn't be solved, then one could only say that eliminating the person was also a way to solve the problem. Half a month after the 5 Kage summit ended, in mid-November, the funds for the tailed beasts purchased by Hidden Mist, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure were successively delivered to Konoha along with the delegations. Arriving at Konoha at the same time were delegations from many other nations. The previous 5 Kage summit only determined the basic route, leaving some time was also to give the various nations time to think. The real challenge of whether the nations could work together hand in hand was just beginning. As the general of the Land of Night, Yayoi naturally sent a delegation to Konoha to participate in these cooperation matters, hoping to open up more financial avenues through Konoha. While the delegation went to Konoha to generate wealth, Yayoi himself wasn't idle. He arrived at the underground laboratory in the inner court shrine. Having not come for a while, there were no major changes overall, but the details were more complete than before, clearly having undergone careful adjustments. "Calling me here at this time, is there any progress in the experiment?" Yayoi's footsteps echoed in the laboratory. Reaching the depths, he saw the white-haired girl in a shrine maiden outfit with her back to him, busy with something at the workbench. There wasn't a living person around, it was just humanoid puppets wearing lab coats doing the work. She seemed to be getting more and more proficient with the use of puppet assistants here. Under her command, the puppet assistants could complete some simple experiments that didn't require complex processes and only needed repetition. Except for being unable to think or speak, they were the most perfect assistants here. However, facing Yayoi's words, Nene's movements didn't pause at all as she continued doing what was in front of her, seemingly having reached a critical step. Compared to Yayoi, the financier, the experiment in front of her was clearly more important in her eyes. Yayoi stopped speaking and just stood there patiently waiting for a few minutes until Nene finished the experiment. Seeing the fine sweat on Nene's forehead, he asked with a smile. "Do you want me to bring you a glass of water?" "Ah, thanks. I am indeed a bit thirsty." Nene replied expressionlessly, as if this was something Yayoi should be doing. Yayoi's smile was somewhat strained. This white-haired girl was unusually arrogant. Lately, she had been eating his food, drinking his drink, wearing his clothes, and even this incredibly luxurious laboratory was built with his money. His money? What about your recent results? If you can't satisfy me, I will really cut off your funding. Yayoi skipped the topic of drinking water and directly demanded Nene's recent results. After all, he had poured in a large amount of real money. If she didn't come up with results that satisfied him, he would really have to make her learn how to shake her butt. Nene didn't care about this threat from Yayoi at all. She took a small glass bottle from the pocket of her white lab coat, in which 7 capsule-shaped red pills could be seen. "This is a new drug refined with tailed beast chakra. I have already experimented with it on mice many times, and the safety is very high." As for how much the effect would be improved, Nene didn't say. This required Yayoi to verify it personally, with data obtained from practice as the priority. After all, mice were ultimately mice and could not replace the real human body. The only thing she could guarantee was that the risks were controllable. Yayoi took the medicine bottle, nodded, and walked to the super-large computer to find the experimental data of this drug and the specific test status of the mice. From the data analysis, this drug was indeed quite mature. It shouldn't be something created recently, some parts were probably already in a relatively complete embryonic form when she was still in the Uzumaki clan. The only thing missing was the extremely important main ingredient, tailed beast chakra. I didn't expect you to be able to derive so much just through theory. Yayoi turned his head to look at her. Because the Uzumaki clan has a lot of research data on tailed beasts and tailed beast chakra, I am just standing on the shoulders of my predecessors and further perfecting it. Nene didn't look like she had any proud or arrogant expression, speaking in a flat, emotionless voice. To be safe, Yayoi still used the testing instruments here to analyze the specific components of the drug, reconfirming with his own eyes whether there were any hidden safety hazards inside. After all, this was something used on the human body, so he absolutely couldn't just give it to people to use without checking everything. It looks interesting. Come with me. As the developer, you also need to intuitively understand the specific effects of this drug. After speaking, Yayoi took the medicine and walked toward the exit of the laboratory. Wait. What's wrong? Seeing that Nene didn't follow, Yayoi asked with confusion. Nene walked toward the lounge not far away. I'm going to put on some underwear first. Question mark. Soon Nene walked out of the lounge, her face calm, as if she didn't care about the incredibly weird look that had appeared in Yayoi's eyes. On the training ground of the outer court, Yayoi brought Nene here and found a jonin and a senior samurai. Tetsuro, take this medicine and have a sparring match with Kazama. Yayoi took a red pill from the medicine bottle and spoke to the 20-something-year-old samurai, Tetsuro. He had recently been promoted from an intermediate samurai to a senior samurai, and like most samurai, he was extremely good at speed and swordsmanship. His opponent was also a young man in his 20s, Kazama Kamamitsu. A jonin of the Kamamitsu clan, skilled in taijutsu and wind release. Combined with the secret arts of the Kamamitsu clan, their physique could enhance the power of wind release when using it. In terms of ability, the two were relatively similar, and both were confident in their speed. As for strength, clearly, Kazama, this jonin, was better. As long as the speed gap wasn't significantly widened by the samurai, in battles of the same level, ninjas often emerged victorious. Yes. Tetsuro didn't hesitate, took the medicine Yayoi handed him, and swallowed it in one gulp. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just after swallowing the medicine, Tetsuro let out an incredibly excited scream, as if he had something he had to let out. Tetsuro felt it clearly. Chakra. A huge amount of chakra was continuously gushing out from his body. So much so that a faint red phantom appeared on the surface of his body. The powerful chakra that erupted caused the surrounding airflow to fluctuate violently, blowing away the surrounding sand and dust, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. This chakra is simply too strong. I feel like I can even challenge Lord Kurobi. Tetsuro let out an incredibly excited shout. With this powerful chakra, he felt he could do anything. Even against the strongest samurai in the land of night, he had the confidence to fight. Chapter 116, anyway, let's do the experiment first. Does your medicine have a side effect of lowering intelligence? Yayoi turned his head to look at Nene beside him. Although the chakra Tetsuro erupted with was powerful, if it were only to this extent, Kurobi could probably easily resolve it in a few strikes. Nene was wearing a shrine-maiden outfit with a white lab coat over it. She didn't seem to care about Yayoi's teasing and just calmly replied, "How is that possible? I didn't add any ingredients that damage brain nerves." This was clearly a completely normal phenomenon where one's mentality began to rapidly inflate after a boost in chakra. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Facing Tetsuro's excitement, Kazama was vigilant yet calm, and without hesitation, he seized the opponent's opening to launch a ninjutsu. SSHHH. An invisible blade cut through the air. Feeling only the vibration of the airflow, the iron armor on Tetsuro's chest was sliced open by some sharp blade with a straight and neat gap. Tetsuro suddenly became alert and jumped backward, causing the latter half of the invisible blade to strike the ground directly, carving out a shocking gap several meters long. That was really dangerous, but this feeling is truly amazing. I'm going to get serious now. Bring it on. Regarding Tetsuro's provocative display of battle intent, Kazama still responded calmly. Tetsuro took a deep breath, pushed off with his feet, and darted quickly toward Kazama, preparing to engage in close-quarters combat. The red chakra wrapped around his katana, slashing toward Kazama with an unstoppable aura. Kazama staggered his steps, dodged sideways while hugging the wind pressure brought by the katana, held a kunai in his right hand, and swung it toward Tetsuro's body, the kunai gathering sharp wind release chakra. Tetsuro twisted his body and turned his wrist, the katana changing its path in an instant, colliding fiercely with Kazama's kunai and sparking a string of embers. Kazama let out a muffled grunt and retreated several steps in succession. Tetsuro continued his pursuit, and Kazama was not one to be outdone. They engaged in a lightning-fast offensive and defensive battle on the spacious training ground. Every collision between the katana and the kunai caused the airflow to vibrate. Red chakra surged continuously from Tetsuro's body, leaking out in streams of red airflow that were not under his own control. I cannot engage him in close quarters combat, otherwise, I will be defeated sooner or later. Kazama became anxious inside. Originally, his strength and speed were not inferior to Tetsuro's, but now, there was a visible gap between his and Tetsuro's strength and speed. Although he wouldn't be defeated quickly, if things continued like this, it would be difficult for him to turn the situation around. Using a feint to avoid Tetsuro, Kazama immediately retreated, threw a kunai, and blocked the rapidly advancing Tetsuro once again. Wind release, great breakthrough. The storm, which was originally only used to kick up dust and block one's vision, in Kazama's hands, not only blew up a sky full of dust that obscured vision, but within the dust, cold glints flashed, wind blades composed of invisible airflow, ruthlessly attacking the enemy who had lost their vision. However, a strong gust of wind blew away the dust created by Kazama's wind release. That was not an attack, it was just the offensive force naturally generated by the red chakra on Tetsuro's body as he moved. Even the wind blades generated by the surrounding invisible airflow were almost entirely dodged by him, with only one or two striking his body, causing minor injuries. He not only gained chakra with an aura similar to a tailed beast, but even his attack method is similar to a tailed beast. Yayoi evaluated the red chakra on Tetsuro's body. Although it was thin and did not form a solid entity like a cloak, the faint red phantom on Tetsuro's body was, one step further, the prototype of the most basic tailed beast cloak. The way his chakra erupted in waves was also similar to a tailed beast. Unlike humans erupting chakra, tailed beasts erupting chakra can directly turn the dispersed chakra into a fierce impact like an iron block, instantly knocking away and severely injuring a Jonin-level ninja. Although Tetsuro's chakra eruption did not have this kind of power, it could not be underestimated either. Nene watched without blinking, focusing with extreme seriousness, likely collecting data from this live combat. On the training ground, Kazama was in a bit of misery. Tetsuro's speed was too fast, as long as he didn't put enough distance between them, he would immediately rush up and forcibly interrupt his wind release. Although he couldn't interrupt it every time, at least 2 out of 3 times he could interrupt his wind release, which made him very annoyed, to the point where he was now covered in many wounds. This won't do. I can't effectively create distance this way. If this continues, Kazama was sweating profusely from anxiety. This feeling of being suppressed everywhere was truly terrible. Especially since he was a ninja who excelled at speed, being surpassed in his field of confidence was truly frustrating. Just as Kazama was about to reach his limit, he suddenly saw Tetsuro's body pause, his speed and strength dropped sharply, and the red chakra on his body also disappeared visibly to the naked eye. It was obvious that the drug's effect had worn off. The duration was about 5 minutes. Alright, let's end it here. Yayoi spoke up to interrupt the combat. Kazama, who had wanted to counterattack, had no choice but to stop, step back, distance himself from Tetsuro, and take a heavy breath. Tetsuro's face was also pale, although he wasn't collapsed from exhaustion, his body briefly fell into a shaky and weak state. Yayoi came to Tetsuro's side and reached out to check his body. After a while, he figured out Tetsuro's physical condition. The meridian system was not damaged, just severely exhausted. In Tetsuro's current condition, he could continue to take another pill and maintain the previous state to fight. However, after taking the second pill, when the effect wore off, it probably wouldn't be as simple as just exhaustion, he would likely collapse and fall asleep immediately. Of course, that was not the point. Yayoi looked at the wounds on Tetsuro's body. Although Kazama was on the disadvantageous side, the large-scale wind release attack he cast still broke through Tetsuro's physical defenses and left wounds on his body. But these wounds healed on their own. It seems that when using this kind of medicine, one also gains the self-healing ability of tailed beast chakra. Yayoi let Tetsuro and Kazama go to rest. Before leaving, Tetsuro seemed still reluctant to part with the medicine from just now, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Soon, Yayoi found the second group of test subjects. This time, Yayoi swapped it around, letting the Jonin-level ninja with slightly weaker hard power take the medicine to fight against the higher-ranking samurai with superior strength. The result was similar to before. The weaker side used the chakra boosted by the medicine to suppress the originally stronger side. Although they still didn't win before the effect wore off, if they took a second pill, he believed winning the battle wouldn't be a problem. Testing up to this point, there was no need to find a third group for reference. For an ordinary Jonin, the chakra boosted by this medicine was very optimistic. As long as the strength difference wasn't large, after taking this medicine, one could basically occupy an advantageous position. The side effects were also much smaller than imagined, only the exhaustion after the drug's effect wore off, without damaging the meridian system. Only by taking 2 pills consecutively at once would one become exhausted and pass out after the effect wore off. It could be said that the effect of this medicine was already quite mature, the only areas that could be improved were basically focused on the duration. As for the side effect of exhaustion, this was a negative effect that would inevitably exist. It would be better to say that just being exhausted was already a fairly gentle negative impact. Finally, Yayoi popped one into his own mouth and carefully felt the changes after the medicine's boost. There was a boost, but not much. Before Yayoi could even get a feel for it, it ended directly. It was dull and boring, and he didn't even enter an exhausted state. Your strength is too great, this medicine cannot effectively boost the chakra of a ninja of your level. Nene thought Yayoi didn't understand the upper limit of this medicine, so she began to explain. It wasn't just for people like Yayoi whose hard power far exceeded ordinary jonin. If it were a ninja with very weak strength but an abnormally large amount of chakra, the boost would also be minimal, though generally, ninjas with powerful chakra amounts wouldn't be weak. If I provide a large amount of tailed beast chakra, can this medicine be mass-produced? Funding is not an issue. Yayoi wanted to include this medicine as military supplies. No. Nene shook her head without hesitation. Although tailed beast chakra is important, the other materials are equally expensive and rare. Some medicinal herbs only grow in specific environments and are not produced in high quantities. Hearing this, Yayoi understood. What if I only provide it to jonin and high-ranking samurai? How many of these people are there in total? Regarding exactly how many jonin and high-ranking samurai were in the Land of Night, Nene knew nothing. After all, she had no interest in knowing these things. Fewer than 100. This number is not a problem. But in a few years, the number will rise again. Yayoi replied. With the current upward trend of the Land of Night, it was completely predictable that more jonin and high-ranking samurai would emerge in a few years. This medicine is something I spent many years organizing and collecting data for, along with various preliminary experiments. In the next few years, optimization will be quite difficult. Nene frowned slightly. To complete this medicine, she had scoured many of the Uzumaki clan's past records and classics regarding tailed beasts and various medicinal herbs. She didn't have many clues on how to further optimize it at the moment. Many of the medicines previously given to Yayoi were degraded byproducts of her research into this tailed beast medicine. Increasing chakra while minimizing side effects was the limit of what she could do at the moment. I see. Then let's take our time. After all, there won't be any wars breaking out in the next few years. Although Yayoi had the intention to include this tailed beast medicine as military supplies, he was not in a hurry to put the medicine into military use at the moment. Next, I'll take you back to the laboratory. Nene did not refuse and let Yayoi take her back to the laboratory in the inner court. I have things to do later, you. Returning to the laboratory, Nene had just opened her mouth when it was blocked. Her toes uncontrollably stood on tiptoe, and her body was tightly held in a sturdy and broad male embrace, unable to break free. Nene only slightly dilated her red pupils, she had no other expressions or movements, waiting quietly for time to pass. After a long time, Nene got the chance to breathe through her mouth. A flush of unnatural redness appeared on her expressionless face, adding a touch of strange charm. The funding reward is only one thing, now I'll give you the second reward. Stop talking nonsense, come in. Following that, Nene coldly interrupted Yayoi's next words, took his hand, and entered the lounge inside. She took out an alarm clock, placed it on the bedside table, and set it for half an hour. Then, Nene took off her white lab coat, revealing the spotless shrine maiden outfit underneath. All right, you only have half an hour now. I have important experiments to do later. Red pupils stared at Yayoi with extreme focus, as if she needed to observe the following events to draw some data-based conclusion. Yayoi scratched his head, this person really was an experiment fanatic. Since she liked doing experiments so much, he would let her observe how this kind of experiment was conducted. Trying different experimental paths was also an essential quality for a researcher. Chapter 117, Reward. So, Nene, you can actually make the expression of a normal woman. After finishing the experiment with Nene, Yayoi lay on the bed, giving his final conclusion regarding the experiment just now. Especially in the final stage of the experiment, going from unflappable to a sudden collapse, it could be called the top-tier attack speed god gear. Alright, you can leave now. Nene changed into a brand new shrine maiden outfit, acting as if she hadn't heard Yayoi's evaluation of her. Her face returned to an almost void-like indifference, revealing a ruthlessness that suggested she would casually discard something after using it up. She glanced at the alarm clock nearby, it had long passed the time she had initially set. Yayoi looked at Nene's emotionless face without saying a word, then beckoned her over. What are? Although Nene was confused, she still walked over. Yayoi repeated his old trick, sealing her voice. Since the time is already exceeded, it doesn't matter if we go over a little more. He wanted to conduct the experiment in a scientific way to see if Nene could show more interesting and rich expressions. Research proved that it was indeed possible. And the expressions were even more vivid than Kicho's and Hisana's. For example, after seeing the astonishing experimental results, she would cover her mouth in shock. For example, when Yayoi was preparing to give her funding, she would be so excited that she would become dazed. Inner court, on the training ground. I'm coming. To make fighting more convenient, Hisana was wearing a red and white ninja outfit similar to a shrine maiden's dress. She had strapped silver-white armor plates onto her shins, arms, and other areas, which could be used for defense and, when necessary, to attack enemies. She rarely used ninja tools, simply brandishing her fists as she charged toward Kicho opposite her. Although her body sprinting technique was so bad that even Kicho felt like complaining about it, it had to be said that Hisana's speed was very fast. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually reasonable. Taijutsu is linked to chakra. Ordinary taijutsu doesn't require chakra, but to perform high-performance taijutsu, chakra is essential, and the more powerful the chakra, the more powerful the taijutsu. This was perfectly embodied in Hisana. Technique didn't matter, for her, as long as it was fast and direct, that was enough. The rest would be solved by her own chakra volume. Kicho activated her Byakugan, constantly perceiving Hisana's movement trajectory. After nearly a month of guidance, the other party's taijutsu was finally on the right track. Even if the moves were straightforward, after refining and injecting a large amount of chakra, her speed and destructive power would undergo a qualitative change. In this situation, if she didn't use her Byakugan, it would be really hard to defend. After all, relying on the naked eye under normal conditions, she couldn't really keep up with this unconventional speed. If there was even a slight mistake, she might be beaten to death by Hisana. Kicho dodged sideways, avoiding the fist wind that brushed past her cheek. Feeling the wind pressure brought by this punch, the skin on her face faintly felt a stinging pain, and she couldn't help but exclaim again at Hisana's speed and strength. As she had expected, as long as Hisana made up for the flaws in her practical combat experience, she could immediately leap to become a top-tier ninja. Dodging the attack, Kicho didn't think about countering, because Hisana's other fist swung up, also unleashing a fierce fist wind, and even chakra was bursting and overflowing from the fist. Kicho continued to dodge, her toes lightly tapping the ground as she easily jumped out of Hisana's stormy offensive. Although the opponent's speed and strength were sufficient, the overly wide and open method resulted in many loopholes in the woven offensive, making it easy for Kicho to see through. Moreover, her strength might not be as good as Hisana's, but in terms of speed, she was superior. In the midst of the storm, she was as light as an elegant, dancing colorful butterfly, letting Hisana chase and attack, yet never able to directly touch her body. The swinging fist wind could only scrape past her body time and time again in dangerous ways. Once was an accident, but if it happened every time, even Hisana, who wasn't good at thinking, knew that with this kind of offensive, unless Kicho's chakra was quickly exhausted, she couldn't touch Kicho even if they fought until tomorrow morning. But Kicho wasn't the type to lack chakra. Her chakra volume was far beyond that of a normal jonin, just not a chakra monster like her. Plus, Kicho's chakra control and output were very exquisite and existed without the slightest waste, dodging all dangerous attacks with minimal cost, which was the best embodiment of being at ease and having long-lasting combat capability. Thinking of this, Hisana understood that she had to change her attack method immediately, otherwise it would go on endlessly, ending with her losing the battle after tiring herself out. Although she knew her strength was inferior to Kicho's, after so many days, she was actually holding back a breath of frustration. She didn't want to be pressed down by Kicho anymore, this time, she wanted to be on top. Hey-ya! Hisana let out a delicate shout, refining more chakra in one breath and injecting it into her fist, raising the power of her fist to the limit she could bear. Then, in Kicho's surprised eyes, Hisana showed an incomparably confident smile, her fist not aimed at Kicho, but at the ground below, smashing down with one punch. Boom. The hard training ground floor shattered like a spiderweb, and the ground within dozens of meters was not intact, kicking up a large cloud of turbid sand and mist. Kicho stepped on empty air, her expression changing slightly, about to use rotation to block Hisana's next round of attacks. It was just that in the Byakugan's field of vision, she saw Hisana's figure motionless in the dust, and this posture. Kicho seemed to think of something, and the corner of her mouth twitched. The figure landed on the ground, and the dust in front just happened to disperse, revealing Hisana's tearful, pitiful eyes. Her lower body was stuck in the cracked stone crevice, unable to move. Kicho sister. I think I'm stuck. Sigh. Kicho slapped her forehead with her palm, not knowing how to look directly at such an extremely stupid behavior. When this guy used her fist to destroy the terrain, did she also shatter the ground under her own feet that could be used as a force point? Although it could be done, it required terrain destruction and foot force to be carried out at the same time. Really, can't you just break the stones? Kicho didn't take the initiative to go up and save her, just coming to a protruding cracked stone and letting Hisana get out by herself. Hisana was stunned, then suddenly realized, punching the stones trapping her body to pieces. When she came out from the stone crevice, the clothes on her waist were tattered, revealing the flesh cut by sharp stone fragments inside. Hisana used medical ninjutsu to heal the wound. She, who used to cry in pain when seeing her own wounds, was now able to treat the wounds on her body without changing her expression. This can also be considered a huge improvement. Kicho thought to herself. At least Hisana had mastered certain combat techniques, beating an ordinary jonin to death with random punches really wasn't a difficult task. It's just that her combat rhythm was very poor, and many attacks were just spur of the moment. However, this wasn't entirely a bad thing, because for the enemy, an attack pattern that even the person's own brain couldn't control was even more of a headache. The reason a novice is because their attacks are unpredictable, and accurate prediction cannot be made. The reason Kicho could see through it was, on one hand, her rich experience, and on the other hand, it was because of the Byakugan, seeing the flow trajectory of chakra in Hisana's body, combined with the other party's limb movements, completing a precise prediction. As long as the speed can keep up, a ninja with a Byakugan is almost impossible to be ambushed by an enemy. Let's stop here for today. Kicho looked at the sky, ending the training for Hisana today. Don't we need to continue? Hisana also looked at the sky. At this time, it was probably not yet 3 in the afternoon. Before, it started from 8 or 9 in the morning every day and continued until 5 in the afternoon to be considered finished. No need. Actually, Hisana, your taijutsu is barely on the right track now. For the rest, you only need to accumulate a lot of practice on your own in your daily life, and you can skillfully achieve fusion. Kicho evaluated her taijutsu this way. Generally speaking, it is impossible to complete basic taijutsu training in less than a month. But Hisana's foundation was too excellent, the only thing she lacked was experience, and this thing, besides actual combat, could only be slowly accumulated through daily practice. There was no shortcut. That sounds so hard. Is there no way to accumulate it faster? Hisana stuck out her tongue. Yes, there is indeed a way to achieve quick success. Kicho revealed a meaningful smile. What is it? The battlefield. As long as you can survive from a pile of dead people, you can accumulate unimaginable experience. And that precious experience gained between life and death is something that this kind of house-playing experiment drill can never compare to. Kicho smiled and spoke. I think this current method is very good. The battlefield or something. Kicho sister, you are joking with me, right? Hisana laughed dryly. That's right, I'm joking with you. Kicho still smiled, but Hisana smelled a breath of blood and carnage rushing toward her. Vaguely, she could feel a repressive aura on Kicho that made her breathing difficult. Something cold was constantly pressing down on her body, so much so that death scenes of herself being struck by countless kunai and shuriken, covered in blood, kept appearing in her mind. Suddenly, Hisana's body trembled violently, and powerful chakra uncontrollably burst out from her body, and that repressive aura disappeared from around her. Kicho was still smiling and looking over, just no longer releasing that feeling that made her body feel cold and nauseated. What was that? Hisana patted her chest, stepping back with lingering fear. That feeling just now was as if someone had put a knife to her throat, ready to cut off her head at any time, and her hands and feet were cold and unresponsive. Oh my, better than I imagined. You broke free from my killing intent so quickly. Although she knew that simple killing intent couldn't make Hisana fall into trouble, the other party's performance was better than Kicho expected. Sure enough, the benefits of powerful chakra were also reflected here. If it were a novice with a weak foundation, facing the killing intent she had trained from a pile of dead people, only suicide could bring relief. Killing intent. Yes, actual combat combined with killing intent is the real battle. This is also what you, Hisana, need to adapt to in the next stage. Kicho responded to Hisana's question with a smile, while also telling her what to practice in the next stage. After all, wanting to release killing intent to suppress a target can only be trained through countless life and death battles. Hisana lacked this foundation, so what she could do was adapt to the suppression of killing intent. Only in this way could Hisana experience the battle of the most real battlefield and not fall into a passive position when encountering sudden battles in the future. Hisana's face turned bitter. Taijutsu training was already very hard, and now she had to do this kind of terrifying adaptation training. Don't be bitter. I'll give you 3 days of relaxation. In these 3 days, the master husband belongs to you. Kicho knew that people need to relax and cannot be squeezed all the time. During this period, she saw Hisana's hard work, so now it was time to redeem her reward. Hearing Kicho's words, Hisana puffed out her chest and raised her head, instantly entering a wild bull state, nostrils flared, puffing out 2 streams of white air. Please continue to train me, Kicho sister. Chapter 118, Up and Down. The next day. Oboro looked at the clearly visible cracks on the tatami mat and fell into deep thought for a moment. Those two were too reckless last night. Shaking her head, Oboro began to replace the tatami mat with a new one. This time she needed to use a sturdier and more resilient one, so she wouldn't have to replace it again tomorrow. Since coming to the land of night, she hadn't done much proper work, but she had gained a lot of strange and useless knowledge and experiences. After replacing the tatami, Oboro left the shrine courtyard. Arriving at the training ground, The first thing Oboro saw was the large blue beetle sleeping under a tree nearby, the Seven Tails. The ground around it was covered in ice and snow, and it allowed the white snowflakes to coat it in a thick layer of ice, which didn't affect its hibernation at all. Even though it was a tailed beast, Oboro couldn't see any of the majesty that belonged to a tailed beast in it. It was just like his Anna, lazy and gluttonous, doing nothing but sleeping or eating all day. She remembered that creatures like tailed beasts could also cultivate and learn ninjutsu, right? If such natural chakra creatures were to cultivate, they would actually have an advantage over humans. The sound of hitting a wooden stake came to her ears. Oboro looked in the direction of the sound and, sure enough, saw a graceful figure practicing taijutsu around a sturdy, specially made wooden stake. It was none other than Kicho. Unlike his Anna, who was still sleeping in, she had gotten up early to cultivate, and the exquisite gentle fist was displayed to the fullest by her. The force, which looked slow and weak, actually attacked like a gust of wind. It was a different kind of speed. Hidden within the soft force was a murderous intent. Whether it hit or just grazed, the enemy's internal meridian system would suffer damage to some extent. Oboro, who had fought against Hyuga clan ninjas in the past, knew well how troublesome this gentle fist technique was. Is his Anna still sleeping? Seeing Oboro walk over, Kicho stopped her gentle fist practice, first glanced at the alarm clock set aside, then swept her gaze towards Oboro. Yes, Lady Kicho. Then, is there anything you need? Kicho tilted her head, continued to smile, and stared at the Hanya mask on Oboro's face. The other party was his Anna's maid and rarely acted alone. Most of the time, she followed behind his Anna. Practicing gentle fist against a wooden stake by yourself is actually quite boring, isn't it? Could Lady Kicho give me some pointers? Oboro spoke, her pair of red pupils under the mask staring straight at Kicho. Although the other party had been trying her best to help his Anna become stronger lately, seeing his Anna always being suppressed, following behind the other party like a tag-along, and being constantly ordered around by Kicho, this made her slightly unhappy. Although she knew his Anna didn't care about these things, as a servant, she couldn't tolerate people from the Hyuga clan riding on the heads of their Uzumaki clan ninjas. Both were ninja clans with ancient legacies, and Oboro didn't think the Uzumaki clan was any worse than the Hyuga clan. The other party, being the primary wife, was just taking advantage of arriving early. Since that's the case, let's stretch our muscles a bit. Don't worry, I won't use my full. Kicho stretched, her tight lavender ninja outfit clinging to her body, highlighting her graceful and exquisite body curves, and she did not refuse Oboro's proposal. Always having sparring matches with his Anna, she had actually been a bit bored lately. After all, she had to be careful at all times not to dampen his Anna's enthusiasm too much, trying to maintain a posture of being evenly matched to guide his Anna to improve her strength step by step. His Anna was satisfied with the fights, but she found it uninteresting. Now that someone could be her sparring partner, she couldn't be happier. As for her husband Yayoi, he had been staying with her at night lately and was already very exhausted, so it was better not to disturb him during the day. No, you had better use your full strength. Oboro's palm lightly pressed against the red sword hilt at her waist, speaking in an incomparably serious tone. Her subtext seemed to be saying that if Kicho didn't use her full strength, she would likely lose this fight. Kicho tilted her head in confusion, not getting angry at this level of provocation. You want to see my full strength? Yes, please do not hold back at all. Oboro nodded. After speaking, she didn't wait for Kicho's response and walked to the other side to put some distance between them. Then, turning to face Kicho directly, Oboro took a deep breath and prepared for battle. Alright, but don't cry later. After all, once I use my full strength, I won't be able to be gentle. Kicho pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting into a beautiful and alluring arc, revealing a hint of mystery and danger. Oboro snorted, thinking Kicho was bluffing. She had seen Kicho fight his Anna. Although the other party held the advantage, it was only by relying on more combat experience that she could suppress a novice like his Anna. And killing intent or whatever, that kind of flashy but impractical thing was useless against her. Even if there was a gap between them, it wouldn't be so large that it couldn't be made up. She didn't expect to win, she just wanted to make the other party realize that Uzumaki clan ninjas were not her lackeys, and they were not to be bullied. I will also give you a reminder, lady, your experience and killing intent are ineffective against me. As she spoke, Oboro drew the blade with the red hilt. The bright blade, which had been sealed for a long time, easily sliced through the air just by being drawn from the scabbard. The tip of the blade touched the ground, slicing through a section of the road as easily as cutting tofu. I'm coming. Oboro said, and her red and white figure suddenly flickered, disappearing from where she stood. She didn't try to attack from behind. In front of the Byakugan, it was hard to pull any sneak attack tricks, so she attacked directly from the front. Although it was the same frontal charge as his Anna's, her movements were perfectly coherent. Every stomp and acceleration had been honed through countless sweat and step-by-step effort, with no flaws at all. She charged with the sword in her right hand, and her left hand was not idle either. She actually began to weave hand signs with one hand. One-handed signs, and the final seal is the tiger seal. Fire release. Kicho was surprised. A rare type of ninja, able to wield a sword while casting ninjutsu. Just this technique proved that the other party was definitely not a flower raised in a greenhouse like his Anna. However, since you want to see my full strength. Kicho raised her hand, her 5 fingers slightly contracting, revealing a dangerous yet mysterious smile to Oboro. Shinretsu. Chakra flow, gathering, and then release. Kicho completed it all in an instant. Compared to the past, this move was not only released faster, but the movement didn't require bending the elbow to build up power. It could be done just by raising her hand, and the power was also greatly enhanced. Oboro only saw the white light taking over her vision, and then she was struck as if by lightning. She felt that what was crashing towards her from the front was not an invisible airflow, but invisible, colorless steel formed by some kind of force being compressed. Boom. The roar from the explosion made her ears ring incessantly, her brain dizzy, and her body couldn't take it anymore, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. On the training ground, several layers of the ground were blasted away, and dust filled the air. The ground for tens of meters in front of Kicho was completely destroyed by the steel-hard airflow, with nowhere left for anyone to stand. Oboro struggled to get up from the ground, her shrine maiden clothes tattered, and blood streaming down. The red pupils under the mask were dumbfounded, and her brain was still buzzing. Is this also Gentle Fist? However, calmness ultimately prevailed. It seems I can't just approach her, I must keep my distance. It's over. Kicho's smiling voice came from behind, and a kunai was held across her snow-white neck. The cold metallic sensation made Oboro wake up as if from a dream. Impossible, my sensory ninjutsu. Oboro couldn't continue. Because her sensory ninjutsu had failed, and not just her sensory ninjutsu, she could sense the chakra in her entire body, but it had all come to a standstill within her. She had been struck in her pressure points. Could such a gentle fist, released in an instant, with such scale and fierce power, actually possess the ability to strike pressure points and seal chakra? Oboro swallowed, feeling a slight bitterness in her heart. She had anticipated that she likely wouldn't win, but in her imagination, even if she lost, it would be a graceful loss, not this ugly. I lost. Oboro's mouth moved slightly, she put down the ninja sword in her hand, and bowed her head in defeat. Footsteps sounded, and Kicho came in front of Oboro. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Hizana-sama, she. Oboro wanted to maintain a last shred of stubbornness, but in the end, Kicho just extended a finger and gently lifted her snow-white chin. Kicho nodded, revealing an incomparably satisfied and gentle smile. Oh my, looking closely, you really are a stunning beauty. With such a cute face, why hide it? Hearing this, Oboro quickly touched her face, it was incredibly smooth skin, the mask was gone, and her body suddenly stiffened. Are you looking for this? A Hanya mask appeared in Kicho's other hand, and she put it on her own face. How is it? Do I also have the feeling of a mysterious beauty like this? I've thought of a new way to play with my husband. A new way to play. Oboro's mouth twitched, was it the play she was thinking of? And to use her mask to say such things? How on earth did someone whose brain was filled only with thoughts of pleasing men become so powerful? She couldn't keep up with Kicho's incredibly jumpy, unrestrained, and free-spirited thinking. After wearing the mask for a moment, Kicho took it off and handed it to Oboro. Kicho didn't say any sarcastic words, she just patted Oboro on the shoulder, gave her some encouragement, and turned to leave. Oboro looked down at the mask in her hand, feeling that it was a bit dirty, she decided to wash it before wearing it again after going back. Next time I won't lose so uglily. Watching Kicho's departing back, Oboro gripped the mask tightly, as if making a promise to Kicho, and also to herself. Chapter 119, Seven Tales, I Remember Something Happy. In mid-December, it was freezing cold. Yayoi sat in the Tenshikaku, reviewing documents submitted from various regions. When it came to the report from base number 3 in the Heishan Great Mining Area, especially seeing the delicate, feminine handwriting, it looked very familiar. Instead of reading the content first, he looked at the signature, Uchiha Yayoi. Yayoi couldn't help but freeze. What did she want now? She wasn't writing him another irrelevant lyrical essay, was she? Even with that thought, Yayoi still picked it up and began to read, the graceful characters entering his eyes one by one. At first, it was a fairly formal report, but then it gradually went off track, and things started to feel off. For example, Shogun-sama, have you ever seen the sunrise in the snowy northeast in December? Although there are no cats, the pure white bears are also very cute. I really want to take a picture and show it to you, Shogun-sama. The weather in the northeast is very cold, but thinking that you, Shogun-sama, are watching over me from afar, my whole body feels warm. By the way, why don't you reply to my letters, Shogun-sama? Are you too busy lately? Can I call you Yayoi-sama? After reading, Yayoi opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping, then stopping again, and couldn't help scratching his head. This weird little essay, how did she come up with it? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't match her personality. Sunrise in the northeast, white bears, and feeling warm all over. Is this the kind of girlish essay a girl who often wields a knife could write? Yayoi was a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to reply. Then, Yayoi felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He felt this kind of speech was a bit clingy. Huh? Clingy? Yayoi suddenly realized what was wrong. This girl, she was flirting with him. If that was the case, it was no longer strange. The parts he didn't understand suddenly became clear. After all, what girl would casually write such a strange essay to a man, saying her body felt warm? Understanding Aoi's intentions, Yayoi stroked his chin, then took out a small mirror he rarely used from the first drawer on the right. Well, even though he was 30, he still looked as young as he did 10 years ago. Looking purely at appearance, he wasn't much older than Aoi, and he was about the same age as Kicho. Even so, a young girl was actively trying to seduce him. Yayoi didn't think Aoi was the type to be vain or cling to power. Excluding that possibility, the only reason Aoi would willingly make this choice was the collective will of her clan. Although he didn't quite understand why the Uchiha clan of the Land of Night would do this, Aoi didn't seem to reject it. Knowing the Uchiha clan's thoughts and Aoi's flirty intentions, Yayoi saw the report filled with personal touches in a different light. She wanted to express her closeness without being too obvious, showing a girl's subtle shyness. Yayoi shook his head and smiled, as if he could imagine Aoi sitting at her desk, scratching her head and racking her brain for flirtatious lines. Then, Yayoi opened the third drawer from the bottom on the right. The drawers on the right were where he stored small items. He took out a rather exquisite black camera. The color and design were suitable for both men and women, and it was an instant camera. He then took out some photo paper, packed it with the camera, and placed them in a document bag along with Aoi's report. Summoning Jutsu. With a bang, a puff of white smoke dispersed, revealing a 20-centimeter tall cat-faced spider with 8 legs in front of Yayoi. This was the Tsuchigumo clan summoning beast with which Yayoi had a contract. Unlike the Tsuchigumo's black bristles covering its body, this cat-faced spider had pure white fur, looking extremely soft and smooth, making one want to pet it. Its standing posture also had an elegant beauty. Hello, Yayoi-sama. Is there anything you need my help with? The cat-faced spider looked around. Since it wasn't a place for battle, it asked Yayoi what he needed. Its tone was cheerful, as this seemed to be the first time Yayoi had summoned one of their clan since signing the contract. Don't worry, it's not too troublesome. Yukino, take this document bag to a girl named Uchiha Aoi at this place on the map. Oh, a delivery mission. Got it. Yukino glanced at the map and document bag Yayoi handed over, focusing on the map with clearly marked routes and terrain. This place should be in the former Land of Iron. Even though Yukino had never been there, she was confident she could find the recipient within 2 or 3 days. And this. Show the seal to the inspectors, and they won't stop you. Yayoi took out a small red seal made of special jade that could absorb chakra. It contained his unique chakra signature and couldn't be forged. Yukino accepted these items and had Yayoi put a backpack on her back to store them. Then she nodded at Yayoi. I'm off. Wait for my good news, Yayoi-sama. With that, Yukino whooshed away, stirring a breeze, and vanished from Yayoi's sight. Yayoi wasn't surprised. During his time with the Tsuchigumo clan, he had met many spider-summoning beasts with special skills. Yukino was one of them. Though small, her speed was astonishing, even a jonin couldn't catch up. Moreover, she was proficient in sensory ninjutsu, covering an area of dozens of kilometers, allowing her to avoid danger in time. She was perfect for delivering letters, conveying intelligence, or scouting. Rory, I'll go check on the 7 tails. You handle the work here. Understood, Yayoi-sama. With Rory's reply, Yayoi planned to go to the inner court to see the 7 tails condition. The tailed beast medicine Nene had developed earlier pleased him. Thinking he shouldn't forget an old friend, he melted a tailed beast medicine made from 9-tailed chakra into the 7 tails' favorite drink to see if there were any special reactions. Inner court, under the big tree at the edge of the training ground. It was a giant chakra tree 40 to 50 meters tall, lush with leaves, even in the cold winter. Even with snow covering the branches, it couldn't hide its vitality. Below it, it was cool in summer and warm in winter, a great resting place. Ever since the 7 tails regained its freedom, aside from occasionally flying to stretch its stiff body, it mostly lay lazily under this tree, daydreaming. It had the air of a retired old cadre with nothing to do all day. When Yayoi arrived, he saw the 7 tails eating. Not fried golden earthworms and iced plum juice, but crispy fried pork strips, paired with honey lemon tea suitable for winter, and fresh fruits. The cup was taller than a person. As Yayoi approached, his reflection appeared on it. "You're here, Oda brat." Burp. The Seven-Tails belched as if drunk, its stomach slightly bloated. Yayoi nodded. It seemed even-tailed beasts, once comfortable, became lazy gluttons. But due to the special physique of tailed beasts, no matter how much they overeat, they don't gain unnecessary weight. "How's today's drink?" Yayoi asked about the honey lemon tea the Seven-Tails was drinking. "Oh, this. Sweet and sour, with a natural honey fragrance. But for some reason, there's a sudden taste of that Nine-Tails guy." The Seven-Tails commented like a top gourmet, using professional terms. But as it finished, its tone turned strange, and it clicked its tongue in displeasure. Then, its eyes under the shell suddenly scanned the thoughtful Yayoi. "Oda brat, did you add some weird ingredient again?" Maybe it didn't notice at first, but as Yayoi added ingredients more frequently, even if it was slow, it caught on. But the Seven-Tails didn't mind, as long as the food's taste wasn't ruined, it turned a blind eye. Because tailed beasts, unlike humans, are pure chakra constructs. Whether conventional poisons, chemical poisons, or biological poisons, they don't affect them. "Oda brat, I really like today's honey tea. But mixing in Nine-Tails chakra scent. That I really don't like." The Seven-Tails voice suddenly turned serious. "Do you hate the Nine-Tails that much?" Yayoi was puzzled by the Seven-Tails' reaction. "Yeah, that guy always brags about being the strongest among the tailed beasts. I don't like his arrogant tone." The Seven-Tails nodded, not hiding its likes and dislikes. "Besides, you have me now. Why do you still need the Nine-Tails chakra?" At this point, the Seven-Tails was clearly annoyed. "I just happened to obtain the Nine-Tails chakra during a previous mission. But hey, you really know nothing about the outside world, do you? Are all you tailed beasts this oblivious?" Yayoi sighed helplessly. If this guy kept lying around, would it become useless? What's happening outside? Hearing this, the Seven-Tails became curious. If it were a trivial matter, Yayoi wouldn't specifically mention it, and it must be related to the tailed beasts. Since coming out, it hadn't even stepped out of the Shogun's manor, with a very limited range of activity. After all, this life of having everything done for it was much more comfortable than its past life in the forest, exposed to the elements. The Nine-Tails has been sealed by the Konoha ninja. "Huh? What? The Nine-Tails is sealed?" The Seven-Tails was stunned, then its voice boomed in the air, as if hearing something incredibly unbelievable. It even doubted its hearing. Although it didn't like the Nine-Tails, it knew that guy was indeed the strongest among them. Countless ninjas had tried to obtain the Nine-Tails' power in the past, only to be crushed, making it regarded as an untouchable disaster. And such a powerful being was sealed by ninjas. Before the Seven-Tails could digest the shocking news, Yayoi dropped another bombshell. "And not just the Nine-Tails. Except for you, the other 8-tailed beasts are probably all sealed by now." After all, it had been some time since the 5 Kage summit, enough for the villages that obtained tailed beasts to seal them into Jinchuriki. There was no expected excitement or anything else. The news was too sudden, leaving the Seven-Tails' mind blank, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a jolt of palpitations hit the Seven-Tails' mind, making its body tremble violently. Damn, this feeling, could it be? The Seven-Tails immediately knew another tailed beast was summoning the rest through thought. That was a special space for tailed beasts to communicate, allowing face-to-face mental contact no matter the distance. But normally, this didn't happen. Since the Six-Path Sage's death, it had occurred only a handful of times. Quick, quick. Oda brat, carve a sealing jutsu on me. No time to explain. The Seven-Tails, as if facing a major crisis, urged Yayoi to carve a sealing jutsu on it. Yayoi didn't know what was happening to the Seven-Tails but followed its request, raising his palm to carve the sealing jutsu, 7-star seal on it. Under Hizana's guidance, he had become more skilled in this technique, and its power was greater than before. Before Yayoi could ask, the Seven-Tails seemed to lose its soul, turning into a statue standing still. Is it communicating with other tailed beasts? So tailed beasts have a special way to contact each other. After a brief thought, Yayoi quickly deduced what was happening to the Seven-Tails. On the other side. The Seven-Tails opened its eyes in a pitch-black, deep space. Around it, figures of other tailed beasts appeared. A chibi, 2 tails, 3 tails, and finally, the orange-red fox with 9 swishing tails, the Nine-Tails. These companions had slightly different auras than what the Seven-Tails remembered, clearly the sealing jutsu at work, tightly binding their bodies. Even the projected mental bodies had traces of ninja chakra that didn't belong to the tailed beasts. The Seven-Tails had thought Yayoi was lying, as there had never been a precedent for so many tailed beasts being sealed by ninjas. Today, it was an eye-opener. Puffed. The Seven-Tails burst out laughing. The Nine-Tails, about to speak, glared at it angrily. What are you laughing at, Komi-ai? Nothing. I'm just surprised that you all got sealed by humans. Even Kurama, you. Shut up or you'll choke. And you're sealed too, aren't you? The Nine Tails continued to skin the Seven Tails, sensing a strange chakra on it that didn't belong, making it clear the Seven Tails was in a similar situation. Yeah, hee. What are you laughing at now? The already irritated Nine Tails, hearing the Seven Tails' seemingly sarcastic laugh, was red-faced beyond words. Oh, nothing. I just remembered something happy. Don't mind me, Kurama. The Seven Tails' body trembled, as if suppressing something. The Nine Tails shot a displeased glance at the Seven Tails. Was this guy's brain damaged by humans? Chapter 120, Tailed Beast Help Tailed Beast. So you guys have a day like this too? After the Seven Tails fell silent, another voice rang out in the vast, boundless space. The voice was completely different from the Seven Tails and Nine-Tailed, carrying a hint of mania and mockery, as well as an indescribable sense of desperation, as if a breath of chi had been pent up in its belly for too long and it wanted to spew it all out at once. The tailed beasts looked towards the sound. It was a sandy yellow, raccoon-like creature with only one tail, covered in purple cursed seals. It was none other than the One-Tails, Shikaku. The mockery and sarcasm currently on its face made all the tailed beasts feel annoyed and unhappy, feeling that it was very shameful. But considering their current difficult situation, they could only turn their heads away and ignore the One-Tail's undisguised mockery. Did I hit the mark, and now you're starting to escape reality? You were so arrogant in the past, but now, just like me, you've all been sealed away by humans. It seems you guys aren't anything special either. The One-Tails continued to laugh loudly. As the existence that had been sealed for the longest time among the tailed beasts, it had been sneered at by these bastards many times in the past for being defeated by mere humans. Previously, it had no ability to fight back, but now, these bastards were one by one being locked up by humans, which gave it a sense of vindication. Shikaku, now is not the time for infighting. Shut up, you stinking fox. You mock me the hardest. The so-called tailed beast strength ranking is just something arranged by ignorant humans. I have never acknowledged you as our leader, and you have no right to order me around here. Shikaku interrupted the Nine-Tailed, and its tone was not restrained at all, completely aiming like a knife at the Nine-Tailed's heart. Shikaku, you guy, do you want to fight? The Nine-Tailed's fur stood on end, its scarlet beast eyes glaring at Shikaku unkindly. It was as if as long as Shikaku said the word yes, it would immediately rush up and teach it a lesson. Shikaku was not to be outdone and opened its mouth to retort, but the milky white giant slug with 6 tails beside them, the 6 tails, spoke up to stop them. All right, neither of you should argue pointlessly here. Now that we have all been sealed by humans, we should think of a way to get out. Saiken is right, arguing about who is strong and who is weak here is meaningless. Let's get out first before deciding who is superior. I don't want to stay inside a human body. The other tailed beasts also came over to dissuade them, which made the One-Tails and Nine-Tailed snort coldly at each other, turning their heads away and ceasing their argument. Although I don't really want to discourage you, I tried to break through the seal before, but I was quickly suppressed again. The hundreds of humans who besieged me were each a highly skilled ninja. The Eight Tails, with the body of a bull and tentacles of an octopus, spoke at this moment, stating a cruel fact. I felt Gyuki's actions as well. I was being watched by the rakeage of the Hidden Cloud Village at the time, and that guy suppressed me just by using chakra. The Two Tails, who was in the Hidden Cloud Village with the Eight Tails, opened its mouth to echo the Eight Tails. Thus, the Two Tails and Eight Tails looked at the other tailed beasts, asking about their situations. The Three Tails and Six Tails, as well as the Four Tails and Five Tails, all looked at each other, then lowered their heads in silence. Their situations could be said to be very similar to the Two Tails and Eight Tails. They had taken advantage of their Jinchuriki letting their guard down to break the seal, intending to go outside to scout, but before they could react, they saw a large group of extremely strong ninjas yelling and surrounding them. Countless powerful jutsu were unleashed upon them, and for a moment, they couldn't even fight back, their heads buzzing. The leading ninjas, after uniting, easily suppressed them back and reinforced the seals inside their Jinchuriki. This situation made the tailed beasts feel incredibly unfamiliar. In the past, ninjas were strong, but they were scattered and acted in units of clans. For a clan to produce one top-tier ninja in an era was already a stroke of luck. So, facing the harassment of these ninjas, the tailed beasts could easily repel them or escape. Even if they were accidentally sealed, once the strongest of the clan died of old age and the clan declined, they could take the opportunity to break the seal in one go. Not only could they regain their freedom, but they could also turn back and send a few tailed beast balls as a parting gift to that clan. However, the times had changed. Ninjas no longer acted in clan units, but had become ninja villages formed by alliances of clans, with top-tier ninjas and high combat power ninjas emerging one after another. With this group swarming up, combined with one or two top-tier ninjas, as well as experts proficient in sealing jutsu. The tailed beasts felt incredibly terrified just thinking about it. If things continue to develop this way, wouldn't they have to honestly stay inside human bodies for the rest of their lives, living a life without seeing the light of day? The nine-tailed was even more gloomy. If it were sealed inside the Jinchuriki of another ninja village, it could still find a chance to break free and regain its freedom. But the person who locked it up in Konoha was named Uzumaki Mito, who was born with extremely vast chakra and was also a master of the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. And her husband was named Senju Hashirama, the strongest ninja in the current ninja world, a monster close to a god. Chome, why are you silent? How is your situation? At this time, the eight-tails Gyuki looked at the seven-tails beside it. Except for the one sentence exchanged with the nine-tailed at the beginning, the other party had been standing there silently for some reason in the subsequent exchanges, like a spectator without joy or sorrow. Ah. I think what you all said is right. As for my days in the land of night. The seven-tails seemed to have thought of something, and its body suddenly shook uncontrollably. The other tailed beasts couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at the seven tails. They were just imprisoned and lost their freedom, but did this guy, the seven tails, get abused after losing its freedom? Humans were truly too cruel. The seven tails seemed to have been scared silly. It's all Senju Hashirama's fault. It was unknown which tailed beast suddenly complained about this. It immediately drew the agreement of the other tailed beasts. That's right, this was all Senju Hashirama's fault. Anyway, in the future, whoever breaks free of the shackles first must find a way to rescue the other companions. Unlike the past era, if we continue to fight alone now, it is easy for humans to defeat us one by one. You don't want to stay in a cage for the rest of your lives, right? The nine-tailed decided to make an agreement here. The other tailed beasts nodded slightly, and as for what they were thinking in their hearts, only they knew. Regain freedom, rescue companions. Not mocking each other a few times when the time comes would already be considered a good attitude. Soon, the figures of the tailed beasts disappeared from the space one by one, and the entire space merged with the darkness as they disappeared, as if it had never existed in the first place. Chapter 121, Peacock Mysterious Method. Hee hee. Seven-Tail's body shuddered slightly, and its consciousness returned to its body, followed by a burst of smug chuckles that accidentally leaked from its mouth. Although Seven-Tails tried its best to suppress this excitement, Yayoi, standing in front of it, could clearly hear the laughter. It had clearly just been dazed in place for over 10 minutes, and Seven-Tails hadn't made any special movements, yet it seemed as if something unknown had happened to it. You seem very happy, Seven-Tails. Did something worth celebrating happen? Yayoi's voice interrupted Seven-Tails' self-amusement, bringing it back to its senses. Ahem, it's nothing, just went to catch up with some old friends and listen to their complaints for a bit. Alright, Kid Oda, unseal the sealing jutsu. Feeling the familiar weakness of its chakra being suppressed, Seven-Tails remembered that to feign a sealed state, it still had the 7-star seal that Yayoi had engraved on it. Although the 7-star seal was different from most sealing jutsu and could only be used to suppress chakra, this sealing power that weakened tailed beasts also made Seven-Tails' body feel repulsed. Yayoi nodded, formed hand seals, and released the incantation of the 7-star seal on Seven-Tails. As expected, this feeling of freedom is still the best. Seven-Tails nimbly moved its limbs and sighed with emotion. Then, thinking of its other companions still suffering in dark, cold cages, the corners of Seven-Tails' mouth subconsciously shed sad tears at their miserable plight. Watching Seven-Tails begin to indulge in its feast again, Yayoi did not disturb its meal but silently turned and left. His purpose in coming here was to see what changes would occur in Seven-Tails after it swallowed the tailed beast medicine infused with nine-tailed chakra. The results showed that Seven-Tails had absolutely no changes at all, easily digesting the tailed beast medicine as a flavored snack. It was also possible that the dosage of the tailed beast medicine was insufficient, leading to a low intake of nine-tailed chakra. However, there was little point in continuing the experiment. The peculiar physique of tailed beasts determined that their senses in this regard were quite dull. Ultimately, they weren't absorbing the medicinal properties of the drug, just eating the chakra energy stored within it. But it wasn't without gains. The relationship between the tailed beasts seems poor, yet they do indeed have a rather special connection. As Yayoi walked toward the underground space level of the Shogun's manor, he recalled Seven-Tails' words about listening to its old friend's complaints, and he could be certain that the old friend Seven-Tails spoke of must be the other tailed beasts already controlled by the ninja villages of the 5 great nations. However, when saying these things, there was no sympathy or pity in Seven-Tails' tone, there was only the schadenfreude of a bystander. It didn't care at all about the difficult situation of its peers and had absolutely no intention of going to rescue them. Although, in essence, they belonged to the same race, their connection to each other was colder than imagined, more like the feeling of familiar strangers. In this regard, Yayoi actually wouldn't particularly care whether the relationship between the tailed beasts was harmonious. What he was interested in was the special communication method between tailed beasts, which might be worth learning from and applying to himself, Irori, and Yaya to achieve remote communication. Thinking as he walked, Yayoi arrived at the collection room area of the underground space level. In every collection room here, items that Yayoi believed could be useful but were dangerous to use were stored. These collection rooms were not only boxes for storing items but also closed isolation zones specially built by Yayoi to ensure the safety of these collectibles. Arriving at the deepest collection room, Yayoi released the seal on it and pushed the door open to enter. The space inside was only a standard 100 square meters, with a height of 10 meters, looking like a standard cube box. Inside the secret chamber, apart from a display stand in the middle, there was nothing else, no extra items or decorations. The style was minimalist to the extreme. Yayoi came to the display stand, on which sat a meteorite the size of a human head, its surface covered with pits and bumps. The meteorite's overall structure was a somewhat irregular circle, with its surface exuding a dazzling purple halo that looked both beautiful and dangerous. This was the treasure star that Orochi and others brought back from the Land of Bears more than a year ago, a special meteorite that fell from the sky onto the Land of Bears. From within the meteorite, a peculiar energy fluctuation was continuously emitted. It was different from chakra, but it could undergo a fusion reaction with chakra, amplifying the power of chakra and allowing chakra to possess flexible materialization capabilities. Over the past year or so, he had come here from time to let this special energy enter his body and chakra, enhancing the materialization performance of his chakra. At the same time, he used the meteorite energy to assist himself in completing a secret technique worth looking forward to. This time, I should be able to successfully cast the Peacock Mysterious method, right? After all, if I keep absorbing it, it will become oversaturated. Yayoi murmured to himself. Peacock Mysterious method. This was a special secret technique developed by the Star Ninja Village in the original storyline after they obtained the star, and it was also a secret technique Yayoi had been looking forward to completing. This technique could allow released chakra to form various beasts or even dragons to attack targets. It could even manifest a peacock's tail feathers on one's back, allowing one to soar in the sky and obtain the privilege of flight that only a very small number of ninjas in the ninja world possessed. It was a very practical and powerful secret technique, completely capable of serving as the core technique of a powerful ninja clan. In ninja battles, although there was no such thing as air superiority, in battles between ninjas of the same level, whether or not one had flight capability would be a key factor in determining victory or defeat. Even if outmatched, a flying ninja could withdraw at any time. Before the battle even began, a flying ninja was already in an invincible position. It could be said that flying ninjas were inherently superior. Now that the star was in his hands, this highly functional secret technique, the Peacock Mysterious method, had nothing to do with the Star Ninja Village. It was now a legacy secret technique of the Land of Night. Yayoi touched his palm to the surface of the meteorite star and began to release his chakra to trigger the energy within the meteorite. Sure enough, as Yayoi's active chakra was released, like rain after a long drought, the purple halo on the surface of the meteorite instantly transformed into a dazzling, aggressive purple light. Yayoi's face was suffused with purple light, and he narrowed his eyes slightly to reduce the effect of the purple light on his naked eyes. After a long while, Yayoi removed his palm from the meteorite, and the purple light on its surface slowly dimmed, turning into a faint purple halo that continuously released weak energy fluctuations around the meteorite. What a peculiar energy! After combining with chakra, it's as if it brings the chakra to life. Yayoi was not unfamiliar with this feeling of chakra coming to life. His active chakra also had similar characteristics, but ultimately, it was only superficially similar. If his active chakra was like a living creature, then the activation characteristic possessed by the chakra infused with star energy was more like an adhesive, forcibly piecing together the meteorite energy and chakra, enabling the ninja's chakra to possess powerful materialization capabilities. Next, I need to verify how effective it is. I hope it won't disappoint me. Yayoi began to form hand seals with both hands. With a hum, the surrounding air began to tremble restlessly. Seeing that solid chakra visible to the naked eye was flowing over the surface of Yayoi's body, it did not form the shape of a chakra cloak, but under Yayoi's conscious control, it turned into a chakra dragon over 10 meters long, circling around Yayoi's body. Moreover, the released solid chakra did not turn into the same purple as the meteorite's surface halo with the infusion of meteorite energy, it still maintained the color of the original chakra. This appearance was not at all like the meteorite energy being infused into Yayoi's body and chakra, rather, it had been swallowed by Yayoi's body and active chakra, becoming a part of Yayoi's body, which he could control as easily as his own arm. Yayoi looked left and right at the blue chakra dragon coiled around him. Like a true dragon from mythology, it lit up a pair of dazzling golden eyes, appearing lifelike. With a thought from Yayoi, the blue chakra dragon immediately sped around the quiet room. The airflow in the entire space was stirred up, rolling up layers of air waves that slammed against the 4 stone walls, emitting a dull and violent trembling sound. And no matter how the chakra dragon circled and flew, its tail always remained connected to Yayoi's back. Yayoi nodded slightly, then changed the form of the chakra dragon, manifesting blue chakra wings on his back that were extremely similar to a peacock's tail feathers. Under the gentle flapping of the solid chakra that resembled a peacock's tail feathers, Yayoi's feet slowly left the ground, floating upwards. This sensation of being lifted by the airflow made Yayoi feel incredibly novel. Perhaps because it was his first time flying, Yayoi's movements were very awkward, and his floating posture was wobbly, like a toddler learning to walk. However, as time passed, Yayoi quickly became accustomed to this floating sensation he had never experienced before, gradually mastering the balance while flying, and his movements became increasingly smooth. After confirming that the materialization and flight capabilities of the peacock mysterious method had both met his expectations, Yayoi controlled the chakra wings on his back to dissipate and landed steadily on the ground. To be honest, this materialization effect of being able to freely control chakra was even a bit beyond his expectations. Perhaps his own chakra already possessed life characteristics far exceeding those of ordinary people. After receiving the blessing of the meteorite energy, his chakra materialization ability became even more outstanding, which could be called a powerful combination. Undoubtedly, the peacock mysterious method was a secret technique extremely suitable for him. If others were to cultivate and cast it, they might not be as natural and smooth as he was. The only thing to note was that the secret technique had very strong side effects, which could lead to bodily damage or even death, so only Jonin-level ninjas could attempt it. And even among Jonin, only a very small number of elites could master this secret technique. After all, only strong chakra could effectively resist the erosive power of the meteorite energy. Especially since the peacock mysterious method was not a secret technique that could be mastered in 1 or 2 attempts, it required long-term contact with the star and continuous fusion of one's own body and chakra with the meteorite energy. By this calculation, in the land of night, there are probably no more than 20 people who can truly master this technique. Yayoi calculated the number of ninjas in the land of night who could currently ignore the side effects and cultivate using the meteorite star. Besides close people like Irori, Yaya, Kicho, and Hisana, only a few elites among the Jonin, such as Kakuzu, Orochi, Hokuto, and Sanglong, could ignore the risks of the meteorite energy. As for Kurobi, his chakra amount and chakra control were sufficient, but his ninjutsu talent was very poor, otherwise he wouldn't have embarked on the path of a samurai. The core of the peacock mysterious method was, first and foremost, the technique, not purely the chakra materialization technique. The limitations of samurai are still too great. Yayoi sighed, feeling incredibly regretful about this. He had heard from Tsuchigumo before that in the past, ninjas and samurai were actually no different, both were groups that could use techniques. It was just that as time evolved, ninjas and samurai began to diverge into different groups. It was the monks and shrine maidens who retained the characteristics of techniques and could use relatively special techniques. Chapter 122, Izayoi, Shogun-sama, you have piqued my interest. Black Mountain Mining Area, Base Number 3. Uchiha Izayoi stood in the quiet woods. This forest was only 600 or 700 meters away from the mining area, which, for a jonin like her, could be covered in just a few blinks of an eye. Work in the mining area was mostly very dull. After all, it wasn't possible to always have troublemaking prisoners for the supervisors to have fun with, so most supervisors would cultivate some hobbies to pass the time when off duty. For instance, the chief of Base Number 3, a senior samurai named Sirius, would find a few like-minded people to go ice fishing on the nearby frozen lake, sometimes sitting there for an entire day. Some people liked playing cards or chess, some liked wood carving, and others liked raising small animals. Although Uchiha Izayoi would occasionally join them, most of the time, she devoted her spare time to training and exercise. Having experienced war, she understood very well the importance of strength. This forest, covered in white snow year-round, was a training ground she frequented after arriving at the Black Mountain mining area. It was vast and empty, and the terrain was relatively flat. If any outsiders intruded, she could see them from a very long distance away. 20 or so wooden stakes stood around. The number of stakes in each direction varied, and the distances they were kept from Uchiha Izayoi had no pattern at all, some were even hidden in blind spots invisible to the naked eye. The only commonality was that the distance between these stakes and her was at least 15 meters, and each stake had a wooden target nailed to it. Each target was about the size of a human head, with a striking red solid circle marked in the center. These stakes were just one of Uchiha Izayoi's training tools. In the nearby snow-covered ground and among the trees, one could vaguely see traps set in advance, with several kunai neatly arranged on each trap. Although these traps were scattered around, a very long steel wire connected them. One only needed to cut the wire to trigger all these traps, continuously attacking Uchiha Izayoi from within the encirclement. Uchiha Izayoi opened her 3-tomo Sharingan. Her scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings, taking in the red centers of the targets on the stakes and the dense array of ejection traps, and she took a slight breath. Then, she took a standard-issue shuriken from her ninja tool pouch and, without hesitation, aimed at the steel wire connecting the traps. With a swing of her arm, the shuriken flew out like a stream of light, severing the wire. Swish, swish. Countless kunai shot in from all directions, like a dark rainstorm, forming a cage of traps with no blind spots, tightly surrounding Uchiha Izayoi. Uchiha Izayoi leaped up from the ground. After her body moved, the place where she had originally stood was filled with a large number of kunai. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously in midair. Uchiha Yayoi held kunai in both hands, slashing upwards, sweeping downwards, or swinging horizontally, knocking away every single incoming kunai. After blocking the first wave of attacks, Uchiha Yayoi immediately flung the kunai away. They collided in midair, creating sparks, which changed their original trajectories. With two clack sounds, they instantly hit the red centers of the two targets on the stakes located in the blind spots. This series of movements was completed in a mere instant. After landing, Uchiha Yayoi repeated the same process, taking out kunai again to block the trap-fired kunai from all around, and then lightning-fast flung them out, embedding them deeply into the red centers of the targets on the stakes. She had to dodge and block the airtight rainstorm of attacks around her while, amidst the violent kunai rain, use kunai or shuriken to attack the red centers of the targets on the stakes around her. Bang. Bang. With a few crisp sounds, the mechanisms beneath 4 stakes were triggered. It was a hidden ejection device that immediately launched the stakes with the red-centered targets. The stakes instantly changed from static to dynamic. Not only that, the kunai rain from the surrounding trap still hadn't ceased, giving Uchiha Yayoi no chance to catch her breath. Yet, facing such a scene, there was no panic on Uchiha Yayoi's face. The 3 tomo in her scarlet Sharingan rotated slightly. Her powerful and keen dynamic vision instantly saw through the loopholes in the kunai rain and clearly captured the movement trajectories of the ejected stakes. Using agile footwork to dodge all the kunai, Uchiha Yayoi seized this fleeting opening and quickly performed hand seals with both hands. Fire release, great fireball technique. A wave of heat erupted from Uchiha Yayoi's mouth. It wasn't 1 fireball that was launched, but 4. Each fireball reached a diameter of over 4 meters, sweeping precisely toward the 4 stakes moving in midair. The scorching high temperature instantly melted the surrounding snow layer, raising a large expanse of white steam. The 4 stakes moving at high speed in midair were immediately swallowed by the pouncing fireballs. After the fireballs vanished, only blackish residue remained in midair, with bits of unextinguished sparks floating down from the sky. Uchiha Yayoi stood straight now, looking at the situation of the stakes around her. Except for the 4 stakes that had been ejected into the air and turned into ash, every single target red center on the stakes on the ground either had a kunai or a shuriken embedded in it, proving that she had completed all the kills without a single omission. Impressive. A voice suddenly came from behind, causing Uchiha Yayoi to immediately pull out a kunai again and turn around to look vigilantly. An 8-legged cat-faced spider with snow-white fur appeared in the field of view of Uchiha Yayoi's Sharingan. A cat. A spider. Uchiha Yayoi was slightly stunned, curious about whether this was a cat or a spider. She saw fluffy, snow-white fur covering its round cat face, and its sapphire-like eyes revealed a touch of intelligence. Its 8 long and well-proportioned limbs supported its body steadily, and every move it made carried an indescribable elegance and beauty, completely devoid of the eerie, sticky feeling of ordinary spiders. For a moment, Uchiha Yayoi actually felt that this strange animal had inexplicably struck a chord in her soft heart, and she couldn't help but want to hold it in her arms and rub its soft, round cat face. Who are you? Hello, you must be Miss Uchiha Yayoi, right? I am Yukino of the Tsuchigumo clan, the summoning beast contracted with Lord Yayoi. Before Uchiha Yayoi could be surprised, Yukino made a voice that was cute yet carried a hint of seduction, and took a folder out of the backpack on its back. It used 2 limbs covered in snow-white fur to firmly clamp the folder and handed it to the front of Uchiha Yayoi. This is something Lord Yayoi asked me to give to you, Mrs. Yayoi. Please keep it safe. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yayoi did not immediately reach out to take it. Instead, she first scanned the folder with her Sharingan to confirm there were no trap seals on it, and only then did she lower her body slightly to accept the folder handed over by Yukino. Regarding Uchiha Yayoi's calm and cautious demeanor, Yukino couldn't help but praise her in its heart. Although she was young, the caution and meticulousness Uchiha Yayoi displayed proved that she was not some greenhorn, but an elite ninja who had truly experienced the cruel slaughter of the battlefield. From Uchiha Yayoi's training methods just now, it could also see that it was a real-world simulation carried out entirely according to the complex melee situations of the battlefield. Had she made a single mistake or hesitated during the process, Uchiha Yayoi would not have been able to dodge and deflect all the kunai, let alone complete the precise kills on all the stakes amidst the dense and ever-changing traps. I have delivered the item. Well then, Mrs. Yayoi, I hope we meet again. Yukino raised one of its limbs, as if giving a waving signal, and then left a puff of white smoke in place, disappearing without a trace. Just as Uchiha Yayoi was about to open her mouth, she saw the white smoke remaining where Yukino had been, and had to swallow the words she had prepared back into her stomach. She had originally wanted to say that she still had quite a bit of cat food there and could treat it. However, this creature shouldn't really be considered a cat, right? She didn't know if it could eat cat food. Such a strange thought popped into Uchiha Yayoi's mind, and she shook her head, focusing her attention on the folder. She didn't open the folder immediately but returned to the stone rest house at the base. After sitting down in front of the desk in her bedroom, she opened the folder unhurriedly. Besides the report documents that had been returned to her, there were also some scattered items. The one that surprised her the most was a finely crafted black handheld camera, accompanied by an instruction manual and a stack of photo paper. So this is a camera. So that's how it's used. Press this button, and it can instantly capture an image. It seems quite simple to use. Uchiha Yayoi was not slow-witted, although it was her first contact, she quickly figured out how to use the camera. Then, she took out the returned report document, flipped it to the back, and clearly saw a few lines of messages from Yayoi. I have never seen the sunrise in the northeast, and by the way, I also want to see what a polar bear looks like. I am very sorry for not replying earlier, it is because I have been too busy. So, could you send over some photos of yourself, Yayoi? That way, I can always keep you in the palm of my hand. After reading it, Uchiha Yayoi's face couldn't help but flush slightly. Not only did he want her photos, but he also said he wanted to keep her in the palm of his hand. Uchiha Yayoi suddenly remembered the sentence she had written, which seemed even more cringy than this. Something about how just thinking that Shogun-sama was watching made her body feel warm. No. I can't take it. My head is going to break. Forget it. Hurry up and make me forget it. Bang. 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 Uchiha Yayoi kept banging her head against the desk while making shamefully extreme screams, which echoed throughout the bedroom. She couldn't imagine what had gone wrong in her brain at the time to make her write such mushy, cringy words on paper to flirt with an hookaman. Die. Just die. I who wrote those words, hurry up and commit suicide to apologize. Uchiha Yayoi was mentally collapsing. After a long while, Uchiha Yayoi lifted her head from the desktop. Her originally smooth long hair was now scattered like weeds, and her forehead was bright red. Like someone who had lost an important soul, her eyes were hollow and lifeless. Falling in love is really exaggerated. Is this really still human language? Uchiha Yayoi muttered to herself, her gaze sliding to the side of the desk, where a pile of reference materials she used were placed, all of which were best-selling romance books on the market. First marriage, then love, the domineering daimyo falls for me. Don't run, little hubby, the female daimyo regrets it. She runs, he chases, she cannot escape. Woman, man, you have piqued my interest. Just seeing the book titles made Uchiha Yayoi feel a sense of suffocation, unable to breathe. She reached out and scratched her hair, her scalp was really itchy. The toes inside her ninja shoes were also constantly curling, enough to tear through the soles. The guy who could come up with such book titles must have already transcended humanity. Woo-woo. Uchiha Yayoi let out a pitiful and frantic whimper, while holding the books for reference, scratching her hair, and then at some critical node, her forehead slammed against the desktop without warning. She kept making go die sounds in her mouth. As if doing this could make her wake up from the quagmire of mushy, cringy feelings. Chapter 123, Sword Skills and Gentle Fist. Late December. At the inner court training ground of the Shogun's Manor. Standing not far in front of Yayoi, Kicho performed the hand seals in the proper sequence. Her entire body was quickly enveloped by a mass of chakra emitting a pale purple light. Then, this materialized pale purple chakra spread its tail feathers like a peacock opening its fan, slowly unfolding behind Kicho. This peacock tail unfolding behind Kicho did not need to flap vigorously, it simply stirred the surrounding air currents, lifting Kicho's body and causing her to hover upward. She only stopped rising once her feet were nearly 2 meters off the ground. It was not that she did not want to continue ascending, but Kicho could feel that this distance from the ground was the limit she could currently achieve. Continuing to ascend further would likely cause her center of gravity to become unstable, making it impossible to balance her body and causing her to fall from midair. Is this the peacock mysterious method that you spoke of, my husband? I must say, it truly is a miraculous secret technique, to think it can actually allow one to master the ability to fly. Kicho exclaimed in wonder, as ninjas who mastered the ability to fly were truly scarce in the ninja world. She had only just come into contact with this secret technique and could not yet master it proficiently. Given some more time, she would be able to freely utilize the chakra wings behind her to soar in the sky just like a bird. This technique not only improved her mobility but also significantly increased her strength. It seems you have already initially mastered this technique, Kicho. Yayoi nodded with satisfaction at Kicho's current state. The peacock mysterious method might have been difficult to create, taking him nearly a full year, even with his exceptional foundation in manipulating materialized chakra. However, once this secret technique was formed, the difficulty of teaching it to others was greatly reduced. Especially for a high-level ninja like Kicho who could control chakra with such finesse, after absorbing some energy from the meteorite star, it only took her a few days to initially find the knack for performing the peacock mysterious method. Yes, in another half a month or so, I will be able to use it proficiently. Kicho smiled slightly. As a ninja of the Hyuga clan, she was very confident in the domain of chakra control. In her eyes, to say that the peacock mysterious method was difficult was not entirely true. Although it was a technique, its core could not be separated from precise chakra control skills. The only difficulty lay in the fact that before formally cultivating the peacock mysterious method, one needed to absorb the special energy of the star. The special energy of the star was too overbearing and dangerous. Ninjas with weak chakra could not be allowed to touch even a fraction of it. Causing a reduction in lifespan was a minor matter. In more serious cases, it could cause the practitioner to die on the spot, skipping even the time for treatment. Theoretically, it would not be an exaggeration to classify the peacock mysterious method as a forbidden technique. Kicho felt the wonderful sensation of hovering for a while, then descended from midair, and the pale purple chakra wings behind her retracted. My husband, do you intend to promote this secret technique within the military? Kicho asked about Yayoi's next plan. Even she could see the strategic value of this secret technique, and she believed the future Yayoi saw would only be further ahead. If this secret technique were to be shelved and only allowed to be cultivated by a few, it would be too much of a pity. I have this idea, but I still need some time to consider how to execute it specifically. Hearing Yayoi's view, Kicho nodded slightly, understanding Yayoi's concerns. For a ninjutsu with strategic value, the method of promotion needed to be chosen carefully. Making it free was the most direct and intuitive method, but doing so would severely damage the reward and punishment system of the Land of Night's army. Just like the poverty alleviation strategy Yayoi formulated in the Land of Night, for groups struggling to survive, he would prioritize providing basic supplies and could even provide job positions for them, but he would never give money directly. This point should indeed be handled with caution. Then, my husband, you came to find me specifically at this time. It shouldn't just be to check my progress in cultivating the peacock mysterious method, right? Kicho was curious about what Yayoi had in mind that made him specifically come to find her at this time. The cultivation of the peacock mysterious method was not difficult for her at all, it was merely a matter of spending a little more time. The situation is this: I would like to ask you, Kicho, to summarize and categorize the execution techniques of the gentle fist, especially long-range moves like the 8 trigrams, air palm. Yayoi did not hide anything and directly stated his intention. 8 trigrams, air palm. That is not a problem. My husband, do you intend to promote the gentle fist next? Kicho nodded and agreed without hesitation. After all, this did not involve the true core of the Hyuga clan, because the true core of the Hyuga clan had always been the Byakugan, not the gentle fist. Only the gentle fist used in conjunction with the Byakugan was the true gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Without the Byakugan, there was no essential difference between the Hyuga clan's gentle fist and other gentle fist schools. Furthermore, even if it were the core technique of the Hyuga clan, as long as Yayoi wanted it, she would give it away without blinking an eye. Actually, it is the samurai. They intend to reform the sword-style schools of the Land of Night to strengthen the overall capabilities of the samurai. I looked at the direction of their reform and discovered that there are some overlaps with the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, so I hope you can provide some opinions and guidance. Hearing Yayoi's explanation, Kicho became even more curious, even carrying a hint of doubt. Gentle fist and sword skills, these should be two completely different domains. Although there might indeed be overlaps in the exertion techniques, she really could not imagine how these two types of techniques could be fused together. How about it, do you want to go and see? I think the samurai's ideas have quite a lot of development feasibility, and perhaps it will be of no small help to you, Kicho. Alright, since it is an invitation from my husband. Seeing the mysterious smile on Yayoi's face, Kicho was immediately intrigued. She also wanted to see what kind of sword-style school the samurai could reform. My husband, I want to go and see too. Seemingly having heard that there was something lively to watch, his Anna, who had long stopped her taijutsu training in the distance and had been secretly pricking up her ears to listen, immediately raised her arm, indicating that she also wanted to go along. From childhood to now, she had never seen how samurai fought. Although in this era, the samurai group was beginning to decline, because of this decline, it actually added a few points of mystery and legend among some people who did not understand them. Alright, then let's go together. Yayoi nodded, allowing his Anna to come along. You come too, Oboro. Always training bitterly alone will make you like a frog in a well. Besides, I remember you also use swords. Kicho looked smilingly at Oboro, who was still practicing taijutsu and ninjutsu on the other side, causing the other party's movements to pause involuntarily. Oboro's face under the mask nodded reluctantly. Although Kicho's provocation was very straightforward, it was very effective. Because as soon as she heard the 4 words, frog in a well, she could not help but recall that sunny morning when she was instantly defeated by Kicho in one move, making her understand what it meant to overestimate one's own capabilities. Subsequently, the 3 women followed Yayoi to the outer court. On an open-air simulation training ground, various obstacles were placed, especially rock blocks several meters high, which covered the entire training ground. Some rocks were even over 10 meters high. Almost only high-level samurai and a very few intermediate samurai could neatly split them in half from the middle. These rock blocks, which were much taller than a person, were exactly the objects the samurai usually used to practice sword slashes to improve their slashing power. At this moment, Yayoi brought the three women, Kicho, Hisana, and Oboro, to stand in a shadowy corner at the edge of the training ground, holding their breath and focusing, not stepping forward to disturb, just watching from afar. Kurobi stepped out of the ranks amidst the admiring gazes of the samurai. His palm rested gently on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and his pitch-black pupils stared sharply at the highest rock on the training ground ahead. This boulder was over 15 meters high, presenting an irregular shape, and steel bars that could increase its mass were mixed inside, making it even more solid than a simple rock block. Some steel bars were even exposed on the surface of the stone, looking like a turtle shell that left one with no way to start. Kurobi took a deep breath, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he quickly drew his sword, like a flash of light cutting through the air. There was no prelude, no charging up, it was no different from an ordinary, extremely fast Iaijutsu slash. It was not a slash as sharp as a thin blade, but an invisible, high-speed flying current of air, like a tsunami crashing into the steel-reinforced boulder ahead. Boom. With a deafening explosion, it detonated on the surface of the steel-reinforced boulder. The fierce impact directly pushed the steel-reinforced boulder, causing it to roll away. Chunks of rock skin and broken steel bars were blasted off the boulder and scattered all over the ground. The road along the way was also collapsed by the invisible shock wave swung out by the katana. In the center of the boulder, a gap several meters deep was left. That huge gap was not cleaved out by the katana, but more like it had been blasted open by gunpowder. Although he did not successfully split the steel-reinforced boulder, the expressions of the surrounding samurai were quite excited. It's fantastic, this exertion method is indeed feasible. As expected of Master Kurobi, even in the experimental stage, he can unleash such a powerful slash. If the chakra can be more stable and solid, and then increase the destructive power. Many samurai clench their fists, seemingly seeing another form of samurai school quietly taking root. No longer focusing on sharpness and speed, but treating oneself as a battery and the katana as a cannon barrel, the slash swung out as the cannon fire that destroys everything. Yayoi and the others in the distance naturally saw this scene as well. Hisana held a paper bag labeled, Hisana snack bag, while paying attention to the situation on the training ground, stuffing food into her mouth. There was no fluctuation on her face, she did not quite understand the excitement of the samurai. Is this something worth being happy about? A rock of that size, even mixed with steel bars, she could smash to pieces with one punch right now. Samurai, they look quite weak. Unlike Hisana's barrenness, Yayoi and the other two saw something completely different. Especially Oboro, she was shocked in her heart. She had never thought that sword skills could be executed in this way. Not a slash, not a cleave, not a cut, but an explosion and an impact. No wonder you asked me for the exertion method of the gentle fist, my husband. It really has many similarities with gentle fist moves like the 8 trigrams, air palm. Kicho narrowed her activated Byakugan and smiled sweetly. Yes, I believe you can see it too, Kicho. This exertion method, because it is still in its infancy, has many flaws. Especially the hardness of the chakra. Yayoi pointed out the key point. If Kurobi used a slash that focused on sharpness and speed, he could completely split such a stone. But by changing the exertion method, the shortcomings in his sword skills were exposed. This also had to do with the fact that this new type of exertion method had not yet been perfected. Otherwise, Kurobi would not have pushed the boulder away, but would have directly blasted the boulder, along with the ground in front of it, to smithereens. One of the reasons was exactly as he said, the hardness of the released chakra was not enough. This was also the reason why Yayoi wanted to consult Kicho. The Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams, air palm was precisely a type of long-range taijutsu. It could turn the impacted chakra into a substance harder than steel to attack the target. The upgraded gentle fist of the air palm was the shinretsu developed by Kicho, which could release high-density chakra with a wave of the hand, capable of shattering the ground dozens of meters ahead in an instant. It had the same effect as the sword skills Kurobi had just executed. It was just that Kicho released it with her bare palms, while Kurobi released it with a katana. If this school of sword skills was perfected and formed, it could be called sword cannon. The coverage and power of sword skills would usher in a new revolution, and the samurai would also transform into human cannons one by one. No hand seals were needed, no preparatory steps were needed, it could be released just by swinging the sword. Since that is the case, my husband, then I will reluctantly accept this group of students. Saying this, Kicho restrained her smile, her figure flashed, and when she appeared again, she was already in mid-air above the training ground, her Byakugan locked onto the boulder that had just been pushed back by Kurobi. I remember the exertion method is correct like this. Kicho, who possessed the Byakugan, had long since insightfully observed Kurobiai's chakra flow and release method, and had silently noted it down. She felt that a part of it completely overlapped with the 8 trigrams, air palm. And as long as she understood the principle of how chakra operated, she could completely replicate Kurobiai's sword skills perfectly. She drew Kumakiri and swung it forcefully toward the boulder below. Boom. Intense white light swept across the ground, the training ground trembled violently, and the dozen-meter-high steel-reinforced boulder, along with the ground beneath it, was completely devoured by the sword cannon released by Kicho. Crushed stones and broken steel bars mixed with dust splattered everywhere. After the dust settled, a shocking large pit was left on the ground. The samurai watched this scene in utter shock, holding their breath, looking at the broken stones and severed steel bars all over the ground, unable to speak for a long time. Mr. Kurobiai, sorry, I stole your prey. Ah, no worries, Lady Kicho, I do not mind these things. Kurobiai looked at Kicho, who landed steadily from mid-air, and the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. The Hyuga's Byakugan is truly amazing. Chapter 124, Shaman. That swordsmanship just now was truly spectacular, Kurobiai. Yayoi also stepped out from the shadows, followed by Hisana and Oboro. Shogun-sama. The samurai bowed one after another, showing expressions of respect. Yayoi waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for formalities. The samurai dispersed, returning to their own tasks and leaving the space open for Yayoi and his group. Spectacular. I'd say it's more disheartening. Something I've been studying with my colleagues for so long was learned by Lady Kicho in an instant, and with even greater power. Kurobiai offered a self-deprecating smile. In truth, he wasn't exactly dejected, after all, he was long past the age of being overly competitive. It was more a sense of lamentation at the existence of ninjas, they were simply too unreasonable. Samurai could not learn ninja skills, yet ninjas could downwardly assimilate the abilities of samurai, it was simply too unfair. He had experienced such disheartening scenes countless times in the past. That is because Kicho possesses the power of the Byakugan, allowing her to see through the principles of samurai swordsmanship and master it quickly. Most ninjas do not possess this learning ability. Yayoi patted Kurobiai on the shoulder, helping him snap out of his discouragement. Rest assured, Yayoi-sama, I am not that fragile. After all these years, I have been dealt too many blows. I know that, of course. That is why I specifically brought Kicho here this time to research new sword styles with all of you. Consider it an exchange of ideas. The fourth generation techniques of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist might just provide you with some inspiration. Yayoi did truly want to help Kurobiai and the other samurai develop a new school of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he was not very proficient in swordsmanship himself, merely knowing how to use it. Even the puppet samurai he controlled with puppet jutsu, while they held swords and slashed, were essentially a Zerg rush style, relying on explosive devices installed within the puppets to strike targets. Yes, I understand. Kurobiai did not stand on ceremony and nodded in agreement. He could vaguely tell that the shockwave Kicho had released earlier was similar to, yet distinct from, swordsmanship. Rather than swordsmanship, it seemed more like she was using the katana to release gentle fist. If they could master that kind of chakra force generation technique, it would certainly aid in the development of a new style of swordsmanship. At the very least, in terms of the form of release, there were many commonalities between the two. I look forward to your guidance, Mr. Kurobiai. Kicho smiled slightly and sheathed Kumakiri. Not at all, the pleasure is mine. Kurobiai was rather reserved. Putting aside Kicho's noble status, in terms of strength, she was also a ninja worthy of respect. In the entire land of night, those who could surpass Lady Kicho in strength could be counted on one hand. Hisana, standing to the side, heard this and her eyes lit up. In that case, wouldn't Kicho have no time to pay attention to her? During this period, she could slack off a little, and maybe even sneak around at night. She glanced at Yayoi, slowing down her snacking. Without saying a word, she quietly stepped back half a step, acting like a transparent accessory with zero presence. Hisana's little movements naturally did not escape Kicho's eyes. It could be said that as soon as Hisana wiggled her rear, Kicho knew what pose she was about to strike. There was simply no need to call her out, letting her have a few easy days would keep her from getting too stifled. Regarding the samurai's pursuit of self-transcendence through sword-style reform, Yayoi was naturally a strong supporter. Once the sword-style reform was complete, it would not just benefit one or two samurai, but an entire massive samurai group at the national level. However, with Kicho joining, Yayoi could not give a definitive answer as to whether the samurai, led by Kurobiai, would be able to successfully complete this sword-style revolution. Even though everything was going smoothly so far, there might be insurmountable mountains blocking their path as they continued forward. At the end of the day, in terms of malleability, samurai were simply too thin compared to ninjas. As shogun, all he could do was take it this far, the rest would require the samurai to rely on their own wisdom to overcome challenges and surpass their predecessors. Yayoi-sama, Your Excellency Shaman from the hidden sand village in the Land of Wind has come to visit. It seems there is an important matter to discuss. Just as Yayoi had sat down in the Tenshikaku, Irori reported this matter to him. Upon hearing this, Yayoi was only slightly surprised before returning to normal. Shaman of the Land of Wind, the bald, tattooed man who had followed behind the first Kazekage Reto at the previous 5 Kage summit. Yayoi's knowledge of him was limited to the impression of him being serious and stern. Compared to the diverse personalities of the bodyguards behind the other first Kage, Shaman was indeed not very prominent in that regard. However, Yayoi did not underestimate this Kazekage bodyguard. Being personally arranged by the Kazekage to stand behind him already meant that he was highly likely to be the next Kazekage, and his strength was also among the very best in the hidden sand village. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Wind had the most vast territory but was also the most barren. However, this poverty was actually quite stereotypical, based on comparisons with other great nations. To smaller nations, the Land of Wind was still an insurmountable existence. Irori, make arrangements, I will meet with him. Regarding a high-level official from a major nation's ninja village like Your Excellency Shaman, one certainly needed to treat him with importance. At the same time, Yayoi was also guessing what important matter this Kazekage bodyguard could have to discuss by coming to the Land of Night at this time. Cooperation. Compared to the Land of Night, shouldn't the first choice be the Land of Fire and Konoha? After all, that place had the backing of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and possessed abundant resources that made every nation envious. In the past, many ninja clans in the Land of Fire had fought until their brains were splattered just to compete for that land and those resources. Irori nodded and went to arrange the meeting between Yayoi and Shaman. Half an hour later, in a conference room used to receive important personnel from the 5 great nations, Yayoi met Shaman, who had traveled from afar from the Land of Wind. He wore black clothes covered by a yellow cloak. Most striking were his right eye and bald head, which were covered in fierce tattoos, giving him a highly intimidating appearance. Please sit, Your Excellency Shaman. Shaman had brought 2 young jonin from the hidden sand village with him this time, likely to gain some experience. They were currently standing meticulously behind Shaman. Behind Yayoi stood Irori, the acting shogun and secretary, as immovable as a rock. He and Shaman sat face to face on the sofa, with prepared tea slightly steaming on the tea table placed between them. It has been nearly a month since I last parted ways with you at the 5 Kage summit, Your Excellency Shaman. I recall that this should be the honeymoon period for cooperation between the various nations and the Land of Fire and Konoha. As you have come to visit at this time, Your Excellency Shaman, please state your business directly. Yayoi looked directly at Shaman. There was no need for probing, so he chose to get straight to the point. Compared to Mu and Tobarama, he knew too little about Shaman. He only knew that the other party possessed an incredible sand control ability, as well as some rumors of unknown veracity. For instance, it was rumored that Shaman had once come from an ancient temple in the Land of Wind and was a highly capable monk. Coincidentally, it was rumored that the Ichibi, Shikaku, was sealed in an ancient temple in the Land of Wind, guarded by many monks. Yayoi had reason to suspect that Shaman was very likely also a top-tier expert in sealing jutsu. Shaman nodded. He was not someone who liked to beat around the bush either. My visit to you, Shogun-sama, was at my own request to the Kazekage. While the Land of Fire and Konoha have the abundant resources that our country and village urgently need, the Land of Night also possesses things that we urgently require. Shaman watched the changes in Yayoi's expression as he continued, a glint of sharpness revealing itself in his eyes. I wish to trade for the puppet jutsu you possess, Shogun-sama, that epic-defying puppet jutsu that allows a single person to control dozens or even hundreds of puppets in battle. Chapter 125, Magnet Release. Puppet Technique. Hearing Shaman's words, Yayoi's eyes flashed. It was an expected surprise, so to speak. In the original work, the Hidden Sand Village was a ninja village that excelled in puppet manipulation, even possessing specialized puppet core. However, at this point in time, he had never heard of the Hidden Sand Village having any in-depth development in the field of puppet technique. Most likely, the Hidden Sand Village had sufficient combat power during this period and hadn't considered the development and promotion of puppet ninjutsu at all. This was evident in the indifferent attitude the Hidden Sand Village had shown toward the tailed beast at the previous 5 Kage summit. They were incredibly confident in their own military strength. If I may ask, Your Excellency Shaman, do you intend to trade for a portion of the puppet technique, or an entire system? Yayoi pondered for a moment, pointing out whether the puppet technique Shaman wanted to trade for was just a part of it, or a complete system of puppet technique. There was a huge difference between the two, especially the latter. An entire puppet technique system involved a great many things. Especially since some puppet techniques also involved the application of active chakra. Yayoi naturally could not trade the content related to this. The degraded technology of active chakra alone was a system of even greater value than the puppet technique. Naturally, an entire puppet technique system. Shaman straightened his back slightly and stated his inner thoughts. Although he could slowly deduce it after obtaining a portion, that would be too tedious and would waste a lot of the hidden sand village's development time. It was even more likely that they would go down the wrong path during the deduction process and ultimately fail. Since the Land of Night possessed a complete puppet technique system, he could just take it and use it directly. There was no need to suffer unnecessarily. Since that's the case, let me first explain some things about the puppet technique system. Perhaps to ensure that Shaman, who might not have a deep understanding of his puppet technique system, wouldn't misjudge its value, Yayoi took out a scroll recording quite a bit about the puppet technique, serving as a basic introduction for an outsider who didn't understand the puppet technique. It covered aspects ranging from the difficulty of puppet construction and power levels to simplified tactical configurations, including the control of the puppet technique. These were just general contents. Yayoi would not easily show the true details and key parts to outsiders. He only needed to let Shaman know that the entire puppet technique system he was about to trade was a ninjutsu system of extremely high value. What surprised both Yayoi and Irori, however, was that Shaman could occasionally point out key areas of the puppet technique to ask questions. That keen, incisive eye made Yayoi's gaze deep with meaning. This guy came prepared. I'm afraid he had seriously collected intelligence on me before coming here, especially regarding the part about the puppet technique. Yayoi's inner heart fluctuated slightly, feeling that he needed to re-evaluate Shaman of the Hidden Sand Village. Regarding the leakage of information about his own puppet technique, Yayoi wasn't actually that surprised. That's how ninjas are, the greater the fame, the more abilities are naturally exposed. Especially the ninjutsu one relies on for survival, it will be researched and cracked by ninjas from various countries to find countermeasures. This was equivalent to him secretly cracking the secret of Senju Hashirama's would release. Cooperation was cooperation, but he couldn't really do nothing regarding Konoha. After explaining for nearly half an hour, Yayoi finally stopped. It wasn't just him speaking unilaterally. During this explanation, Shaman had interjected with questions quite a few times. Some of his ideas even made Yayoi subconsciously feel that if this guy stepped into the field of puppet technique, he would definitely become a terrifying puppeteer. Your Excellency Shaman, this is my presentation of the puppet technique. I believe that after the previous explanation, you also understand the true value of this puppet technique system. So, can you tell me now what the Hidden Sand Village intends to use for the exchange? Yayoi leaned back against the sofa, picked up his teacup, and took a sip of tea to moisten his dry throat. Shaman rested his arms on his thighs, his hands slightly crossed and clasped together, and without much thought, he blurted out. Regarding this point, before coming here, I had discussed it in advance with Lord Kazekage. However, after your detailed explanation, Your Excellency General, I realized that my understanding of the puppet technique was still shallow. Shaman spoke bluntly, even to the point of being overly frank. Considering that the trading partner was a general who governed a country in an orderly manner, playing any tricks here would only be showing off before an expert. As a bodyguard to the Kazekage, he usually didn't engage in superficial things either. If he felt something was wrong in the village, he would just take people and carry out sweeping reforms. As for the stubborn elements who didn't want to change, in the harsh desert environment of the Land of Wind, it was quite normal for a few people to go missing occasionally. Yayoi lifted his chin slightly, not interrupting, and displayed an attitude of listening attentively. Originally, we intended to use a complete wind-release ninjutsu system to trade with you, Your Excellency General, but now I intend to add some new chips on this basis. Shaman paused, looked at Yayoi with a serious expression, and asked instead of answering, Your Excellency General, you must have heard of magnet release, right? I have heard a little about it. It is said that some families in the ninja world inherit this kind of bloodline limit. Yayoi was slightly surprised, then nodded. Having lived in the ninja world for so many years, his understanding of the ninja world was not just based on the information obtained from the God's Eye view of the original work. Rather, he just used the information from the original work as reference material. In many cases, he still used his own experiences to understand this ninja world. Then, surely Your Excellency General also knows that this type of bloodline limit can be created through acquired research and development. As he spoke, Shaman's gaze fell, intentionally or unintentionally, on Irori, who was behind and to the side of Yayoi. Living artificial puppet life, powerful ice release that surpassed the Yuki clan of the Land of Water, there were countless rumors about this deputy general of the Land of Night who existed like a shadow. Could it be that the Hidden Sand Village has already? Yayoi's pupils dilated slightly. This time he was truly surprised. Shaman saying this was undoubtedly indicating that the Hidden Sand Village's research on magnet release had reached a very high level, and might even have already. Regarding the research on magnet release, our ninjas from the Land of Wind had already been conducting experiments in temples before the establishment of the Hidden Sand Village. The current completion rate is already very high, and I believe it won't be long before a magnet release ninja is born. Yayoi was speechless, and the enthusiasm in his heart was extinguished in an instant. He had thought that the Hidden Sand Village had already created magnet release. It turned out they were still in the research phase. As for what Shaman said about the high completion rate, Yayoi wanted to say that he could create a folder himself and solemnly declare that his would-release completion rate was also very high. But come to think of it, if it were a perfected magnet release ninjutsu, shaman definitely wouldn't act on impulse and easily trade it. In any case, magnet release was a superior bloodline limit. Once researched, it could be inherited through the bloodline. However, in terms of value, Yayoi did not believe that his puppet technique system was inferior to magnet release. Regarding shaman's trading conditions, Yayoi did not agree immediately. A complete wind release ninjutsu system, plus the semi-finished research materials for magnet release, although tempting, required him to carefully deliberate. Especially the latter part of the magnet release research materials, he wanted to know to what extent the Hidden Sand Village's research on magnet release had actually reached. If it was the same as his would-release research, just opening a new folder, then he could only say sorry. Regarding this point, Shaman expressed understanding, but the research materials on magnet release were also top secret in the Hidden Sand Village and required the consent of Kazekage Reto to move. He could not make the decision himself. He needed to report back to Kazekage Reto before continuing the transaction. Fortunately, neither of them was in a rush to complete the transaction. Such a trade exchanging their respective core fields certainly could not be handed over easily. Besides, no matter how perfect it sounded in theory, that was just on paper. Sunagakure needed to show Yayoi their wind release ninjutsu, and Yayoi also needed to show Sunagakure his puppet technique. Only after both sides saw the actual results could they proceed to the next negotiation. Magnet release, it really is a rare bloodline limit. After Shaman left, Irori frowned, which was rare. The Land of Night had collected a lot of intelligence regarding bloodline limit abilities, but many bloodline limits had long been lost in the ninja world, causing intelligence in this area to always be incomplete. Magnet release was one of them. The ninja clan that possessed the magnet release bloodline limit seems to have vanished 100 years ago. I don't know if they went into hiding or were wiped out. The last time magnet release appeared in the public eye was 20 years ago. But the authenticity of this rumor itself is also very doubtful. Yayoi nodded. As long as it was a known bloodline limit in the ninja world, he paid attention to it. He had even obtained the corpses of quite a few ninjas with bloodline limits. Some bloodline limits had been lost, and some were still being carried forward in the ninja world. Next, it depends on the progress of the Hidden Sand Village's research on magnet release. Otherwise, I can only take out a portion of the puppet technique to trade with the Land of Wind for wind release ninjutsu. A systematic wind release ninjutsu was also of very high value in Yayoi's eyes. Although the Land of Night had the Kamamitsu clan, which excelled in wind release, this family had long declined, and the inheritance of wind release was not as comprehensive as imagined. If he could obtain the Land of Wind's wind release ninjutsu system, he could set about cultivating stronger wind release ninjas, or even organize a special wind release unit. After all, wind release was indeed useful when targeting lightning release ninjas. For the Land of Night, which was relatively lacking in ninjutsu systems, this was also a guaranteed profitable deal. Irori, find all the scrolls related to the puppet technique. Never mind the magnet release for now, the wind release ninjutsu system must be secured. Yes. This is going to be a tough job. Yayoi joked slightly. Because many areas of his puppet technique involved the application of active chakra and some secrets that were inconvenient to show others, he needed to remove all these parts and replace them with other tradable technologies. The workload was huge, and it would take a lot of time for one person to complete it, so he needed to find a helper. It was best to have someone who had a deep understanding of his puppet technique system, and Irori was the best candidate. Because in addition to ice release, Irori could also use his puppet technique and was likewise a top-tier puppeteer. It was just that in most cases, Irori used the more convenient and powerful ice release to fight. Compared to this, Lady Hisana might make a fuss. Irori smiled slightly. With everyone busy and Kicho unable to supervise, Hisana was the one with the least to do. Now that Yayoi was going to stay here with her, screening the content of the puppet technique overnight to trade with the Hidden Sand Village, he naturally wouldn't have time to accompany her. I'll just coax her a little later, business comes first right now. Actually, this screening work could be handled by me alone. Could it be that you, Lord Yayoi, are willing but unable when it comes to Lady Hisana? Looking at Irori's somewhat teasing expression, Yayoi naturally couldn't show weakness and calmly took a sip of tea. Where are your thoughts wandering, Irori? Hisana's little tricks are as obedient as a kitten in my hands. If it weren't for me stopping at the right point every time, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed the next morning. Irori did not speak, only smiled, revealing eyes that could see through everything. Yayoi wanted to retort, but explaining too much would instead make him appear guilty. So, he immediately changed the subject. Forget it, let's not talk about her. The transaction with the Hidden Sand Village is more important. Be prepared for a hard battle of staying up late these 2 days. As he spoke, Yayoi led Irori to the storage room where ninjutsu were kept and began the screening work. Chapter 126, Don't Look Back, Hold the test tube steady. The sound of a door being pushed open came from not far away. Standing with her back to the laboratory door, Nene, who was in the middle of a new drug experiment at the workbench, subconsciously jerked the hand holding the test tube. Although her face showed nothing, a closer look would reveal the displeasure leaking from her red eyes. Is this guy an animal? How many times a month is enough? Nene couldn't help but mutter to herself. Although that kind of thing also got her worked up, her body wasn't as sturdy and durable as Hisana's. If this continued, she would surely become like Hisana one day, a fool with an empty head, incapable of thinking about anything. But she had no choice, he held the power over her finances. In the end, she was just a parasite. Once she lost the nourishment provided by her master, she wouldn't be able to survive on her own. Nene put down the test tube, took off her white lab coat, and planned to let him finish replenishing her funds before telling him to get out immediately. What are you doing? Yayoi came to Nene's side and saw her taking off her lab coat. As she pulled his hand and prepared to head toward the lounge, he couldn't help but pull her back. I'm letting you leave quickly after you're done. Nene seemed to lack the art of conversation, or perhaps she just couldn't be bothered. However, for the sake of how cute she was, Yayoi forgave her. I came to find you this time for a serious matter. As he spoke, Yayoi took out a prepared list, which recorded various medicinal herbs and the quantities that could be provided. This is. Nene glanced at the list and immediately spotted several extremely rare medicinal herbs, precious plants that only had a chance to grow in incredibly extreme environments. Moreover, the variety of the other herbs was also incredibly complete. Are you doing business with the land of medicine? As far as Nene knew, very few nations in the ninja world possessed such a comprehensive supply of medicinal herbs, and the land of medicine was one of them. As the name implied, this was a country that specialized in planting herbs and exporting them abroad. Herbs were not only vital daily necessities but also the economic pillar upon which the nation's citizens depended for survival. How old is your information? The land of medicine ceased to exist 3 years ago. Yayoi looked at Nene, speechless. This girl's awareness of outside information and her professional knowledge of medicine were two extremes. Is that so? It's a pity about that country's herbs. Nothing to pity. Besides, when the land of medicine was destroyed, I made a huge profit and obtained many high-quality parent plants. The country died for a good cause. When Yayoi said this, it was as natural as if he were commenting on the weather. Such things were commonplace in the ninja world. After all, it was just a small country with narrow territory, no powerful ninjas for protection, and land that could produce abundant herbs. That it had survived at all was merely the result of the balance of power among surrounding nations. When the surrounding powers no longer needed that balance, the destruction of the land of medicine was destined. Yayoi had simply taken advantage of the country's collapse to scavenge many parent plants and some experts in herb cultivation, then silently watched as the nation headed toward destruction. How dirty. Nene said this, but in her heart, she felt that Yayoi had handled the matter beautifully. If it were in the past, she certainly would have condemned him severely, but now she and Yayoi were one. When Yayoi ate meat, she got to eat meat along with him. Perhaps the various herbs she had consumed while making the tailed beast medicine had been cultivated after being brought to the land of night when the land of medicine fell. Then this list is. It was provided by Shaman of Hidden Sand Village. I intend to do a medicinal herb deal with Hidden Sand Village and stopped by to see if you needed anything. Doing business with Shaman was a spur-of-the-moment decision for Yayoi. Because he suddenly remembered that the original story seemed to mention that Hidden Sand Village had a complete variety of medicinal herbs, which caught his attention. Thinking of the extreme desert environment of the Land of Wind, he considered that precious herbs not found in other countries might grow in some special areas, so he decided to do business with Shaman on the spot. Shaman didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. Compared to research materials on magnet release, a simple herb deal was something he, as the Kazakage's guard and a senior advisor of Hidden Sand Village, could fully decide on. The Land of Wind. Nene didn't know much about the details of the fall of a tiny nation like the Land of Medicine. It was simply too small, and its destruction didn't even cause a ripple, so naturally, she wouldn't pay any special attention to it. But Hidden Sand Village and the Land of Wind were different. It was one of the 5 great nations, and the one leading Hidden Sand Village was one of the 5 Kage of the current era. No matter how lacking she was in outside information, she had at least some common sense about this. No wonder there are rare herbs that other countries simply don't have. In that case, I'll take these. Nene looked at some of the rare herbs on the list, a few of which even the Land of Night lacked the environment to cultivate, and immediately took a pen to mark them. As for the quantity. Naturally, she wanted it all. As for money, she didn't need to touch money now, and she wasn't interested in it either, vulgar. Yayoi scanned it, simply nodded, put the list away, and prepared to go discuss it with Shaman later. Alright, you can go now. Next, I need to improve some medicine from the past that had huge side effects. Nene began waving him away, her attitude becoming casual. Men were creatures like rags, once used, you could just toss them aside. She turned around, ignoring Yayoi as if he were air, picked up the test tube, and prepared to finish the drug formulation she hadn't completed earlier. Just as Nene picked up the test tube and before she could proceed to the next step, a familiar sound rustled behind her, accompanied by a touch. Nene sighed, preparing to put down the test tube and go to the adjoining lounge to conduct an additional experiment. Let's be clear, I'll give you half an hour at most. Before she could move, her body was pressed down, and she couldn't go anywhere. No need for so much trouble, I'll leave in a bit. Oh, right, don't look back. Hold the test tube steady. If you accidentally drop it, Nene, you wouldn't want your funds for next month to be deducted, would you? Several days later. In a cordoned-off forest area outside Yomi City. Heavy snow was falling, and the cold wind was howling. Yayoi brought Yaya, Kakuzu, and a group of ninjas and samurai to this place. Following Yayoi and the others were Shaman and a group of Hidden Sand Village ninjas. After Shaman transmitted the message back to Hidden Sand Village, a squad of Hidden Sand Village ninjas soon arrived at Yomi City. This was a wind-release ninja squad carefully cultivated by Hidden Sand Village, numbering 10 in total, wearing the standard Hidden Sand Village ninja uniform and wearing ninja headbands. The number wasn't large, but Yayoi could tell that every single one of them was a Jonin-level ninja. There wasn't the slightest flaw in their movements, they weren't just empty shells set up for show. Let's begin. Yayoi signaled to Kakuzu, who nodded in understanding and walked to the opposite side. He stopped at a distance of about 30 meters and turned back around. Shaman also nodded to the 3 Hidden Sand Village Jonin of the Wind Release Squad. The 3 Hidden Sand Village Jonin stepped out of the formation, set up a triangular formation, and faced Kakuzu directly. Seeing the 3 Hidden Sand Village Jonin stand their ground, Kakuzu didn't bother with greetings and quickly formed hand seals. Lightning Release, Lightning Whale Technique. Bolts of lightning erupted from Kakuzu's body, forming a sea of lightning in midair. One could vaguely make out that this sea of lightning took the form of a giant orca, roaring and charging toward the 3 Hidden Sand Village Jonin with a sharp screech that tore through the air. The sizzling sound of the erupting lightning drowned out the wind and snow, and even the ground was cracked by the pressure of the orca-shaped sea of lightning. Wind Release, Skynet. Facing such a ferocious attack, the 3 Hidden Sand Village Jonin remained calm, simply releasing their wind release ninjutsu according to their usual rhythm. High concentration wind release chakra quickly intertwined in front of the 3, and in the blink of an eye, it wove an invisible, dense net even larger than the orca lightning sea, like a giant beast opening its bloody maw, covering the lightning orca. The giant net, composed of countless wind blades, seemed to be performing a magnificent cutting surgery. No matter how the violent lightning whale thrashed and struggled, it was firmly locked by this invisible net that looked so fragile. The giant net was the operating table, and the wind blades that made up the net were the scalpels, swiftly and precisely dividing and shredding the lightning whale. The process took less than 2 seconds. The entire lightning whale, including the sea of lightning it brought with it, turned into fine sparks of electricity and dissipated into the vast wind and snow. The giant net did not lose its momentum, and after slicing the lightning whale, it still had enough power to attack Kakuzu. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Kakuzu slammed his hands onto the ground, erecting a hard, several-meter-thick earth wall in front of him. On the earth wall, 5 masks of different styles appeared, each engraved with the pictographs for fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning. Boom. The giant net composed of wind blades crushed the earth wall in one go, emitting a deafening explosion. Scattered earth and stone were everywhere, and the crazily swirling airflow instantly cleared the wind and snow from the surroundings. After shattering this ninjutsu, which far exceeded a standard earth release, the movement of the giant net was barely stopped. But just in case, Kakuzu had already moved to a safe position. Watching the wind release ninjutsu that had consecutively broken his lightning and earth release, a cautious expression appeared in his pale green eyes. Setting aside the earth release, his lightning release, lightning whale technique was a very high-level lightning release ninjutsu. Ordinary wind release, let alone making contact, would be crushed by the sheer aura of the sweeping sea of lightning itself. Yet, the combined wind release of the 3 Hidden Sand Village Jonin had easily broken his high-level lightning release and still had the power to continue its charge. Even he had to admit that this group wind release technique was shockingly powerful. Most importantly, he had attacked first, but the opponent's group wind release had countered him. Its speed, range, and power were all completely superior to his lightning release. This guy is also an expert, to be able to use such a powerful lightning release. Shaman, standing beside Yayoi, glanced at Kakuzu in surprise. Under the wind release, Skynet, it was rare to see a lightning release technique that wasn't immediately dispersed. Ninjas capable of releasing such powerful lightning release were even rarer. And that level of hardness in his earth release proved that he was not just skilled in lightning release, his earth release attainments were also quite extraordinary. Chapter 127, Exchange Student Program. The land of night is truly full of talented people. Shaman did not hold back his praise. Your Excellency Shaman is too kind. I assume there is still a higher level wind release to come. Yayoi looked at the remaining 7 hidden sand village jonin who had not stepped forward. Shaman nodded and signaled for the other 7 hidden sand village jonin to step forward, arranging them in a formation with the previous 3. Every position seemed meticulously measured, capable of unleashing each person's power without interfering with the others. Just achieving this proved that the hidden sand village had put a lot of hard work into the research of group wind release. This time, Yayoi did not send Kakuzu to test it. The power of a 3-person group wind release technique was already unimaginably great, now, with 10 people performing it together. Just as Yayoi was contemplating this, the 10 hidden sand village jonin had already synchronized their hand seals. Wind release, great sky net. Boom. If the previous gust was a stream of air as sharp as a blade, then what was released this time was a massive shockwave like a collapsing mountain or an overturning sea. A light whiter than snow stole everyone's vision, almost obscuring half the sky. When the white light dissipated, the scene revealed to everyone was truly devastating. The hard frozen earth had been shattered. Within 100 meters in front of them, one could only see pulverized soil and rocks, covered in dense, crisscrossing cut marks. Trees and snow had evaporated and vanished. Even half a minute after the technique dissipated, an invisible dense web still isolated the surrounding snow. In an instant, the 100-meter area in front had been completely obliterated. The speed was so fast that by the moment the naked eye saw the white light, the body might have already been sliced into mince by the wind pressure, which had become dense enough to be tangible. Are you trading even this level of wind release? Yayoi turned to look at Shaman. Shaman nodded. Our land of wind is vast and sparsely populated. The number of ninja in the hidden sand village is the smallest among the 5 great ninja villages, and the problem of polarization is very serious. The strong are extremely strong, and the weak are extremely weak. I hope the puppet technique can compensate for the lack of combat power among the mid-tier ninja. Moreover, I believe that if the puppet technique can be applied in groups, its power will be equally astonishing. The lack of ninja numbers had always been a headache for him and the Kazekage. Since it was hard to find living people, he would try using other things to fight in their place. Puppet dolls, this system of techniques thus caught Shaman's eye. You are right. The puppet technique is very suitable for group combat. Saying this, Yayoi took out a scroll and threw it casually forward. Once the scroll hit the ground, it immediately unfurled. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Black shadows flew out from the scattered scroll. They were lifelike puppets, clad in armor and holding various weapons. These puppets densely covered the sky, casting a shadow that enveloped everyone. Yayoi simply raised one hand, and from each finger, sturdy and resilient chakra threads shot out, connecting to every single puppet. Each puppet immediately gained life, its movements becoming incredibly fluid. They were no longer lifeless dolls, but a standardized legion. 50, 100, 200, a total of 257 puppets. To be able to control so many puppets with just one hand, what an amazing chakra control technique. Shaman gazed at the puppet legion blocking the sunlight in the sky. He felt no panic, what he felt was only shock, and the heat that flowed unnaturally from his eyes. As expected. This was exactly the scenario he had imagined. Puppet tactics could completely fill the gap caused by the Hidden Sand Village's lack of personnel. The Hidden Sand Village did not lack experts, it only lacked mid-tier strength. If the puppet technique were used to fill this part, the Hidden Sand Village would have no more blind spots. Moreover, if someone in the Hidden Sand Village had enough talent, they could also become a top-tier ninja by relying on the puppet technique. Go. Yayoi moved his middle finger slightly, and a dozen puppets immediately sped off, emitting sharp whistling sounds as they tore through the air. With speed no less than that of a ninja, they rushed 30 meters away in the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 boom. The dozen puppets approached the ground and exploded without warning, the spewing flames swallowing the area within a 20-meter radius. Subsequently, Yayoi controlled the puppets to fly toward the undamaged forest to the side. After a flash of blades, a large patch of trees was cut in half, crashing to the ground and kicking up flurries of snow. Let me try. A Hidden Sand Village Jonin, feeling itching to try, immediately rushed up. Seeing this, Yayoi did not stop him, but simply had a few puppets surround him. Before the Hidden Sand Village Jonin could react, the eyeballs of several puppets suddenly ejected. As they tumbled in midair, the Jonin saw the faint, flickering character explode on each puppet eyeball. Exploding tag. The Hidden Sand Village Jonin's heart instantly skipped a beat, and cold sweat poured down. Hearing the click-clack of the mechanisms operating in his ears, he was terrified, his face turning ashen as if he had seen the scene of himself being blown to smithereens. However, the ejected puppet eyeballs with the explode character did not explode after all, they just rolled to the feet of the Hidden Sand Village Jonin, emitting a silent mockery. The Hidden Sand Village Jonin gasped for air, panting heavily, and sat down on the ground with a thud. If this were a real battle, he would have already been blown to bits. His carelessness in rushing up was one thing, but the most critical point was that this thing, which looked incredibly stiff, could actually eject its eyeballs to use as an explosive weapon. This was too insidious. Yayoi only demonstrated it slightly before recalling the puppet legion he had released. This also allowed Shaman to intuitively feel the mystery and danger of the puppet technique, especially the incredibly intricate mechanism design. Just by thinking about it briefly, he could come up with several tactical arrangements that could be derived from the seemingly simple puppets, relying on the characteristics of their full-body mechanisms. Your Excellency, the chakra you refine must have special properties. Shaman seemed to be confirming something. You noticed, did you? Yes, I have seen other puppeteers. The chakra threads they condense, using 2 to 3 fingers to control one puppet, is already the top level among puppeteers. In other words, Yayoi's chakra was definitely not normal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to release hundreds of chakra threads at once and maintain control over the puppets. Shaman had full confidence in his own cognition and judgment. Although you guessed it, this part of the knowledge will not be included in the trade. Yayoi felt it necessary to declare this in advance. Shaman felt a bit regretful, but he also knew that Yayoi would never trade core technologies like chakra refinement techniques. If it were normal chakra, how many puppets could be controlled with one hand? Shaman switched to asking this question. The chakra thread technique has undergone several improvements by me. Even with a normal ninja's chakra, if the talent is sufficient, controlling a dozen puppets with one hand is still possible. Yayoi answered without hesitation. Shaman nodded slightly, it was about what he had estimated. However, this was not a big problem. After the puppet technique was traded over, he could try to modify it to make the puppet technique better suited for the ninja of the Hidden Sand Village. Then, let's begin the trade. Very well. Just as the wind release that Shaman had the Hidden Sand Village ninja demonstrate was only a part of the wind release taijutsu, the puppet technique Yayoi demonstrated was also only a part. The wind release ninjutsu system was simple and clear, no matter how it changed, the core still lay in the application of wind attribute chakra. The puppet technique system was different, the creation of puppets, manipulation, tactical drills, mechanism settings, and even knowledge of poisons and explosives were all included within it. It even included how to use taijutsu, though it didn't delve very deep, serving more as a reminder of the importance of taijutsu, which left Shaman completely baffled. Anyway, this would do. He just felt that this Excellency the General's puppet technique system seemed a bit strange. After completing the transaction, Yayoi immediately checked the research materials on magnet release. Just as Shaman said, although magnet release was not perfect, its completion level was already very high, it wasn't just an empty folder. This material also included many human clinical records regarding magnet release experiments. If all went well, the Land of Night would have a magnet release bloodline limit in a few years. Before Shaman left, Yayoi proposed a suggestion. Your Excellency's meaning is to exchange students for training next. Yes, I will teach your Hidden Sand Village ninja the puppet technique. With this batch of apprentices, presumably the subsequent development of the puppet technique will be much easier for your Hidden Sand Village. In return, I also need the Hidden Sand Village to train qualified wind release ninja for me. Regarding Yayoi's proposal, Shaman thought about it for a moment and felt it was very promising. After all, just relying on figuring it out himself, even with the complete system, would require time for trial and error. It would be better to directly identify people suitable for development in the field of puppet technique and escort them to the Land of Night to study, saving time and resources. Yayoi had the same idea. After witnessing the Hidden Sand Village's group wind release, he also wanted the Hidden Sand Village to help him train a wind release ninja unit that could be put to use immediately. Thus, Yayoi and Shaman made this agreement. Because it would take time to select suitable personnel, the two agreed to officially launch this exchange student program after the spring of next year. Chapter 128, Yaya, It's Dark Now. After finishing the trade with Shaman, Kicho's teaching work for the samurai was also successfully completed. After all, she didn't need all the samurai to learn the energy-focusing techniques of the 8 trigrams, air palm, she only needed the leader, Kurobi, and the other samurai to learn it so she could report back to Yayoi. The rest would be up to the samurai to discuss and study among themselves, innovating their own swordsmanship. In the corridor of the inner court, Yayoi sat, enjoying the scenery in the courtyard. It was a rare, leisurely day. To his left lay an unopened file folder. Just as Yayoi was about to pick up the folder, a fair, delicate hand reached from behind and grabbed it first. Yayoi looked back and saw a girl with long black hair, wearing a black off-shoulder kimono and white over-the-knee socks, appearing behind him. She held the folder with a serious expression, as if she were handling something dangerous. It's you, Yaya. Didn't I give you and Irori the day off? Why don't I see Irori? Sister Irori will be here soon. Besides, as Master Yayoi's bed partner and bodyguard, even on a day off, I must protect Master Yayoi's chastity. Yaya said this loudly, as if announcing her presence with great fanfare. I'm truly impressed you can say such things without a care. However, the thing in your hand isn't dangerous. Can you give it to me? Yayoi shook his head and asked Yaya for the folder. Yaya gripped the folder tightly, her small brow furrowed. Master Yayoi, you are far too careless. Something of unknown origin like this should be destroyed immediately. It's highly likely designed to spray deadly poison the moment it's opened. Your imagination is truly rich. It's just a very ordinary report. No. There is a very dangerous scent on this. Yaya looked solemn. She stared at the folder, then suddenly brought her nose close and sniffed the surface vigorously. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. She quickly covered her nose and mouth with one hand, as if she had smelled something unbearable. Just as Yaya thought, even through the craft paper, Yaya can smell it clearly. It's the scent of a new little hussy. Before Yaya could make her next move, the sound of freezing ice crackled in the air. Her hands were frozen by ice. Irori walked over from the other end of the corridor. She wasn't wearing her usual blue kimono. Instead, she was draped in a thin white yukata, with a blue sash tied around her waist to keep it from slipping. Her silver white hair wasn't completely dry yet, with some damp strands resting casually on her shoulders and yukata. In this state, it was clear she had just finished bathing and walked out. Although walking out in such thin clothing at this time of year defied common sense, Irori's physical constitution could not be judged by normal standards. The winter chill posed no threat to her. Yaya, you must not be rude to Master Yayoi. Irori took the folder from Yaya's hand and placed it in Yayoi's. Thank you, Irori. Yayoi took the folder and opened it unhurriedly. Just as Yayoi had said, it was a report from afar, only it contained several photos tucked inside. One of the photos accidentally slipped out. Before Yayoi could pick it up, Yaya snatched it with quick reflexes. She spread it out in front of her, and her cheeks immediately puffed up in annoyance. Yaya was right. It's a new little hussy trying to seduce Master Yayoi. The photo showed a 16- or 17-year-old girl with long black hair, crouching beside a warm fireplace with snowy scenery visible outside the window. The crouching girl held a cute tabby cat in her arms, a clean and refreshing smile blooming on her face, full of the atmosphere of daily life. Even though the black-haired girl in the photo hadn't done anything, in Yaya's eyes, it was no different from posturing. It's Mrs. Yayoi. Irori smiled, unsurprised, and then accompanied Yayoi as he looked through the remaining photos. They were all very normal life photos and scenery shots. One of them was a photo of Yayoi with a 3-meter-tall white bear, though the bear in the photo looked a bit awkward, as if it were somewhat reluctant. Well, presumably Yayoi had deeply moved it with friendship, love, and bonds, which resulted in this precious photo, demonstrating the harmony between humans and animals. Besides these, there were some private photos, such as her wearing ninja attire, samurai armor, pajamas, and casual clothes. It really is another little hussy. Yaya saw these photos too and was thoroughly annoyed no matter how she looked at them. Yaya, you mustn't use foul language. However, is Mrs. Yayoi actually that relaxed over at the mining area? Should we give her a heavier workload so she can focus on her job? Irori maintained a proper, gentle smile, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. As long as the work in the mining area is completed, and there are no accidents, that's fine. There's no need to be too demanding. After all, life there is dull, and this might be one of her ways to relieve stress. Yayoi spoke a fair word. Oh my, I was just making a suggestion, Master Yayoi, you seem a bit too anxious. Ignoring the pouting Yaya on the side, Irori smiled with pursed lips. Besides, I didn't say I wanted to add to Mrs. Aoi's burden in the mining area. If we were to add to her burden, it would surely be better to transfer her back to serve as a bodyguard or administrative staff by Master Yayoi's side. What do you think, Master Yayoi? If it's a bodyguard, Yaya is enough on her own. As soon as Irori said this, Yaya couldn't sit still. You say that, but it's precisely because you, Yaya, haven't done your job well as a bodyguard that I have to consider other candidates. Irori sighed. Damn it. Yaya knew she couldn't force the issue with Irori, so she could only stare at Yayoi with teary eyes. Master Yayoi. Don't worry, I won't take away your bodyguard job. Irori is just teasing you. Yayoi patted Yaya's head to calm her down. Unlike the calm Irori, Yaya was the type to react to every little breeze. If something was slightly off, her emotions could fluctuate violently. Coupled with her straightforward personality, if she really started making a scene, it might never end. Master Husband, Irori, and Yaya, you're all here. At this moment, Kicho walked over from the other end of the corridor, wearing a light purple kimono that revealed her noble and elegant temperament. Compared to the calmness on Irori's face, Yaya stared at Kicho with some vigilance. Often eavesdropping, she knew one thing very well, this woman was not noble or elegant at all at night. The things she did were so lewd that even Yaya felt embarrassed watching. Because it's a day off today. Kicho, did you come from Aoi and Rinko's place? Yayoi replied and then asked Kicho in return. Ever since Aoi and Rinko became pregnant, both of them had set aside their work to focus on their pregnancies. Usually, Kicho took care of them. One could only say that the shadow clone technique was just too convenient. Plus, the energy spent taking care of them was negligible for Kicho, as taking care of pregnant women was much simpler than the training she underwent. A few days every month, Yayoi would also personally take care of Aoi and Rinko. Yes, they are in good health, and I believe they will be able to give birth to healthy children in a few months. As for Daoi, I believe I won't need to worry too much about him after a while. Kicho said this, then came to Yayoi's side and glanced at the photos Yayoi had placed to the side. It's that little girl from the Uchiha clan. She has grown up to be quite a beauty. Kicho recognized as Aoi. Although she wasn't familiar with her, she had met her a few times. She was a genius whose talent was not inferior to her own. This is a new little hussy. Yaya secretly watched Kicho's reaction, her attempt to shift the blame to someone else obvious. She knew that women were creatures that were always very jealous, especially since this little butterfly had the status of a main wife. She certainly wouldn't want her men to be fooling around outside. Isn't that a good thing? If it's this little girl, perhaps she can give birth to healthy and strong children for master husband. The next generation of the Land of Night cannot rely on Daoi alone. Kicho's tone was as if she were discussing what to eat today. Yaya gritted her teeth secretly. What is wrong with this little butterfly? Shouldn't she be crying, making a scene, and cursing this shameless little fox upon seeing such a situation? Can't she have some dignity as the main wife? What do you think, Irori? Kicho looked at Irori. As everyone knew, the Land of Night had two generals. And for Kicho, there were two main wives in the inner court of the shogun's manor. One was her, and the other was Irori. Even in terms of power, Irori was above her, the officially married main wife, almost equal to Yayoi, the shogun. As for Yaya, her opinion was unimportant. If it's what Master Yayoi likes, then there's nothing to be done about it. Irori tilted her head. She didn't have any willingness or unwillingness herself. After all, it wouldn't affect her status with Yayoi. Thus, the determination of the matter was quietly settled between the two, forming a tacit understanding. Watching the colluding attitudes of Kicho and Irori, Yaya only felt that it had suddenly grown dark before her eyes. The sky of this Land of Night was truly too dark. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Hisana recently. Is she not here? Kicho looked around but didn't find any trace of Hisana. Inside the inner court, she couldn't use her Byakugan to observe others' whereabouts at all times. That would seem very offensive. I have indeed rarely seen her recently. She should be in her own courtyard right now. I'll go over and see her in a while. Hearing Kicho mention Hisana, Yayoi realized that he had been somewhat deliberately avoiding her lately. This was not because he was a little afraid of Hisana's bull-like charges and reckless advances, but as the shogun, he was simply too busy with work lately. He had to consider the reform of the samurai swordsmanship, do business with the hidden sand village, and deal with various other things, such as thinking about how to reply to the Uchiha kitten still in the northeast. Yes, that's just how it was. Chapter 129, Yayoi, a man who deceives women is the worst. On the tatami mat, Hisana wrapped herself tightly in the soft quilt, turning her body to the other side, putting on a look of, I am very angry. Her pouting cheeks were exactly the same as Yaya's. Are you angry? As soon as Yayoi arrived here and saw Hisana in this posture, he immediately knew she was sulking. Oboro, acting as a maid and guard, stood not far away with her back against a pillar, her eyes closed beneath her mask as if in deep thought, seemingly unaware of what was happening here. No. Hisana, who had turned to the other side, made a stiff sound. Although she said no, her appearance was completely inconsistent with what she said. Even without me, you have other sisters by your side to keep you company. Anyway, they are much better at talking than me, and they are gentler and know how to please you. You must be annoyed with me, and you also dislike that I eat so much but can't do anything, which is why you are deliberately brushing me off. I'm just a dispensable woman here. I think I should just pack up and go back to the land of whirlpools. Before Yayoi could continue speaking, Hisana's little mouth spilled words like beans from a bamboo tube, sounding aggrieved and even a bit sarcastic. Yayoi, finding no opportunity to interrupt, immediately dismissed the idea of speaking. Intuition told him that Hisana in this state could not be communicated with through words, let alone reasoned with. Therefore, Yayoi lay down behind Hisana, reached out from behind to take her into his arms, and held her tightly. He didn't say a word, just held her, communicating through physical contact. What are you doing? Let go quickly. Go find those other sisters of yours. Do you think you can just coax me like this? I am not a shallow woman. Hisana struggled hard in Yayoi's arms. Of course I know you aren't that kind of shallow woman, but do you know how cute you are right now? Yayoi continued to hold Hisana, not letting her break free, and whispered in her ear. Hisana's body stiffened. Cute. She was angry right now, the very scary kind. It's useless to flatter me like this. When you came here before, you even went to see Nene, but you didn't come to me. You must be tired of me. His Anna indicated that she was definitely not that easy to coax. Her will to ignore Yayoi right now was as firm as steel. How could that be? What are you thinking? I went to see Nene for serious business, not to deliberately avoid you. Besides, when you asked her, did she say anything else? Yayoi asked instead of answering. His Anna was stumped by the question. It seemed Nene did say that Yayoi was looking for her for important matters, something related to purchasing medicinal herbs. Did I really misunderstand him? His Anna began to reflect on herself. Was what she just said to Yayoi a bit too harsh? He wouldn't really be angry, would he? And look, I just came to find you as soon as I got on break. I was even planning to push aside my work for tomorrow and the day after to spend time with you. Yayoi hugged his Anna tighter, continuing to strike while the iron was hot. Really? His Anna turned her head slightly, her tone softening. Yayoi didn't speak, just turned his Anna's body over so she faced him directly. Look into my eyes, his Anna. I am not the kind of man who would deceive a woman's feelings. That kind of man is the worst, isn't it? Looking at Yayoi's sincere and open gaze, his Anna blushed and nodded. I misunderstood you, husband. No, actually, it's my fault for being too busy lately and ignoring your feelings. Yayoi took the blame directly upon himself. His Anna was moved beyond measure, and then her hands and feet became restless as their pressed bodies rapidly heated up. Oboro looked at his Anna, who was getting lovey-dovey with Yayoi again, and for a moment didn't know how to comment. Before he arrived, she had been saying tough words about not paying attention to him for a month, but as soon as he came, she brazenly said things like, I am not a shallow woman, and, I'm not easy to coax when I'm angry. But in the end, didn't she just give in completely? She checked the time, it was 3 in the afternoon, still broad daylight. But the battlefield that was about to unfold might turn the world upside down and wear away the Tao. Oboro knew that if she watched too much of what was to come, her eyes would definitely get styes. She just needed to time it right before coming back in to replenish his Anna's fluids. Thus, Oboro took a step and silently exited the room. Outside the room, Oboro immediately saw someone kneeling on the floor, digging a small, inconspicuous hole in the door panel to peep at the scene inside. It was exactly Yaya, who had followed Yayoi all the way here. She was gnashing her teeth while seeming incredibly expectant, a complex and changing expression that left Oboro in awe. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Her beloved and respected master was being vigorously ridden by someone in the room, while she could only helplessly peep from outside. Does the Shogun's Manor's inner court have some kind of strange virus infection? This strange thought couldn't help but arise in Oboro's mind. End of February, Year 4 of Konoha. Year 13 of the Land of Night. After the 5 Kage summit held in the Land of Night concluded, the various nations began to develop closer exchanges than ever before. The ninja world structure, led by the 5 great nations, could be said to be more deep-rooted. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire was the most prominent. Not only did it possess the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, but the country itself also possessed a large amount of fertile land. Coupled with its geographical environment, it could be said to be the central hub of the continent, naturally becoming the core hub for exchanges between countries. Such a core status meant that even the surrounding areas of the Land of Fire were more or less blessed by this, such as the Land of Night and the Land of Whirlpools, countries that directly bordered the Land of Fire. Especially the Land of Night, as a leading power under the 5 great nations, had received quite a few large orders from the Land of Fire since the beginning of this year. For the sake of further exchanges, at this time, Yayoi, as the general of the Land of Night, decided to personally visit the Land of Fire again to conduct a friendly visit and seek more cooperation. After all, this kind of vibrant development environment where all countries were thriving was something that, if missed, would be hard to come by in the future. Yayoi first traveled to the capital of the Land of Fire to visit the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After staying in the capital of the Land of Fire for several days, he then turned toward Konoha. Because he was traveling light, less than half a day after leaving the capital of the Land of Fire, Yayoi's party successfully arrived at Konoha. To carve such a huge stone statue on the rock wall, it really is an eye-catching landmark. Stepping into the main gate of Konoha, Kicho, who had followed Yayoi, was wearing a luxurious light purple kimono. She tilted her head slightly and saw the striking stone statue carved on the tall rock wall at the first glance. It was exactly the head of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Below the head was the political center of Konoha village, the Hokage building, an important facility for the Hokage and Hokage advisors to work and hold high-level Konoha meetings. The village has changed a lot, too, it's looking more and more like a city. Yayoi followed the reception staff, observing the development and changes in Konoha village over the past few years along the way. If Konoha, when he attended the Hokage inauguration ceremony a few years ago, was a place where ninjas could be seen everywhere, civilians existed, but it was hard to see them directly as they were all constrained by their respective clans and their clan lands. The situation was now very different. In these few years, Konoha had attracted a large number of outsiders to live there, among whom non-ninja civilians occupied the majority. Now on the streets of Konoha, the proportion of ninjas among the crowd had begun to drop sharply, with a little less seriousness and tension, and a little more of the atmosphere of daily life. The scale and style of the buildings basically hadn't changed much, just looking more exquisite and beautiful, with increased comfort. Commercial streets and shops selling various goods had also sprung up like bamboo shoots in Konoha village, and many foreign merchants could be seen coming here to do business. It was evident that Konoha was no longer the militarized village of clan-to-clan alliances it was initially, but was transforming into a comprehensive metropolis. After all, after the war had subsided, both the civilians and ninjas living here were paying more and more attention to their quality of life. Under the arrangement of the reception staff, Yayoi's party arrived at the area in Konoha that hosted foreign visitors. Coincidentally, the place where Yayoi was arranged to stay was the same large mansion where he had stayed when he first came to Konoha a few years ago. It was just that compared to the simple mansion that had almost only basic living functions a few years ago, this mansion used to receive important foreign guests had been completely renovated. There were mountains and water, flowers and grass, the layout of the scene and the arrangement of the rooms were more particular, having been polished with extreme care. Obviously, after the initial wild growth, Konoha had also begun to learn to settle down and pay attention to cultivation. "Husband, when are we eating?" Following Yayoi and Kicho was his Anna. She was wearing a Miko outfit convenient for travel. After the rest of the entourage went down, her stomach uncontrollably rumbled, obviously reminding her that it was mealtime. "You didn't actually have to follow me here. Endure it a little longer." Yayoi rubbed his Anna's little head, asking her to be patient for a while. "I didn't want to either, but the family notified me, hoping I could exchange feelings with Senior Mito." His Anna pouted aggrievedly. She was not very good at handling complex interpersonal relationships, especially this kind of communication with a special purpose. She didn't know if she would say the wrong thing and cause unnecessary trouble. In the past, while she had met Mito in the clan, they had only met and greeted each other, there was no further communication. Added to that, she was still young at that time, and by the time Mito married into the Senju clan, the impression of the other party in her mind had become even more blurred. She only knew that, like herself, she possessed powerful chakra and was a top-notch sealing jutsu expert of the Uzumaki clan. As for her personality or character, it was rarely mentioned. "Don't worry. I've met Uzumaki Mito, she won't make things difficult for you." Yayoi comforted his Anna, telling her not to have unnecessary worries. "What about you, Kicho? Are you going to visit the Hyuga clan later?" After comforting his Anna, Yayoi turned to look at Kicho on the other side. I'm going to visit the Hyuga clan later. I haven't been back in a few years, and I don't know what my respected father has become. It's really something to look forward to." Kicho pursed her lips, revealing a very intriguing smile. Yayoi felt a chill, he hoped she would be slightly merciful with her words then. He didn't know whether Kicho's relationship with the Hyuga clan was good or bad, but he knew that after not seeing each other for a few years, Kicho and her father must have many heartfelt words to say. Chapter 130, Big Brother Nine-Tailed. Within a space surrounded by darkness, illuminated only in the center, the nine-tailed beasts gathered once again. "Stinky Fox, why have you gathered us here this time?" Before the nine-tailed, who had called the meeting, could speak, Ichibi complained indignantly. It was worth noting that its situation was different from the other tailed beasts. These colleagues were sealed one after another within Jinchuriki. Not to mention freedom, they were usually harassed by the Jinchuriki's chakra. As a tailed beast sealed within an object, although it had lost its freedom, its life was relatively quiet. Usually, the Sunagakure ninja wouldn't come to disturb it, as if they had forgotten about it entirely. Just a moment ago, it had been in the middle of a sweet dream, and the nine-tailed had suddenly disturbed its rest. One could imagine how bad its mood was. "Shut up, you damn raccoon dog. You didn't have to come." The nine-tailed retorted just as unceremoniously. After all, it had only sent out a signal, whether they came or not was up to their own will. If the other tailed beasts didn't come, it had no means to force them. Since Ichibi chose to come, it meant it wasn't just here to vent its meaningless temper. "Chomei, you are in the land of night, and you should be like me, sealed inside a member of the Uzumaki clan, right? Is that Uzumaki clan ninja named Uzumaki Hizana?" After snapping at Ichibi, the nine-tailed shifted its gaze to Chomei, who was beside the eight tails. Its red beastly eyes showed a slight ripple, as if confirming something. Although it was in a sealed state, it wasn't completely helpless inside Uzumaki Mito. Occasionally, when it was extremely bored, it would look at the outside world through Uzumaki Mito's vision. Otherwise, staying in the pitch-black cage forever would bore even it to death. Then, inside Mito, it heard a surprising piece of news that might very well allow it to escape. Ah. Yes. Chomei didn't expect the nine-tailed to ask it directly. After being stunned for a moment, it nodded quickly, afraid that if it were a step too slow, the other tailed beasts would notice something was wrong. It just wondered in its mind who the Uzumaki Hisana that the nine-tailed mentioned was, then it thought of the little red-haired shrine maiden in the inner court training ground who never had food out of her hands. That's fantastic. Fantastic. Kurama, what do you mean by that? Seeing the nine-tailed's irrepressible smile, Chomei became even more confused. The other tailed beasts were also puzzled and looked at the nine-tailed. The nine-tailed had no intention of being a riddle maker and blurted out its plan. According to the information I have obtained, the Land of Night mission has arrived in Konoha, and your sealing vessel will also come to Konoha. It seems to be a request from the old antiques of the Uzumaki clan, hoping that my vessel will check the sealing situation of your vessel. At that time, we will release our maximum amount of chakra together and break free from the seals. The nine-tailed's plan was very direct. This was the simplest and most effective way for tailed beasts to break free from seals. After all, the essence of sealing jutsu is to suppress the tailed beast's chakra, but could a tailed beast's chakra be suppressed so easily? Even with the Uzumaki clan's physique and sealing jutsu, it was absolutely impossible to suppress it completely. As long as they found an opportunity, the tailed beasts could send out chakra, affecting the Jinchuriki's mental state and causing the Jinchuriki to go berserk. In that way, the tailed beast could quickly control the Jinchuriki and gradually tear the sealing jutsu apart. And this opportunity would be when the two vessels made contact. It and Chomei would act together to go berserk. As the strongest tailed beast, it had such confidence. As long as Chomei fully cooperated with its plan, it had at least a 50% chance of success. As for whether Chomei could escape on its own after success, that had nothing to do with it. After all, slogans like, "Tailed beasts help tailed beasts," were just meant to be said. Chomei. It didn't know how to speak for a moment. Chomei, what do you think of this plan? Facing the nine-tailed's burning gaze, Chomei nodded hesitantly. Good plan. The key problem was that it wasn't sealed at all. Before coming here just now, it had eaten a full meal and was sleeping under a tree. Kurama, Chomei, after you break free, you must come to save us. That's right, we are all tailed beasts, we should help each other. Tailed beasts helping tailed beasts is the agreement we made before. The other tailed beasts heard the conversation between the nine-tailed and Chomei and couldn't sit still either. Ichibi's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Big brother Kurama, you know, I, Shikaku, respect you the most in this life. As soon as Ichibi said this, all the tailed beasts looked at Ichibi with disdain. Calling it a stinky fox when nothing is wrong, and big brother Kurama when there is something to ask for, this guy Shikaku is really. Watching the nine-tailed enjoy the compliments of the other tailed beasts, Chomei felt a bit uncomfortable. Although it wasn't sealed, it still felt deeply unhappy about this situation. Did they think it was just an accessory to the nine-tailed in the upcoming actions? So they felt there was no need to compliment it. You are so noble, you are truly amazing. These bastards didn't even take it, Chomei, seriously. It couldn't take it anymore. Chomei cut the connection without a word, and its phantom disappeared from the space. Why did Chomei leave? It seems to be a bit ignorant, can't it see that Kurama is the focus of the plan? Forget about Chomei, let's review the escape plan again first, so we won't be caught off guard when the time comes, and we can just notify Chomei later. The tailed beasts discussed heatedly, as if freedom was right in front of them, within reach. In the empty space, the tailed beasts were like they had been injected with adrenaline, radiating a vigorous and lively spirit. The number of people accompanying Yayoi this time was not large. Including Kicho, Hisana, and the guard Yaya, the total number of people did not exceed 50. Due to the easing of relations between countries, Yayoi didn't need to make a big fuss to increase the number of guards. If it weren't for the sake of show, he would have reduced the number of accompanying personnel even further. On the first day of arriving in Konoha, Yayoi did not immediately start taking action but rested for half a day first, and only began to officially meet with Konoha's high-level officials the next day. The person meeting him was naturally his old friend, Tobirama. Not having seen him for a while, the Konoha Hokage advisor's face looked much more tired than during the 5 Kage summit, and one could even see obvious dark circles around his eyes. It was to be expected. Since the 5 Kage summit, the exchange link centered on Konoha and the Land of Fire had gradually spread among the countries in the ninja world. Even the Land of Night had obtained many significant orders through Konoha and the Land of Fire. Other major powers, using the platform of Konoha and the Land of Fire, would only communicate more frequently than the Land of Night. Especially the Land of Wind, which was not rich in resources, was the most active one. Based on this background, the burden on Tobirama, as the Hokage advisor, was imaginable. Seeing you like this, I'm really worried that you won't live until you take over as the next Hokage. Seeing Tobirama's severe dark circles, Yayoi teased with a smile. Do you think I want to be like this? But in a while, the situation will be much better. There will be a new Hokage advisor to assist me and my big brother in our work. Tobirama sighed. If he could, he wouldn't want to work so hard either. It was just that there were too few people in Konoha right now who could shoulder the burden. Of course, this didn't refer to strength, but to management and administrative ability. Unlike the development of a ninja clan, for a ninja village to develop, as a high-level official, one must jump out of the thinking and vision of a single clan. Otherwise, once promoted to a high position, it would be an invisible disaster for Konoha. This kind of thing, Tobirama had to prevent. At first, there were two Hokage advisors, one was him, and the other was the late Uchiha Madara. Because they couldn't find a suitable candidate, the other advisor position had been left vacant. However, after considering it for some time, he had already determined the candidate for the second Hokage advisor. Yayoi nodded and didn't ask who the candidate Tobirama was considering. This was Konoha's internal decision, and it was not convenient for him to get involved. Alright, just tell me what you need. Tobirama brought Yayoi to sit down, his posture very relaxed. It could be said that negotiating with Yayoi was one of the few breaks he had recently. With others, it was all kinds of bickering and haggling, but the situation with Yayoi was very different. Yayoi was a very straightforward person. In terms of communication between countries, he was even more decisive and generous. Plus, as one person who could make all the decisions, the chips and processing speed he offered were on a completely different level from those given by agents. Well, it's not a big deal. First, I hope to purchase a batch of Ninja Academy textbooks from Konoha. As soon as Yayoi said this, the corners of Tobirama's mouth twitched. It seemed that in his mouth, purchasing ninja textbooks was as simple as eating a meal. If that were the case, things would be simple instead. But the fact was, ninja textbooks were different from other textbooks. They were important knowledge used to cultivate ninjas. Although they were prepared for the budding stage of the Ninja Academy, the level involved was a village's core secret. Some parts even expounded the core principles of a certain jutsu system. How about it? Yayoi stared at Tobirama's face. Just as Tobirama liked to extort, he also liked to extort. Regardless of whether there were dates on the tree, knocking it with a pole twice wouldn't be a loss anyway. Tobirama didn't answer immediately, but took a sip of tea, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Fine. However, you know, some things cannot be traded, but if it's for the budding inspiration of students, many basic textbooks can be accommodated. He knew Yayoi's purpose for doing this. In the field of basic ninjutsu education, it had always been an unavoidable shortcoming for the Land of Night. Not only the Land of Night, other small ninja villages also had similar problems. Only the ninja villages of the 5 great nations, which had fused many ninja clans, would not have such obvious shortcomings. Among the ninja villages of the major powers, Konoha was the most perfect in this field. Yayoi coming to Konoha to do this kind of deal was not surprising as long as one thought through the key to it. Ninja education was the key to whether a country could cultivate excellent ninjas for a long time. Afterward, Yayoi continued to conduct other transactions, and the communication was very harmonious. After the negotiations ended, Yayoi took out a stack of lists and handed them to Tobirama. Everything I can offer for trade is on this. Take a look at what you want and check it off yourself. Tobirama looked at Yayoi, who had come prepared, and was not surprised either. He was not in a hurry to look at the contents of this list, but chatted with Yayoi about everything under the sun in a nonchalant manner. Obviously, he treated this important trading session with the Land of Night as a vacation. Time passed slowly in the unconscious exchange between the two. Chapter 131, Hyuga. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan. Kicho did not bring many people with her on this visit to her maiden home, only 2 jonin from the Land of Night following behind as her guards. Setting aside Konoha's current prestige, she believed no one would be foolish enough to cause trouble in this place. Furthermore, Kicho was exceptionally confident in her own strength. She was only a step away from the gap between herself and top-tier ninjas. Coupled with the power of the Byakugan, ninjas in the ninja world who could approach her for a sneak attack without a sound almost did not exist. It has really changed a lot. Leaving the 2 jonin guards at the reception area on the outskirts of the Hyuga clan grounds, Kicho followed the Hyuga clan's receptionist into the center of the Hyuga clan grounds. Along the way, she no longer saw the low, short, and drab houses of the past. Many buildings looked very high-class, and even the living environments of ordinary clansmen were much brighter and more beautiful than the clan chief's housing in the past. It was evident that the per capita quality of life for the Hyuga clan now could not be mentioned in the same breath as it was a few years ago when she first left to get married. Because not long after Kicho, left, the militant faction in the clan quickly lost power, and I haven't really fought anyone for a long time. The receptionist was a young woman with the Byakugan, similar in age to Kicho. She was beautiful and dignified, with long, elegant hair, and was wearing a white ninja uniform embroidered with the Hyuga family crest. After hearing Kicho's murmur, she turned her head and replied. That's a good thing, right? At the very least, our era wasn't as carefree as it is now. However, when working, you should use titles. Shuei, you should respectfully address me as General's wife. You have really changed a lot. Not knowing if she had detected the teasing in Kicho's tone, the woman with the Byakugan, whom Kicho called Shuei, silently gave this evaluation. The friend she remembered from childhood would never frivolously say such strange and awkward things. Times are changing, and people naturally change along with them. Old things that don't change should be swept into the trash heap, shouldn't they? Kicho seemed to be implying something. It was clear that she was still as respectful of her father as ever. Lord Hyuga Shuzen has completely lost power now, and I think it would be best if you, General's wife, do not go and provoke him. Seeming to know the rift in the relationship between Kicho and her father, Hyuga Shuzen, Shuei did not try to dissuade her, but only tactfully used the title, General's wife, to remind her to be mindful of the impact. Don't worry, my husband doesn't care about these things, he loves me very much. What about you? I heard you got married too. Kicho walked forward while chatting with this friend she used to have a good relationship with. Shuei nodded and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Yes, a few months after you married, I also successfully got married. My partner is like me, also a member of the main family. He is a very talented man. As for the issue of affection, she chose to avoid talking about it. However, from her rigid, measured walking posture and attitude, Kicho seemed able to guess the gist of it without needing an explanation. Even though the living environment and quality of life were higher, the ancient teachings and rules that had existed in this family since ancient times were still imposed on all clansmen. Do you have children? I have an eldest son and a second daughter. Speaking of this, Shuei subconsciously touched the ninja headband on her forehead, and a trace of gloom flashed in her pure white eyes, vanishing in an instant. Then, would you like to have your second daughter engaged to my son? Kicho's casual words caused Shuei's footsteps to pause slightly, but she then returned to normal and continued leading the way. This is a great idea, right? Let your daughter become the next general's wife. Stopping in front of a courtyard, Kicho turned her head to look at Shuei, who was no longer moving forward. After all, the position of general's wife was originally supposed to be yours. Kicho's words made Shuei silent. For the marriage alliance between the general of the land of Night and the Hyuga, the main family daughter originally intended to be married off was her, not Kicho. The reason it turned out this way was that during the elder meeting, Kicho's father, Hyuga Shuzen, whose power was at its zenith at the time, strongly recommended his own daughter, which changed the originally decided candidate for the political marriage. She looked at the beautiful and gorgeous clothes on Kicho, and the aura of unconstrained, free soaring that naturally radiated from her. Although she did not know what exactly Kicho had experienced in the land of Night, Kicho must have a husband who loved her extremely, deeply supporting and encouraging her from behind. Shuei shook her head. That has no meaning. I am not like you, Kicho. I don't have your kind of courage. It has nothing to do with courage, it's just that my luck is better than yours, nothing more. Come by later and take me to see your daughter. Kicho interrupted her, left this sentence, and walked straight toward the courtyard. Okay. Shuei's voice, as soft as a mosquito's, clearly reached Kicho's ears and then drifted away with the wind. Kicho waved her hand and then stepped into the courtyard gate. The father she respected and loved so much was still waiting for her to come and properly honor him. Just as Kicho was preparing to have a loving exchange with her father, on the other side, his Anna also successfully arrived at the Senju clan grounds. Led by a Senju clan ninja, with her attendant Long following behind, she met the Uzumaki clan senior she had only seen a few times as a child, but whose impression had long since become extremely blurred, Uzumaki Mito, on the corridor of a Japanese-style courtyard. Senior Mito. His Anna and the following Long both bowed slightly to show their respect for their elder. Although they had joined different families after leaving the clan and did not belong to the same country, that bloodline would not be severed because of it. It must have been hard for you to come from so far away. You don't need to be reserved here, come in and sit down first. Mito led his Anna and Long into a room about 20 tatami mats in size, which contained refreshments Mito had prepared in advance. In addition to tea, there were snacks that his Anna liked, and the portion was quite sufficient. Presumably, she had heard some things about his Anna from the Uzumaki clan side, that she was a junior with an astonishing appetite and chakra. His Anna, Long, and Mito sat kneeling on cushions facing each other. His Anna only took the tea and did not touch those snacks that looked very delicious. No matter how thick-skinned she knew that this was not the appropriate time to touch this food, even though she had just come over after eating breakfast and was already getting hungry again. The two chatted about some everyday matters, while Long, as a bystander, knelt behind his Anna without saying a word. After a simple exchange, his Anna's body slowly relaxed, and she was no longer as reserved as she was at the beginning. Chapter 132, Oboro, I will pledge my loyalty to Shogun-sama. About a few cups of tea later, Mito finally got to the point. Inviting you here so abruptly, aside from the family's wishes, I personally wanted to get to know you better, Hisana, which is why we're having this conversation. After all, we are both women who married out of the Uzumaki clan, and we face similar complex environments. As Mito spoke, Hisana was left feeling a bit confused. Being from the same Uzumaki clan, that much was undeniable, but a complex environment. Hisana recalled her life in the inner quarters of the shogun's manor. Surely that couldn't be considered complex, right? Aside from eating and sleeping all day, she spent her time thinking about how to squeeze her husband. Serious work, such as providing guidance on sealing jutsu, barrier technique, and sensory techniques, was something she did, but only occasionally. If Yayoi didn't let her do something, she almost never did it on her own initiative, leaving her with plenty of free time to eat, drink, and have fun. It was only recently that Kicho dragged her out for special training, which made her a little busier. But life at the shogun's manor was still primarily leisurely and carefree, even more indulgent than her time in the Uzumaki clan. Although she thought this, Hisana wasn't foolish enough to voice her disagreement. She simply nodded, indicating that Senior Mito was right about everything. Before coming, she had asked her husband, Yayoi, what she should do if Mito asked her questions she didn't know how to answer. Yayoi had told her to just nod and not say anything. Watching Hisana's timid and seemingly quiet demeanor, Mito couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that her life at the shogun's manor must be very restrictive. After all, as a concubine to the ruler of a nation, her freedom would clearly be severely limited. Every move she made was likely being watched. She couldn't afford any mistakes. Through Mito's vision, the nine-tailed also witnessed the two red-haired women dawdling in their conversation, and it couldn't help but feel irritable. Women are so long-winded. Can't they just get straight to the point and hurry up and check the sealing jutsu? Besides, why has that guy, the Seven Tails, suddenly gone silent? I can't sense its presence at all. Is the sealing jutsu too tight? The nine-tailed was puzzled, but it didn't dwell on it. As long as Mito started checking the sealing jutsu of the little red-haired girl opposite her, it would have a way to communicate with the Seven Tails inside her. Regardless of what the Seven Tails was planning, it didn't believe the other party would remain indifferent and willingly stay inside a Jinchuriki, losing its freedom. First, it would make the Seven Tails chakra go berserk and break through the seal. Then, Mito would certainly have to use a large amount of chakra to help suppress the Seven Tails. It could then take that opportunity to tear apart Mito's seal. This was the Nine-Tailed's plan, simple and brutal. As for what would happen afterward, whether it and the Seven Tails could actually escape would depend on their own luck. At the mere thought of Hashirama, a look of intense wariness flashed in the Nine-Tailed's eyes. When it was controlled by Uchiha Madara, its body had fought involuntarily, but its memories remained completely intact. The opponents would release was simply not something it could handle. Even if it teamed up with the Seven Tails, the outcome would be the same. At most, they would just struggle a bit more. Therefore, as soon as the seal was broken, the Nine-Tailed planned to escape immediately, find a deep mountain or forest, hide for 100 years to outlive Hashirama, and only then consider re-emerging. Enough of that. Let me check your condition. With that dangerous existence inside you, given your level of sealing jutsu, there might be some loopholes. Mito avoided the topic and intended to check the sealing jutsu on Hisana's body to see if it was stably suppressing the Seven Tails chakra. This was not only a request from her clansmen but also her own intention. The Land of Night was a friendly partner of Konoha, and she had a fairly good impression of the Land of Night's shogun. She hoped that the friendship between Konoha and the Land of Night would last for a long time. Therefore, Hisana's existence could not be ignored. Just in case, the sealing jutsu on Hisana needed to be reinforced to prevent any accidents. Question mark. Check. Danger. Loopholes. Hisana was completely confused. What was Senior Mito talking about? However, she remembered Yayoi's words. If she didn't know how to answer a question, just nodding to show she understood was fine. After Hisana nodded, Mito didn't stand on ceremony. She had her stand up, then stood up herself, walked in front of Hisana, and lifted a section of Hisana's white garment on her upper body, revealing her navel area. Hisana's eyes widened in shock. What was Senior Mito doing, and why was she lifting her clothes? If it had been anyone else, she would have already punched them. Mito was even more shocked, and so was the Nine-Tailed inside her. A thought occurred to both the human and the beast simultaneously. Where was the Seven Tails? Where had such a large Seven Tails gone? Senior Mito, what are you doing? Hisana couldn't help but speak up. She quickly brushed off Mito's hand, pulled her clothes back down, and cast a scrutinizing look. Mito seemed stunned, not hearing Hisana's retort, and stood frozen in place. After a long while, she finally snapped out of it, frowned, and looked at Hisana. Hisana, where is the Seven Tails inside you? Seven Tails? What Seven Tails? Hisana blinked, asking back instinctively, not understanding what Mito was talking about. Oboro seemed to realize something and answered. Lady Mito, regarding the matter of the seven tails, because it involves classified information, Lady Hisana is not in a position to answer, so please do not press the matter further. She didn't explain the specific situation regarding the seven tails, but simply used the word classified to stop Mito from asking any further. Although they all shared the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, they now belonged to different nations, and some things could not be casually disclosed. Mito nodded knowingly, realizing that this was a misunderstanding. The Jinchuriki of the Land of Night was not Hisana, but someone else. She just wasn't sure who it was. It might be a hidden person who had never appeared before the public. Just as Oboro said, this was a secret of the Land of Night, and as someone from Konoha, she could not investigate any further. In fact, even checking the sealing jutsu on Hisana was considered an overstepping of boundaries, even though the core of the matter was for Hisana's safety. I must report this to Shogun-sama after I return. Oboro thought to herself. She wasn't loyal to Yayoi, but if Hisana accidentally let something slip to Yayoi one day, and she hadn't reported it proactively, it would be a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. It was precisely for the sake of Hisana's safety that this matter could not be concealed. At the same time, she also grumbled a bit about her family's unreliability. Regardless of whether Hisana had a tailed beast or not, shouldn't they have notified her beforehand about such a sensitive matter involving another country's tailed beast? Or was it that ever since establishing their nation, although the Uzumaki clan had established a country and name, their way of doing things was still stuck in the mindset of a ninja clan? Why do I have such a strange thought? Oboro couldn't help but complain to herself. After being in contact with the power center of the Land of Night for so long, whether forced or voluntary, her thinking had inevitably undergone a change that was different from the past. Chapter 133, Kicho, My Frail and Helpless Father. Hyuga Clan. Amidst the swirling dust from the intense training, two figures flickered in and out of view. One stood upright, while the other remained on one knee, panting heavily. It was clear that after a fierce battle, he was running out of stamina. The person standing was, naturally, Kicho. Her kimono was only slightly dusted, and she stood there with steady breath, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Even the smile on her face was no different from usual. Her Byakugan, emitting a high-purity radiance, held a faint hint of purple in its depths as she looked down at the man kneeling before her. He was in his 50s, half his hair had turned white, his skin was wrinkled and sallow, and his eye sockets were sunken. The image of a stubborn, unlikable old man came into Kicho's view. Due to the severe consumption of chakra and stamina, the old man was forced to kneel on the ground, and a trickle of blood uncontrollably spilled from the corner of his mouth, slowly flowing down. The hideous veins bulging around his eyes began to recede. The depletion of chakra and physical damage were no longer enough to sustain the activation of his Byakugan. You have truly grown old, father. Kicho couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the panting, hunched old man kneeling before her. This old man was her father, Hyuga Shuzen, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. In just a few years, he had aged to this point, and even in terms of strength, he had been completely surpassed by his eldest daughter. Since I left, you have been so obsessed with power struggles that you have forgotten the true foundation of a ninja, strength. This is a principle you repeated to me countless times over countless days and nights, yet you are the one who has forgotten it. Kicho's lips curled up in a smile that was hard to tell if it was mocking or regretful, as if she were lamenting that the father she once considered invincible was no longer the great, unyielding, and unbeatable father she had known, now worn down by power and time. He was now just an ordinary, pathetic old man who had been marginalized by the clan, lost all his power, and could only spend his days idly at home. Does humiliating me, your father, give you pleasure just because your strength has surpassed mine? If so, why did you betray me? Have you completely forgotten the honor of the Hyuga clan? Answer me, Kicho. Hyuga Shuzen lifted his head, his pure white eyes filled with deep unwillingness and anger, questioning her in an almost roaring tone. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. The name Hyuga. I haven't used it for a long time. Kicho's words directly provoked Hyuga Shuzen, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot. Furious, he sprang up and unleashed a fierce gentle fist strike towards Kicho's face. Facing her father's angry strike, Kicho's smile remained unchanged. She simply extended her palm and firmly grabbed Hyuga Shuzen's arm, forcibly changing the trajectory of the attack so that it hit the air beside her face. You bastard. Hyuga Shuzen tried to struggle out of Kicho's grasp, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Whether it was chakra, strength, or the application of the gentle fist, his daughter had completely surpassed him. Why are you angry? Shouldn't you be happy for my growth? The weak obey all the will and arrangements of the strong. This is the rule you once said in this house, father. Everything I am doing now is simply following the family rules you once set. Because, I am the head of this family now. Hyuga Shuzen stammered, looking at the daughter before him whose face hadn't changed at all compared to a few years ago, but whose overall temperament and gaze were completely unfamiliar. He was forced to accept a cruel reality. The daughter who was once like a puppet, obedient to his every word and manipulated by him, was completely dead. The daughter appearing here now had long since had her core replaced. Ah. Get out. You are not my daughter. My daughter would never become like this. It is impossible for her to betray. Bang. Hyuga Shuzun's voice came to an abrupt halt as he felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that Kicho's other free hand had struck his body without mercy. You. Hyuga Shuzen wanted to say something, but he could only open his mouth, gasp out one word with difficulty, and then fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Father. An 8 or 9-year-old boy rushed in from the side, hurriedly stepping forward to check on Hyuga Shuzen, fearing he might have been seriously hurt. Kicho did not stop him, only looking at the boy who had suddenly rushed out. His face was somewhat similar to hers, and he possessed very pure white eyes. Don't worry, he is fine. I didn't use heavy force, I just made him quiet down a bit. Kicho's words completely reassured the boy, and he quietly let out a breath of relief. Sister. After the boy confirmed that Hyuga Shuzen was fine, he looked at Kicho, his expression and movements somewhat reserved. He seemed unaccustomed to the sister who had suddenly become overbearing. Apart from her appearance, everything about her was like a different person from the sister who used to be at home. Long time no see, Qingji. It seems that after I left, you inherited the status of the main family from father's line. Kicho's expression softened slightly as she looked at Hyuga Qingji's forehead, which bore neither a ninja headband nor the caged bird seal of the branch family. Clearly, after she married out, Hyuga Shuzen gave the vacant main family position to her younger brother, Hyuga Qingji. Yes, because father said that among the other siblings, my talent was second only to you, sister, so he made me the main family. Qingji nodded, briefly stating the reason he became the main family. Kicho did not speak, her gaze sweeping towards the crowd standing under the eaves in the distance who dared not approach. She scanned those faces, familiar younger brothers and sisters, several of Hyuga Shuzen's concubines, and young women dressed as maids whom she didn't recognize. Not to mention these carefully arranged young maids, even this large, elegant courtyard, very suitable for an old man to recuperate, showed that the family had put a lot of thought into it. Clearly, after her father Hyuga Shuzen lost power, his quality of life had not declined, but had actually improved significantly. Except for having no power, all of Hyuga Shuzen's living standards were on par with the clan chief. Although father is not in power now, the clan chief still takes good care of our family, so you don't need to worry about our life, sister. Not long ago, many elders came to give gifts to our family. Thinking that Kicho was inspecting something, Qingji hurriedly spoke up, indicating the family's importance to them. Kicho did not explain Qingji's misunderstanding. Because in fact, she really didn't worry about her family's life here at all. Regardless, her status was there, even if she didn't do anything, to the Hyuga clan, she was an incredibly rich and visible asset. As long as the person in power of the Hyuga clan wasn't a fool, they would know what to do. Compared to other fallen elders, their life was truly heaven and earth. Tell me about what has happened in the family these past few years. Unlike the other younger brothers and sisters, Kicho still attached great importance to her own biological younger brother. Kicho beckoned for the maids to come over, carry the unconscious Hyuga Shuzen back to his room to rest, and then took her younger brother Qingji aside to understand the situation at home. Although he was not old, Qingji spoke with a clear and distinct rhythm, allowing Kicho to quickly understand the family's situation over the past few years. Kicho was not surprised by her brother's growth. In terms of cultivating children's abilities, her father Hyuga Shuzen was still quite dutiful. Of course, only for the children who had ability. Has father been drinking heavily these days? Kicho asked this question. Because when she was fighting Hyuga Shuzen earlier, she could smell a pungent alcohol odor on him. Yes, ever since he was excluded from the Elder Council, father has often been drinking alone at home. Qingji answered honestly. No wonder his strength has declined so severely. Kicho confirmed something. It was not just the depression in will, but also the physical sluggishness that was one of the reasons for Hyuga Shuzen's severe decline in strength. Otherwise, with her current strength, although she could defeat Hyuga Shuzen, it would definitely not be this easy, it would inevitably have been a bitter battle. Qingji, arrange a room for me. I plan to stay at home for a few days. Sigh, after all, father is in this state, so as a daughter, I must continue to fulfill my filial piety. I hope the old man can cheer up soon. Kicho sighed, her tone full of heartache for her frail, helpless father who couldn't take care of himself. Qingji scratched his head, always feeling that there was something weird about what his sister Kicho said. Evening. Yayoi and Tobarama walked out of a hot spring shop in Konoha. After friendly exchanges between the two sides, the various aspects of the transaction between the Land of Night and Konoha had been quickly settled. As long as Yayoi returned to the Land of Night, these transactions could be carried out immediately. There was no need for any extra tug-of-war or weighing of pros and cons in between, it was incredibly fast. Puppet show. Coming out of the hot spring shop, Yayoi became interested in Tobarama's next arrangement. Puppet shows, a performance project that focused on stage forms, had existed for a long time, but it was actually him, the general of the Land of Night, who led the trend in carrying it forward. For this reason, he had also localized many famous story scripts from his past life, written them himself, and then brought them to the stage for the puppet master artist groups to perform, making puppet shows gradually become one of the cultural symbols of the Land of Night. He didn't expect that since Tobarama returned from diplomacy in the Land of Night, he had also introduced the culture of puppet shows to Konoha village. Since that's the case, let's go and appreciate it. The transaction was settled, and there was no urgent business to do next, so Yayoi let Tobarama, the host, make the arrangements. Mainly, Yayoi was quite curious about what the puppet show, introduced by Tobarama and developed in Konoha, was actually like. Arriving at the theater, the scale was neither large nor small, but there were quite a few people around. Clearly, this new type of entertainment project was gradually flourishing in Konoha village and had accumulated quite a few fans. But upon seeing the name of the puppet show to be performed next on the flyer, Yayoi's expression couldn't hold up. I saw the name of the puppet show displayed on the flyer, which was shockingly Senju Romeo and Uchiha Juliet in bold, large characters. Chapter 134, The Uzumaki Clan Rests on My Shoulders. It was 9 in the evening when Yayoi finally left the theater, parted ways with Tobarama, and returned to his residence. It must be said that the puppet play, Senju Romeo and Uchiha Juliet, was performed quite brilliantly. Furthermore, it carried a specific political consideration, such as the complex, tangled, and endless relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan that had spanned countless years. There was no need to guess, the mastermind behind this puppet play was undoubtedly Tobarama. Ever since the founding of Konoha, how to handle the relationship between the Senju and the Uchiha had been a top priority that Konoha needed to address. As the two founding families of Konoha village, maintaining a state of opposition would undoubtedly send an extremely unfriendly signal, which would be detrimental to internal unity and create a negative impact. Considering this complex reality, when looking at this puppet play again, Yayoi could discern an unusual political signal. It was just hard to say what would happen in reality if a man from the Senju clan truly snatched up a flower from the Uchiha clan, only heaven knew. Returning to his residence, he found that Kicho was spending the night with the Hyuga clan, while his Anna had returned early. Yayoi did not disturb his Anna and instead went to his own room to undress and rest. Is something the matter? He had just taken off his coat when he heard a knock on the door. Yayoi opened it to see a red-haired girl wearing a Hanya mask and a shrine maiden's outfit. It was Oboro, his Anna's attendant. His Anna was nowhere to be seen, she had come alone. Shogun-sama, I have an important matter to report. Oboro spoke up. Yayoi didn't think much of it and let her in, then closed the door. As the sound of the door closing behind them echoed, Oboro felt a slight tremor in her heart. She was somewhat unaccustomed to this environment of being alone with a man. It wasn't as if she hadn't been in a room with Yayoi before, but back then, she had been a bystander and didn't need to face him directly, even though she had already seen everything about Yayoi countless times from both the side and the front. Alright, just say what you need to say, there are no outsiders here. Yayoi sat in a chair and tapped the tabletop, interrupting the chaotic thoughts in Oboro's mind. Oboro quickly regained her composure, gathered her thoughts, and began to relay to Yayoi what she had seen and heard today when visiting Uzumaki Mito. Shogun-sama, it is like this. As Oboro narrated the story, Yayoi learned of the various misunderstandings that had occurred when Izana went to see Uzumaki Mito today, and he couldn't help but look thoughtful. Was he angry? Not really. He didn't really care whether the matter regarding the tailed beast was leaked or not, and it was far from being a secret. However, he was certainly speechless, though this was a conclusion derived from normal logical reasoning. The Land of Night, lacking a solid foundation in sealing jutsu, had paid a huge price to suppress the Seven Tails and subsequently married a woman from the Uzumaki clan. Yet, this woman from the Uzumaki clan did not become the Seven Tails Jinchuriki as would normally be expected. In the eyes of outsiders, this matter was inherently unbelievable. Not to mention that Izana's physique, chakra, and the sealing jutsu she had mastered were exactly what the Uzumaki clan had carefully selected and prepared for the Land of Night as a candidate for Jinchuriki. From the perspective of the Uzumaki clan, they had solemnly requested Uzumaki Mito to look after their younger clan member out of concern for Izana's safety, and incidentally, they wanted to maintain a long-term friendly relationship between the Uzumaki clan and the Land of Night. The safety of Izana, this Jinchuriki, was of paramount importance. It was just that the Uzumaki clan's behavior, not wanting the Land of Night to think they were probing for the secrets of the tailed beast and causing a rift between the two nations, yet acting in a petty and secretive manner by asking Uzumaki Mito to check the seal. This contradictory approach was what truly left Yayoi speechless. Please forgive me, Shogun-sama. Actually, the family did this for the safety of Izana-sama, not to intentionally probe. Seeing Yayoi sitting there in silence, Oboro's heart sank. She hurriedly explained the Uzumaki clan's true intentions, stating that they had no intention of spying on the top secrets of the Land of Night. She didn't try to make excuses. Aside from the fact that she didn't have the eloquence for it, she also knew from her understanding of Yayoi that he was not a man easily fooled. The more one tried to fool him, the more dangerous the situation became. Yayoi, who had originally intended to wave his hand to indicate he understood, heard Oboro's eager words trying to prove something and couldn't help but swallow his words back. He didn't answer immediately but instead tapped his fingers carelessly on the tea table beside him. The crisp clack, clack sounds echoed in the quiet room, and Oboro's heart almost stopped beating. A flood of grim associations appeared in her mind, his Anna being locked away in a dark room and weeping all day, the Land of Night cutting off all business dealings with the Uzumaki clan, or the Land of Night using this as a pretext to attack the Uzumaki clan, causing them heavy losses. After all, such an important power as the tailed beast certainly would not allow outsiders to probe it at will. Although it was out of good intentions, the Uzumaki clan still chose to probe, didn't they? You cannot refute this point, and I cannot simply take your word for it. Yayoi's calm words made Oboro's heart turn cold. Before she could continue to explain, Yayoi changed the subject. But considering that you stopped it in time, I will not pursue the matter further. However, some projects currently being carried out in cooperation with the Uzumaki clan need to be suspended. They must know that once certain things are done, one must pay the due price. Oboro breathed a sigh of relief, but not entirely. Because she knew that if those national projects that the Uzumaki clan was collaborating on with the Land of Night were interrupted, it could cause the Uzumaki clan heavy losses. It wasn't that there were no other countries to cooperate with, but other countries wouldn't be as benevolent as the Land of Night with their pricing, and their efficiency would be much lower, which would severely delay the development of the Land of Whirlpools. However, I intend to give you a chance to redeem yourself, it just depends on whether you, Oboro, can seize it. Yayoi's repeated twists and turns made Oboro's heart feel like it was on a roller coaster, and her mind was completely drawn into Yayoi's rhythm. Yayoi stood up from the chair and approached step by step. The face beneath Oboro's mask was filled with trepidation. Her intuition told her to leave here quickly, but her feet felt as if they were welded to the ground, unable to move a single inch. Moreover, she could not escape. Soon, Yayoi came to a stop in front of Oboro, leaned down slightly, and brought his mouth close to her ear. The hot breath he exhaled made Oboro's body tremble uncontrollably. Before Oboro could prepare herself, a voice like a devil's whisper rang out clearly in her ear. Oboro, you wouldn't want his Anna to be abandoned by me, nor would you want the major projects of the Land of Whirlpools to suddenly come to a halt, would you? The next day, Oboro got up in a daze. Last night, Yayoi hadn't done anything to her, he had only told her to prepare herself after returning. Returning, of course, referred to returning to the Land of Night. That he hadn't messed around in a place like this made Oboro feel relieved, but thinking of Yayoi's meaningful words, she hadn't been able to sleep well for almost the entire night after returning to her room. Oboro, didn't you sleep well last night? I called you several times and you didn't answer. His Anna's concerned voice came to her ears, and Oboro couldn't help but snap back to reality. I'm sorry, his Anna-sama. I really didn't sleep very well last night. Do you want to go back to your room and sleep for a while longer? I can go to Mito-senpai's place by myself. His Anna could see that Oboro was listless and intended to let her go back to her room to rest. As for going to Mito's place to learn sealing jutsu, she could easily handle that on her own. Learning sealing jutsu was something she and Mito had agreed upon yesterday. Although his Anna had always felt that knowing enough sealing jutsu to get by was sufficient, she couldn't easily refuse Mito's warm hospitality. No, as his Anna-sama's attendant, I must be present. Upon hearing this, Oboro perked up, and the sleepiness vanished instantly. She dared not let his Anna and Mito be alone together, especially since his Anna was simple-minded and had basically no guard against acquaintances. She might let something slip at any moment and expose secrets that shouldn't be exposed. By staying by her side, she could interrupt their conversation at any time to ensure the secrets of the Land of Night were not leaked. Especially regarding the tailed beast, although Mito hadn't probed into the matter of the tailed beast since then. All right then, as you wish. But if you get tired, you can tell me at any time. His Anna didn't force the issue and let Oboro follow behind her. Oboro followed his Anna in silence as they headed toward the Senju clan's compound to pay a visit to Uzumaki Mito. Looking at his Anna's back, and associating it with the words Yayoi had left in her ear last night, Oboro felt a sense of shame, though she didn't know why. I'm sorry, his Anna-sama. I am also being forced into this, it is for the sake of the family's interests. Because the future of the family now rests on my shoulders. Oboro kept hypnotizing herself internally that this was just for the sake of the bigger picture and not because she wanted to become like this. However, the more she did so, the more a strong, immoral sense of guilt flooded her heart. Subconsciously, she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together inside the red hakama of her shrine maiden's outfit. After returning, I will probably become a more lewd woman than his Anna-sama. On the other side, Yayoi also left early to visit the Hyuga clan, planning to go to Tobarama's place in the afternoon to discuss matters. Upon arriving at the Hyuga clan, Yayoi first went to visit the current clan chief of the Hyuga, Hyuga Tianjin. Then, led by a Hyuga clan receptionist, he arrived at the residence of his father-in-law, Hyuga Shuzen, and saw his wife, Kicho. Is father-in-law not up yet? In the room, Yayoi wondered why he didn't see Shuzen, as it was already 9 in the morning. He remembered Kicho saying that her father was a person with an extremely regular lifestyle, and it was impossible for him not to be up at this time. He is already up, but after finishing his morning exercise with me, he went back to his room to sleep. The old man's energy really can't keep up anymore. Kicho smiled elegantly, her words full of respect and affection for her father, Shuzen. Hyuga Chingji, who was kneeling to the side, had a somewhat distorted expression and didn't know how to speak. Yes, father's energy really couldn't keep up. After being struck down by his sister, he just collapsed and slept. Is he doing all right in his daily life? Yayoi turned to ask this question. Although this father-in-law of his might not be likable, he was ultimately Kicho's father, so he did need to be concerned about his quality of life and see if anything needed to be supplemented. Kicho didn't speak, but just looked out the window. Yayoi followed Kicho's gaze and looked out the window. There was a group of young maids, ranging from their teens to their 20s. The common point was that these young maids were all very outstanding and beautiful in appearance and figure, and they were all heavily pregnant. It was really too hard to guess whose good deed this was. Yayoi looked at these pregnant maids and concluded that there was certainly no need to worry about the quality of life of his father-in-law. It was just his health. Kicho, after we go back, let's send over some supplements. He was a little worried that his father-in-law would accidentally die on a woman's belly one of these days. Kicho laughed in spite of herself and nodded. Apparently, she hadn't expected that returning to visit her family would not only be a surprise she gave to her father, but that her father, Shuzen, would also give her a huge surprise in return. Chingji, you'll have your hands full in the future. Kicho looked at her younger brother, Chingji, beside her, feeling a moment of pity. Fortunately, she had run away, otherwise, having so many younger brothers and sisters would have given her a headache just looking at them. Chingji just shrugged. It doesn't matter. These younger brothers and sisters will all be my helpers in the family in the future. That's what father told me. This was a path that Yayoi and Kicho had never anticipated. The old father-in-law/father really wouldn't give up, would he? Chapter 135, Seven Tails, if you have the guts, come out. Hee, you're really pathetic, you stinking fox. Inside the special space that was pitch black on all sides but remained lit in the center, the sharp, distinct laughter of one-tail Shikaku, as grating as fingernails dragging across glass, echoed throughout the void. Not long ago, it had still been calling out, Big Brother Kurama, but upon learning that the plan for the nine-tailed to break free had completely failed, one-tail's attitude toward the nine-tailed shifted without hesitation, unleashing malicious mockery in a display of being able to bend and stretch. However, neither the nine-tailed nor the other tailed beasts paid any mind to this fickle creature, instead focusing their gazes on the spot between the 8 tails and the 6 tails. That was the seat of the 7 tails, only the position was vacant. Since the 7 tails had gone offline yesterday, the signals they sent had sunk like a stone into the sea, with no word in return. At first, they thought the 7 tails was just busy and didn't have time to come to the gathering. But after sending so many signals, even the dullest witted tailed beasts realized something was wrong. Combined with the 9-tailed's testimony, a bold guess appeared in the minds of the tailed beasts. In other words, that guy Chome wasn't actually sealed up at all, right? The 3 tails voiced the thoughts of all the tailed beasts. We can't be certain of that just yet, perhaps Chome might have been sealed somewhere else. The 6 tails hesitated slightly. That's just lying to yourself. Think about it carefully, every time that guy Chome came over, its attitude was very strange, wasn't it? It was just like an unrelated bystander. The 4 tails spoke up, directing their attention toward the 7 tails' attitude. Hearing the 4 tails' statement, the tailed beasts recalled the 7 tails' usual attitude during gatherings, which was indeed highly suspicious. If no one actively spoke to it, the 7 tails would neither participate in the conversation nor express opinions, merely acting as a silent background figure among them, eerily quiet. Although they didn't communicate often between tailed beasts, they had known each other for so many years that they roughly understood each other's personalities and habits. In their impression, the 7 tails did not have a habit of being taciturn, especially as the only flying entity among the tailed beasts, a fact it was very proud of. Thinking of this, the tailed beasts felt quite bitter. The misery competition, where they voiced complaints, ranted, and recounted their own plights, hadn't all of that been heard by the 7 tails. After that guy left, it was probably snickering to itself, listening to their suffering for amusement. In the past, they had done exactly that. Whenever they heard another tailed beast had been captured and sealed by humans, the first thought in their minds wasn't to rescue them, but to mock the other's incompetence, and then go about their own business. Among them, the one tail was mocked the most, as it had been imprisoned by humans for the longest time. What should we do now? Continue trying to contact Chome. Forget it. We've sent so many signals, and it has just been rejecting them, that shows it has no intention of responding. The more impatient we are, the happier it gets. Taking the suffering of their own kind as a joke was one of the few hobbies the tailed beasts had. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, for the tailed beasts, it wasn't something hard to accept. At most, they would just mock it back later. After all, their lifespans were too long, with no end in sight. The suffering they experienced now was merely a bit of frost on the path of their beastly lives. It wasn't like they had been eaten by the ten-tails. While inside a human body, they could always find a moment of human carelessness to break free from their cage in one go. Time was always on the side of the tailed beasts. Kurama, stop sending signals. That guy Chomei probably won't come. The eight-tails Gyuki, situated next to the nine-tailed, sensed the constant connection signals being transmitted from the nine-tailed beside it. It didn't need to think to know the nine-tailed was sending messages to the seven-tails. If one were to ask who among those present could tolerate this the least, it was undoubtedly the nine-tailed. The one-tail had long since gotten used to being sealed and could likely already find ways to enjoy itself amidst the suffering of imprisonment. The other tailed beasts had more or less experienced being sealed in the past and felt that if they just endured, it would pass. After all, it wasn't like they were dead, and even if they were dead, it wouldn't matter. They would revive after a few years, and they had plenty of time to play with humans. But the nine-tailed, the eight-tails didn't seem to have heard of any precedent of it being sealed by humans before this. If all the tailed beasts were in a miserable situation, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, they would just mock each other and leave it at that. But now there was this traitor, the seven-tails, who not only treated the nine-tailed as an amusement but also played it for a fool. For the nine-tailed, which prided itself on being the strongest tailed beast, this was the most intolerable thing. The eight-tails secretly glanced at the nine-tailed's increasingly red face, which spoke louder than any words. To the eight-tails' dissuasion, the nine-tailed remained silent, obsessively sending signals into the void. Chomei, come out. As the big brother among the tailed beasts, I absolutely won't hit you. I swear. Are you there? Chomei, are you there? Just answer me. Chomei, come out. If you have the guts to watch me make a fool of myself, have the guts to come out. Inner court of the Shogun's manor. Gulp. Gulp. The seven-tails took a large sip of honey lemon tea and let out a refreshing sound of satisfaction. It was the perfect balance of sweet and sour, absolutely delicious. Listening to the explosive, irritable voice messages constantly going off in its mind, the seven-tails could imagine the nine-tailed jumping in rage, fuming and turning red from fury. That kid Oda actually has a point. There was no need to engage with the nine-tailed. After all, it couldn't beat it in a fight, and engaging in a verbal war was just a waste of time. It was much more comfortable to just sleep. Therefore, the seven-tails did not block the junk messages sent by the nine-tailed, but instead treated them as a free lullaby, lying under the tree and quickly drifting off to sleep. Yayoi stayed at the Hyuga clan for a short half-day, only leaving after having lunch. During this time, he met Kicho's younger siblings, especially Kicho's own younger brother, Hyuga Kaiharu, the heir to the main family of Kicho's lineage. Although he wasn't very old, he already possessed a bit of the composed temperament of an adult. After all, with his father Hyuga Shuzen losing power and indulging in wine and women all day, as the heir of the main family, he had to step up and support the family regardless. Regarding this brother-in-law, Yayoi felt somewhat moved by his good fortune. He should have been relegated to the branch family, but because Kicho married, he obtained the status of heir to the main family of their lineage. After inheriting the main family, the one country, one village system swept across the ninja world, and the ninja world basically became peaceful, with no more large-scale turmoil, allowing him to grow up safely in a peaceful environment. It could be seen that this brother-in-law had a bit of destiny on his side. As for the quality of life, Yayoi didn't worry much. The Hyuga clan did not mistreat them. On the contrary, they granted them many preferential treatments, even ones that many incumbent elders with real power did not enjoy. It could be said that apart from not giving them power, the Hyuga clan gave them almost everything they could. The maids with big, pregnant bellies in the residence were proof that the father-in-law's life recently could be described as rich and colorful. Not only that, but the father-in-law's sleep quality during his nap after waking up in the morning was also excellent. Until Yayoi left in the afternoon, he was still sleeping in his room. A retired elderly person, Yayoi could understand. After leaving the Hyuga clan, Yayoi became idle. Konoha was so busy with affairs now, and many tasks rested on Tobarama's shoulders, so it wasn't convenient for Yayoi to go find him. However, during his idle time wandering around Konoha, Yayoi encountered quite a few old acquaintances from the 5 Kage summit. A few were leaders of small ninja villages who were currently staying in Konoha village, seeking cooperation in some aspects. As they were all from small nations, Yayoi had a meal with these ninja leaders, exchanged some words, and then parted ways. The only person Yayoi paid relatively more attention to was, from the Hidden Cloud Village, the personal guard of the first Raikage and the next Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. He was also in Konoha seeking cooperation. He had the dark skin characteristic of the land of lightning and a somewhat rough, tall appearance. At first glance, he looked like a boorish, uncivilized barbarian. But after formal contact with him, Yayoi realized that, like the first Reikage, he was not only very polite but also quite proper in his speech, appearing humble and gentle. Recalling that at the 5 Kage summit, the first Reikage was almost the first of the 5 Kage to support Hashirama's beliefs and ideas, perhaps the early Hidden Cloud village really was a ninja village that advocated for peace. It was just that beneath this trend of peace, there was a hidden opposition force that was dissatisfied with the status quo. The Hidden Cloud village was currently safe on the surface only because the first Reikage was still alive and could suppress the internal opposition forces with absolute military power. Once the first Reikage passed away, the factional struggles within the Hidden Cloud would likely surface. He chatted with for a few sentences, indicated that there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future, and then took his leave. For the next few days, Yayoi kept wandering around inside Konoha village, taking in the cultural customs of Konoha village. After all, things seen on paper were ultimately not as good as witnessing them with one's own eyes. During this period, Yayoi also got to know many clan heads of Konoha's ninja clans, such as the famous Ino, Shika, Cho trio, as well as the head of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Sasuke, who was also the father of the future third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was a man in his 30s, his body wasn't particularly burly, but the steady and measured aura about him made people dare not underestimate him. Yayoi knew a bit of information about Sarutobi Sasuke. It was rumored that he was proficient in various mainstream ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, and was a powerful ninja who had developed comprehensively in the fields of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. The only way to defeat such a ninja who had no shortcomings was to suppress him with raw strength. However, there were very few ninjas in the ninja world who could achieve this. Under his leadership, with the Ino, Shika, Cho trio as staunch allies, it could be said that his status in Konoha was something that even the prestigious Uchiha and Hyuga clans could not ignore. The most important point was that the Sarutobi clan was the first ninja clan to respond and join Konoha after the two founding families, setting an important benchmark effect for the ninja clans that joined Konoha later. Yayoi suspected that the other incoming Hokage advisor that Tobarama mentioned was likely this Sarutobi Sasuke, the head of the Sarutobi clan. In terms of reputation, ability, and character, he was an impeccable ninja among the many high-ranking officials of Konoha. After Kicho and his Anna had each handled their own affairs, about a week had passed. Yayoi did not choose to stay any longer. After notifying Tobarama, he took his team and returned to the Land of Night. Chapter 136, Immoral Master and Servant. Land of Night, Northeast. The Heishan Great Mining Area was freezing cold, with wind and snow turning into ice. Looking down from above, one could see a large group of prisoner miners, like industrious black worker ants, working tirelessly on the construction site. Some miners went straight into dangerous caves, searching for minerals within. As for safety issues, there would be Earth Release ninjas accompanying them. Once a mine cave collapsed or other dangerous situations occurred, the Earth Release ninjas who followed them in could immediately use Earth Release ninjutsu to protect the miners' safety and wait for rescue. Therefore, under the premise that there was no danger to life and, aside from the long working hours each day, the food conditions were quite decent, the miner team composed of prisoners from various regions was quite active in their work. Not to mention, this was not free labor, they also received a small salary every month. Although it was not as generous as that of normal miners, it was still hard-earned money. In this way, when they finished their sentences and left, those who were the only ones left in their families would not end up penniless, becoming vagrants waiting for relief on the roadside. Those with parents, wives, and children could also send their salaries home to subsidize household expenses. So much so that the eyes of many miners were often filled with hot tears. Here in the mining area, they not only had no worries about food and housing, but they also received a small salary every month to subsidize their families. That heartfelt remorse and shame tormented them deeply. Once they got out, they would definitely strive to turn over a new leaf and pledge their loyalty to Shogun-sama. No, even in the mining area, they could still shine and contribute. Inside a stone house that was warm as spring. Yayoi, are you really going to leave? You know, once the seal is stamped, you will never be able to turn back. As the base chief of base number 3, Sirius, who was already in his 40s, looked at the black-haired, long straight-haired girl standing before him with a face full of regret. After half a year of getting along, he actually had the idea of letting an outstanding young jonin like Yayoi work here for a few more years before handing over the position of base chief to her. Then he could retire honorably and return to Yomi City to spend his old age in peace. In that way, he would not have failed Shogun-sama for his many years of hard cultivation. Stop talking nonsense, sign it quickly. Yayoi rolled her eyes, she had absolutely no interest in Sirius's attempt to make her stay. She had stayed in this ghost place for half a year. It was either windy or snowy here all day long, she was almost depressed in such a godforsaken place. It wasn't that she couldn't endure hardship, but there was no need to suffer unnecessarily. Are you really not going to reconsider? You know, the normal promotion speed is very slow. Even if you have the family supporting you, it is very difficult to enter the corps within 10 years. Because without sufficient performance, Yayoi-sama is not that easy to accommodate. As an old man who had followed Yayoi to participate in the founding war, Sirius naturally knew that in peacetime, if one wanted a promotion and to enter the corps of power, one could only grind step by step. But there were different ways and speeds of grinding. Recommended by an old man like him, Yayoi could be promoted to base chief here within 3 to 5 years, managing hundreds of ninjas and samurai here, as well as a large number of miners. Coupled with the importance of the mining area, grinding here for a few years compared to other places, the treatment and promotion speed were unimaginable for ordinary jobs. With the resources on his side, it was entirely possible for Yayoi, this young person with unlimited potential, to enter the corps of power of the Land of Night within 10 years. At that time, Yayoi would not be over 30 years old. In Sirius's eyes, this was almost a perfectly tailored career path for Yayoi. Sigenitkuickly. Yayoi enunciated each word clearly, glaring at Sirius with dissatisfaction. What was this guy rambling about? All right, geez, I'm doing this for your own good. If you regret it later, you won't have such a good opportunity. Seeing Yayoi's firm attitude, Sirius sighed helplessly, lamenting that young people nowadays really didn't know the gravity of things, letting such a good opportunity slip away just like that. Although the work in the mining area could technically be transferred every 6 months according to the rules, as long as one applied. But basically, no one did that, because it would leave a bad impression on the superior, and the evaluation would also be lowered. At least one had to work for a year before considering a transfer. He didn't know why Yayoi was in such a hurry to leave, as if this place affected her future development. Could it be that returning to Yomi City would allow her to reach the sky in one step? A later branch of the Uchiha clan did not have such weight. Keep it well. I hope everything goes smoothly after you return to Yomi City. Signing the transfer document, although he didn't understand Yayoi's thoughts, Sirius still handed the document to Yayoi and solemnly wished her well. Understood. See you later, base chief. Also, please say goodbye to the others for me. Yayoi waved goodbye to Sirius. During her time in the Heishan mining area, although life was a bit arduous, her relationship with her colleagues was quite harmonious. If there hadn't been a mission assigned by the family, it wouldn't have been impossible to stay here for another year or two and grind out some performance records. But just thinking about returning to Yomi City and having to handle things directly, instead of communicating remotely via letters like before, Yayoi couldn't help but feel nervous inside. However, she had read so many love strategy secret manuals, so it shouldn't be a big problem, right? A mere Shogun-sama, she, Yayoi-sama, would definitely be able to handle him easily. Early March. Shogun's Manor, Inner Court. In the shrine-style courtyard, ever since returning from Konoha, Hisana's days had become as decadent and idle as before. At this moment, she was idling leisurely while taking thumb cookies out of a snack bag and stuffing them into her mouth. The unique sweet and creamy flavor of this kind of thumb cookie, combined with a hint of saltiness and a crisp texture, was a small snack she liked very much. Apart from being expensive, it had no other drawbacks. However, being expensive was not a drawback for her at all now. She, Oda Hisana, ate only the most expensive things. I have truly become decadent. Hisana thought this, but couldn't help grabbing a few more pieces and stuffing them into her mouth. In the past, in the Uzumaki clan, although her diet was sufficient, it was only sufficient, she couldn't even dream of taste. Now she not only had a husband who doted on her, but also countless delicacies to enjoy at will. There is joy here, no need to think of Uzumaki. Ah, it's gone. Hisana wanted to take out more thumb cookies, but the snack bag was empty, not a single cookie was left. Oboro, can you help me get another bag? Hisana turned to look at Oboro. In order to replenish the snack bag at all times, she would go out to purchase a large batch of snacks every month and store them in the Kagura Hall of the shrine. Oboro was about to nod, but suddenly her body trembled, and her voice seemed to be suppressing something. Sorry, Hisana-sama, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'd like to go back to my room to rest for a while. Are you okay? Seeing that Oboro's expression was not quite right, Hisana asked with concern. I'm fine, I'll be better after a rest. Oboro lowered her head slightly. All right then, go back and rest. I'll go to the Kagura Hall to get it myself. Hisana nodded, telling Oboro to go back and rest well, she didn't need her to work today. Although they were master and servant in name, she didn't really treat Oboro as a servant. Hisana said goodbye to Oboro and walked toward the Kagura Hall in the courtyard. Because the courtyard was built in the style of a shrine, all the buildings that a shrine should have were present here. Even the Kagura Hall for worshipping deities was built exactly like a standard shrine. Entering the Kagura Hall, the environment was spacious, and the floor was kept very clean and tidy, with not a trace of dust to be seen. The cleaning of the shrine did not require manual labor, it was enough to summon puppet dolls regularly, and they would automatically clean the inside and outside of the shrine thoroughly. Making Hisana sigh more than once, this kind of life where food was served when she opened her mouth and clothes were put on when she reached out her hand was completely out of step with the outside world, as if she had transmigrated to a future time and space. There were not many things in the Kagura Hall, except for a few cushions used when doing homework. There was only the statue of the Uzumaki Great Ming King enshrined in the hall. After all, not worshipping a deity in the Kagura Hall always felt a bit strange to Hisana. So, she asked Yayoi to help her create a statue of the Uzumaki clan's Uzumaki Great Ming King and place it in the Kagura Hall. On the lotus pedestal, the statue of the Great Ming King was majestic yet compassionate, symbolizing that with one hand he cut off karma, and with the other, he saved people. The posture and scale of the statue were completely replicated one-to-one from the one at Yuzushio Shrine. Hisana first bowed respectfully, then walked to the lotus pedestal that was about the same height as her, pressed a switch, and a stone door opened. This was the small warehouse where she stored her snacks. To her, food and deities were equally important. She believed that the Great Ming King, if he had a spirit in heaven, would not mind. Even if he did mind, it was useless. After all, besides stuffing snacks here, she would occasionally take the initiative to invite Yayoi here, hugging him with a dual sense of guilt and blasphemy. The sacred shrine maiden, in front of the holy deity, fell into the mortal world and became tainted with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. What? It's already gone. Hisana complained. The inside of the lotus pedestal was empty, evidently, the snacks stored inside had been consumed by her unknowingly. I have no choice but to go out and replenish some. Hisana didn't hesitate for long before making the decision to go out. However, Hisana did not go out immediately but walked to the door of a quiet room in the courtyard. This quiet room was Oboro's room, only separated from her own room by a wall. Knock, knock. Hisana knocked on the door. Oboro, are you feeling better? I'm fine. Are you really okay? Your voice sounds a bit strange. Are you sick? Hisana's curious voice rang out. Really fine. I'm just too tired. Your voice is so strange. It's nothing, maybe I have a cold. Is that so? Yes. By the way, I forgot to say, the snacks in the Kagura Hall should be gone. Please, Hisana-sama, go out. The voice in the room seemed to be desperately suppressing something. I saw that, but are you really okay? It's fine, Hisana-sama, please go out. I'll be better after a rest. In the corridor, the sound of Hisana's footsteps faded away. Subsequently, a faint, weeping-like song quietly echoed in the air.